A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Requesting all of our guests to kindly enter the main hall, take your seats, and make yourselves comfortable as we will be starting shortly. And a small request to please make sure your mobile phones are on silent mode. Thank you so much. We'll be starting in the next few minutes.
Where the dreams are high and they touch the sky, grow wings to fly. SRM, we build the future. SRM, we build the future. We are passionate, we innovate, we create and excel. SRM, we build the future.
We build the future.
SRM, we build the future.
The best place for science and technology. All you wanna be. You can see yourself shooting through the galaxies. You can get them, overtake them. Cause you are from SRM.
Where the dreams are high and they touch the sky, grow wings to fly. SRM, we build the future. We build the future.
SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Your future begins here.
SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Learn, leap, and lead. A legacy in education and enlightening lives that spans 39 years, led by a vision to build a nurturing academic environment. SRM Institute of Science and Technology stands at the forefront of India's education revolution. Welcome to India's finest multidisciplinary university that has won national and international recognition. SRM IST functions from 6 beautiful green campuses at Katangulathur, Ramapuram, Vadapalani, Babu Rayanpete, and Trichy in Tamil Nadu, and at Modi Nagar in the fast-developing National Capital Region, adjacent to New Delhi. Together they offer a wide range of undergraduate, postgraduate and doctoral programs in over 100 disciplines. Over 50,000 students from around the world pursue academic programs in 6 faculties: agricultural sciences, engineering and technology, medicine and health sciences, law, management, and science and humanities.
The thing I love most about SRM is its ideal system, which is the interdisciplinary, experiential, active learning system. It allows students to design their degree program, choose their course curriculums, and decide the future path with active learning and industry internships.
A highly accomplished faculty with the perfect blend of teaching and industry experience provides students the best guidance and mentorship. SRM IST is replete with all the facilities that a student would need, from a huge aircraft hangar for the students of aerospace engineering to one of the finest medical simulation centers for students of medicine. Every discipline of study has specialized labs with state-of-the-art equipment. In addition to individual department or college libraries, a digitally enhanced, well-stocked central library houses over 3 lakh books, 2 lakh e-books and journals. In an increasingly interconnected world, SRM IST understands the importance of collaboration and has signed a number of MOUs with leading institutions and universities abroad for faculty, student exchange and research programs.
SRM is the first university who thought of semester abroad program. Students studying here, by the end of their 3rd year, if they are eligible and they are particular to go in for higher education in the different top universities abroad, they can do so by choosing their subject and doing a part of that semester, and that semester credit will be taken into account for the pass in this university.
At SRM IST, boundaries of knowledge are constantly pushed, encouraging research in every discipline of study. Centers of excellence with well-funded R&D facilities, functioning in association with industry, the government and private agencies, make SRM IST a premier destination for researchers.
We have all the amenities that are required to pursue research, especially in my area of research, which is cancer biology. SRM also financially supports it in part of a stipend, and also supports our research by providing us fund every year to get chemicals, consumables and so on. I would say research in SRM is highly valued and merit is also valued at SRM.
Each and every SRM student is groomed to hit the ground running when starting a career. Last year, more than 1,300 companies visited SRM Institute of Science and Technology and made over 13,000 job offers, with the compensation package reaching as high as Rs 1 crore per annum. Besides placement, the Directorate of Entrepreneurship and Innovation identifies the entrepreneurial skills of students and faculty, which eases their startup journey through industry, alumni, and investor connections. The beautiful lush green campuses have conveniences and facilities around every corner. Well-furnished hostels for boys and girls, food courts, canteens, fine dining restaurants, ATM services, bookstores and more. There are so many ways to relax too, from gyms to yoga classes. The choices are endless. At SRM IST, as much as studies are taken seriously, there's equal emphasis on extracurricular activities. A plethora of student clubs,
I am Paloma, and on behalf of the Hindu group, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the Deep Tech Summit 2026 here in Chennai. Today, Deep Tech is no longer confined to labs. It is shaping industries, economies, and the future itself, driven by advanced scientific and engineering innovation. This summit, in partnership with SRM Institute of Science and Technology, brings together policymakers, industry leaders, researchers, and innovators to drive meaningful conversations and real-world impact. Alongside this, our Tech Expo, featuring 40-plus stalls, offers a glimpse into cutting-edge innovations in action. Over the next 2 days, we explore how India can accelerate its deep tech ambitions, bridge research with application, and build a scalable innovation ecosystem. So let's use this platform not just to discuss the future, but to shape it. To begin this auspicious occasion, we invite our esteemed dignitaries for the ceremonial lamplighting. We call upon our chief guest, Shri Amitesh Kumar Sinha, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, and CEO of the India Semiconductor Mission. Welcome, sir. We also welcome on stage Professor C. Muttamil Chelvan, Vice Chancellor, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Calling upon Dr. Panneerselvam Madanagopal, CEO of METI Startup Hub, MSH, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Welcome. Mr. B. Govindarajan, CEO of Royal Enfield India. And Mr. L.V. Navneet, CEO of the Hindu Group. Gentlemen, request you to please do the honors and light the lamp. I'd also like to call upon Dr. S. Ponnasamy, Registrar of SRM University. Can we have you on stage, please, as well, sir, to join us in lighting the lamp? Thank you so much, gentlemen. May I request you to kindly be seated on the dais. Thank you. To set the context for today's summit, I now invite Mr. L.V. Navneet, CEO of the Hindu Group, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the Hindu Group, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the Deep Tech Summit 2026 here in Chennai. We are gathered today at a time when the phrase deep tech is no longer confined to laboratories or research papers. It is shaping economies, redefining industries, and influence the way we live, work, and think. From semiconductors and artificial intelligence to advanced materials and space technologies, the next decade will belong to those who can engineer the future, not just imagine it. This summit is made even more meaningful through our partnership with SRM Institute of Science and Technology, an institute that has consistently championed innovation, research, and the spirit of entrepreneurship. SRM's commitment to nurturing young talent and enabling cutting-edge research makes it a natural partner in building conversations around deep tech and its real-world impact. At the Hindu, we have always believed in the power of ideas and informed dialogue. This summit is an extension of that belief, a platform that brings together policymakers, industry leaders, researchers, investors, and most importantly, young innovators who will drive the next wave of transformation. Alongside the discussions, we are really proud to host a vibrant tech expo featuring over 40 stalls that showcase cutting-edge innovations, breakthrough technologies, and emerging solutions. This is where ideas move beyond conversation to real-world application, giving participants a chance to experience innovation up close and engage directly with creators and companies. Over the next 2 days, we will explore critical questions. How can India accelerate its deep tech ambition? How do we bridge the gap between research and real-world application? And how do we create an ecosystem where innovation is not just encouraged but scaled? A special mention must be made of the startup pitches. These sessions are not just presentations, they're opportunities. Opportunities for students and entrepreneurs to put forward bold ideas, receive valuable feedback, and potentially attract the support needed to bring these ideas to life. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to SRM Institute of Science and Technology, our brilliant speakers, our partners, and participants for being part of this journey. Let's use this platform not just to discuss the future, but to actively shape it. Thank you, and I wish you all a very engaging and insightful summit.
Thank you, sir. It is now my honor to invite our chief guest, Shri Amitesh Kumar Sinha, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, and the CEO of the India Semiconductor Mission, to deliver the keynote address. Can we welcome him with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, members from industry, academia, startups, students, and friends from media. This is an honor to address such kind of august forum where we are discussing deep tech. This is a journey which India has to take in order to become a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And in case we are not there, all along in different technologies, there will be some kind of bottleneck in achieving that kind of objective. In METI, we are trying to push deep tech, and deep tech is not, the name itself says, that deep tech is something different, where the technology is disruptive itself, where a new kind of industry will be evolved, and where a lot of patents and filings and all those things are also involved, which makes it a journey which is worth following. And in that process, the government support and entire ecosystem support will be needed if we want to travel on that path and try to achieve something. There are many segments of deep tech, and it is required for our technology sovereignty also. And we have seen that in the past many times we denied some technologies, and it is happening for last many years. It is not yesterday's denial, it is happening constantly over the years, and that push you as a country that you should take your initiatives in all kind of technologies which is relevant for the country and which is very, very important for all of us. So Ministry of Electronics and IT as a nodal ministry for all these things, in partnership or in association with other ministries, so the Department of Science and Technology is there, and there are other independent ministries are there. Everybody is trying to do something in deep tech so that a support is there, a kind of push is there from the government side on policy front, and then from there the academia, the researchers, innovators, startups can take it forward. Ministry of Electronics is trying to pursue many things on mission mode. So one of the mission mode item is India's semiconductor vision, and I am heading that organization also. Again, semiconductors is a foundational industry, we all know, and it has many verticals. Though we have 20% of the world design engineers from India, we don't have our own design companies, and that is the challenge. And again, designing is a deep tech kind of thing where a lot of complicated things are designed in order to manufacture it or fabricate it going forward. So India Semiconductor Mission has few verticals to address each and every component. So we started addressing with design, manufacturing and packaging. So these were the first three verticals identified by India Semiconductor Mission, and along that some kind of scaling activities is also followed, and other associated activities to develop the ecosystem. We all know that around 10 billion was the amount of outlay promised from the government side. It was 76,000 crore at that time. And as part of this mission, we have fully committed entire amount, and we have approved 10 projects. Couple of projects are more in pipeline. So these projects are spanning from setting up fabs, semiconductor fabs, setting up semiconductor compound fabs, and then lot of packaging units with advanced packaging. In design segment, we have approved 24 proposals, and all of those startups are doing wonderful job, and 15 of them have got VC funding also. This is a validation of their POC that they are pursuing and following, and others are also in that line. So with this kind of initial success, now stage has set to further deepen this conversation and discussion. And we have seen that on many occasions, Honorable Prime Minister and Minister Electronics and Information Technology has said that we are now going to develop complete ecosystem in India Semiconductor Mission 2.0. So Semicon India Program 2.0 will now address the existing verticals that was part of the first phase, that is design, manufacturing and packaging, and will add number of layers around that, which is basically related with materials, R&D and development, chemicals, gases, equipment, R&D and equipment manufacturing, research and development in developing technologies, and then skilling, which is very, very important to address all the concerns. So along these lines we are working, and right now it is in interministerial consultation mode, and we are hopeful that in next 2 months it will be approved and it will be rolled out. This journey will enable India in semiconductors deep tech segment. Right now we have seen that Tata Fab is covering from 110 nanometer to 28 nanometer, and everybody things that why we are not attempting 2 nanometer or 3 nanometer. So to clarify this point, because many students are here and many startups are here. So actually our need for different kind of chips is ranging from all nodes. So from a few micron size to 2 nanometer size is the range where our products are required, and most of our products which country needs and where the demand is coming from internal consumption is the area of telecommunications, industrial applications, automobile. These kind of segments are there where 28 nanometer to 90 nanometer is a very relevant technology, and bulk of our consumption is coming from these chips node. That's why it is very good that the first fab which is coming in India is exactly addressing this need. Going forward, to go down the technology nodes, we will try to develop technologies in case the companies are not interested in coming. In that case, government will develop technologies, and we will try to develop lower nodes in second phase of India Semiconductor Mission, along with the key technologies may be related with silicon photonics, may be related with OLED, may be related with other kind of deep tech area, where those activities in a manufacturing, so suppose TRL level is high, then we'll directly try to fund those kind of technologies with industry partner, so that the moment it is established, the commercial production is established, it can be scaled up, and a particular manufacturing facility is set up around that. So this is a journey, and then equipment is very, very important thing. It constitutes around 60 to 70% of a cost, project cost of setting up any fab or packaging unit. So equipment R&D and equipment manufacturing is a push from government side now, and we are in touch with key players, and all of them are excited to join this policy shift, and we'll see that in future. So when we'll start something today, it will start giving results in 4 to 5 years time, and down the line it will give further more results. So we have to understand that semiconductors, deep tech technology development is not a T20 match where results are out very soon. It's a marathon, and we have to constantly work on that. And understanding this fully, Honorable Prime Minister on many occasions has said that government support is a long-term support, and we will continue to support this industry for next 20-25 years also. So this is a semiconductor journey where now we are confident and getting a lot of communications from companies across different parts of the regions, and we will see that good proposals in display, in fab, in compound semiconductor will be received and will be promoted. In design segment, now we are going to expand the horizon. Earlier the startups and MSMEs were the key target areas. Now it will be opened up to Indian design companies also, and a few critical things can be developed in association with multinationals also, led by Indian companies. So that kind of framework we are putting, so that our sovereign requirement as well as commercial requirement can be taken care of. We have also a mission called National Supercomputing Mission, and again the high power computing systems development is the main target. We are also on that journey, and so far we have developed certain capacity and capability in that journey. So we all know that CDAC has developed Rudra servers, and many parts of that is now indigenous. So the entire body, the board, the interconnects, the cooling system, and all other kind of things, except the CPUs and GPUs, which is very critical for high power computing. We have developed other things in CDAC with association with industry partners. And manufacturing of those systems are also happening. So we have identified 3 Indian companies, and they are manufacturing Rudra server. And we are seeing that there is a very high demand, not only in India but outside also for those servers, because of trust factor, because of quality factor and price factor. All of these are playing role. Now we are going to develop further. So we are partnering with MNCs also, and you know that in AI mission we have provided GPUs, and we have taken help of global MNCs in that process. And this will continue because this will provide today's ready infra for our research community. So that journey is going to continue. But going forward, we are also working on developing our own CPUs and GPUs, and the journey has started. It will take some time, but soon we will have a complete stack of high-power computing server, which will be deployed across India and provided to research communities and academia and all critical setups which is there. So that is a journey we are following, and very soon you will see that we will also try to attempt lower nodes when we are designing CPU and GPU, so maybe 2 nanometer or 5 nanometer, something like that we'll also attempt. And we are also looking forward to startup community. So many promising startups are now developing CPUs and GPUs. So the platform of government is open and we can integrate a lot of solutions. Taking clue from quantum also, so there is a need to provide a cyber secure system, and we all know that quantum has distinct advantage on that front. So National Quantum Mission is also an initiative with, where DST is leading, Department of Science and Technology is leading, and Ministry of Electronics and IT is also partnering that initiative. So again, their attempt is to develop all kind of technologies and verticals. So starting from computing, then sensing, and then communication, and then materials. So materials are a very integral part of every phenomenon, whether it is semiconductors or whether it is quantum or any other kind of deep tech. So in semiconductor also we will try to explore different compound semiconductors apart from silicon carbide and gallium nitride. We'll try to see that indium phosphide and gallium oxide kind of technologies can also be nurtured, so that it can help further in different kind of quantum applications and communication, photonics and all those things. So that is a journey we are following there. So in National Supercomputing Mission, we are very confident that by 2030, 2032, we will have our own complete system, and that will be a journey. We know that the MNC systems may be providing more speed by 2030, 2032, but our system will be equally capable, and we will try to achieve 1 exascale kind of a speed by that point of time. Similarly, in other segment, silicon photonics is a very, very important segment which is coming, and a few projects are already going in different parts of country and in academic institutions. So IIT Madras is also doing, ISC is also doing something on silicon photonics. So there are good development on that front also, and we will try to take it that as a stepping stone going forward in India's semiconductor mission to develop silicon photonics to manufacturing level technology. Similarly, in display, we all know that there are 3 technologies: LCD, OLED, and micro LED. So LCD is now getting confined in particular geography more and more, and that will create and pose challenge for future needs of electronic industry. So we will try to do something on LCD front, but the futuristic technologies are OLED and micro LED. So we will try to see that how we can develop OLED technology, because it is well guarded by a few companies in the world, and in case they don't decide to come to India, then we have to develop that technology. So that is also a mission with us, and we will try to follow that. In micro LED is a new area where you will see some approvals from government side also, and lot more is needed in that technology. All big screens that you see are coming from micro LED, and wherever the cost is not a factor and only quality is a factor, like wrist watches and small applications. So micro LED is gaining popularity because of its resolution and quality that it offers. We have seen that OLED is the mixed segment where television and all those things are part of that. So if we are talking about iPad and tablets of high end, then OLED is there, and in TVs also, high quality TVs, OLED is there. So in display also we will work very hard. We all know that this is a journey, and government has started this journey 10, 11 years ago when the manufacturing push was started. And in last 10 years, 11 years, we have seen electronics manufacturing production increasing by 6 times in the country, and electronic exports have increased 8 times in the country. Similarly, if you just concentrate on mobile phones, so almost 28 times production has increased, and exports have increased 127 times. So that kind of electronics manufacturing is happening, but primarily initially it was assembly, and assembly has limited the value addition in the ecosystem. So in order to deepen the value chain, government has come up with different kind of policies. So one of the policy recently announced is electronic component manufacturing scheme, where we want that the component which goes in a particular system, whether it is a mobile or IT hardware system, those components should be manufactured, designed and manufactured in India. And ministry is pushing very hard that they should be designed also. There should be a quality consciousness around those components. And cost-wise, we are very sure that whatever manufacturing will be done in India, it will be cost competitive. So it will add to the value addition. So from present level of 17, 18, 20% of value addition, which is part of the assembly process, and something few components integration have already started. With ECMS push more and more value addition will start happening. And when semiconductors will also start coming by 2027, 2028, 29, 30 period, then you will see that deepening of value chain is happening in a big way. And parallelly more and more fabs and more packaging facility will be added to the system. And we are also concentrating on advanced packaging, which is the new front, where technology limitations we are seeing in nodes that below 2 nanometer, which is going to be commercial very soon. So below 2 nanometer, there is a difficulty in further reducing node size. So still research is happening with that direction, but more convincing and more approachable solution is advanced packaging, where you put chips in a particular way so that the same kind of efficiency and same kind of speed can be generated, which is the requirement going by reducing lower nodes. We are trying to put more and more transistors in order to get more and more efficiency and speed. So similar results can be achieved if you put chips in a particular way. So it may be heterogeneous integration, where memory, compute, memory and communication, everything is sitting together, or stacking of chips in 2.5D or 3D manner, where chips are stacked in a very small space. So those kind of initiative will be taken in going forward. So these are the technology areas, and METI Research and Development wing is also pursuing many technologies which are at lower TRL level, and whatever we have talked, they are slightly at the higher TRL level. And in additive manufacturing, robotics, space, everywhere action is happening. So physical AI is a new buzzword, and AI, we have seen that recently we have concluded AI Impact Summit. In that, lot of interest from different part of world were there, and we have showcased our startups also. So Sarvam, Bharatgen and other startups are trying to develop their own AI model and foundational model, and that is as per the need of country. So our AI journey is not like OpenAI or other large platforms. We are totally focused on problem solving approach of AI. So AI will be used for different kind of solution, whether it is disaster management or flood and fire detection, or drug discovery, or different kind of systems which are required for tech sovereignty. So our AI applications are based on that, and everywhere as a policy measure, we want to give some kind of platform, some kind of infrastructure to our research community and startup community. So whether it is ISM or whether it is AI or quantum, we are trying to provide infrastructure. So in AI, a lot of GPUs government has taken and provided to research and innovation community. Similarly, the second requirement of AI is data. So a lot of data has been collated, government data, and provided in a particular data bank, which is helpful for training of the model. And then we have also gone for a grand challenge and identified few good startups so that their funding needs can also be addressed. And similarly, on all other fronts, whether it is skilling, which is a very integral part of any kind of deep tech technology. So skilling is happening with the help of academia, with the help of MNCs, and with the help of other institutions. So that is also a very important thing. So this is a journey, and we are all trying to follow that. And I'm very hopeful and confident that going forward, India is not leaving any technology which is critical for our tech sovereignty. And we are working on each and every of those technology. And you will see the results in coming 5 years and 10 years, where we will showcase our applications around that. We have already started seeing some of the applications coming in mainstream. So particularly in quantum, so startups are doing very well, and the quantum-based security arrangements, whether it is post-quantum cryptography or quantum cryptography integration in the system, all those things are happening, and generation of keys are also happening for the quantum application. So there are a few near or ready-made solutions available, which is now started being deployed in the systems also. And going forward, you will see that many of them will be developed and will be integrated in each other. So all deep tech technologies are, if you see, it will largely interconnected with each other. So even if you take semiconductor, it has all the elements of AI, quantum, and everything. So AI is now doing many innovations. So the process optimization is happening with AI. Then AI application itself is trying to solve many problems. So in semiconductors, if you are manufacturing a chip, then that equipment itself will be designed, or equipment itself will be driven by AI applications to optimize further faults in the manufacturing process. And then with the help of AI, the process optimization will also happen. Similarly in quantum, so quantum and semiconductors, you will see that a lot of synergy is there. So all these deep techs are interconnected, and once we will start developing these technologies, this will help entire deep tech ecosystem. And this is a very time consuming, and lot of hard work is required. We have seen that there is a very thriving ecosystem of startups in our country, but in deep tech, less number of startups are taking this field. But now I'm happy to share that at least in semiconductor design, a lot of startups are coming. And in other deep tech also, we are seeing very good results. So I urge and I request all startup community and student community and faculty members here to also push our young brains in this kind of deep tech activity. And government is there, so don't worry about funding and don't worry about other kind of facility. Only you have to think that in place of going outside India, now you should focus India as your karma bhumi. So even if you are going to acquire some skills there, you come back and you put your brain here and try to develop this kind of deep tech technology. And this transition is also happening, in particularly in design segment. We are seeing that lot of diaspora which are there in Silicon Valley and other parts of world, they are now coming back and they are opening their own startup firms and companies. So similarly, I request all the young brains here, and with this forum, I request all others who are listening and watching this, that this is the time for India. So next 20-25 years is a clean slate in front of us to develop and develop and develop. And this kind of opportunity you will not get anywhere. In other parts of the world, we have seen that how different politics is placing, where there is a concerns about nationality, there is a concerns about jobs, and lot of uncertainties are there. So why to unnecessary go and venture into that kind of uncertainties, where government is providing you the opportunities here, and there is a clean slate for next 20 years development. So young brains should consider India as their place to innovate, and deep tech is the area which will fulfill the requirement of young talented brains. They generally go outside India because they don't see a lot of things happening in deep tech, and because of their skill level and their knowledge level, they are not satisfied easily in normal kind of manufacturing activity or other kind of activity. But deep tech is the area where you will get a lot of satisfaction, and it will also give you pride to serve your country. So with this, I will close here, stop here. Thank you very much for having here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for mapping out the journey for us. I request Mr. L.V. Navneet to please present our chief guest with the Hindu Special Edition Wildlife of Tamil Nadu. Thank you. Next, I invite Professor C. Muttamir Chelvan, Vice Chancellor, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, for his special address. Can we give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Distinguished guests, industry leaders, investors, startups, and my colleagues from the academia, good morning and a warm welcome to all of you for this Deep Tech Summit 2026. A special word of gratitude to the Hindu who has agreed to partner with us in conducting this summit. The world outside this room is not a quiet one. Trade routes are being redrawn. The supply chains that once stretched seamlessly among the continents are being pulled back closer to home. A technological rivalry between great powers are reshaping who controls semiconductors, who controls artificial intelligence, who controls space, and the list goes on like that. And just as economies were steadying themselves after a pandemic, we are under new pressure. From geopolitical fault lines to climatic disruptions. Who has to give solution for all these global challenges? It cannot be from a single government or a country. The solutions cannot be a stopgap solution. And that's where these deep tech technologies will help us in finding solutions. Because of the world is uncertain, it does not mean that the solutions that we give or come out for addressing these global challenges are limited. When I say limited, short-lived, it's a temporary solution. It may be a little cheap and those things. But we need to have a solution which is very resilient. A solution which is robust, a solution which is adaptable, and a solution which is developed by taking into all the scientific facts. A summit of this type is the only answer for such solutions. Now the question before us is, who will build this resilience? For decades, the resilience was built by the industrial R&D laboratories, the government R&D laboratories, and some of the elite research universities. But barring this, there are a huge number of higher education institutions. For example, in India alone, we have a little over 1,250 universities in the country. But these institutions were mostly configured for the award of degrees and not breakthroughs. We have been sending out talented graduates, but not solutions always. A deep tech summit of this type will eventually bridge the gap between the intellectual potential that are available in the campus and the expected impactful solutions for the global challenges. Now, having said this, since I am from the academia, I think we need to shape the functioning of our universities. As an academician, every one of us should ask ourselves or question ourselves to which society we are preparing our students for. Are we really teaching our students what to think? Are we really equipping our students how to build? Do we have sufficient infrastructure in terms of laboratories for the students and the faculty members to explore beyond what is prescribed in the curriculum? Are we opening our laboratories to the industries? How about the intellectual property rights? Today, every institution starts filing patents. Some of the patents are published, and from there, some of them are granted. And what are we going to do with those granted patents? Is there a possibility for a technology transfer, or it is simply sitting idle in our universities? So these are the things that, as an academician, we should really think and bring in a change. Now, what a university must become? In my opinion, the university should encourage and support the student to pursue their interest and also help them to come out with a prototype. Meaning, we need to go beyond our classrooms. Every university should become a co-founder. If we still continue to just teach and leave, things won't change as is expected. We need to move from the thesis culture to the prototype culture. Though it is hard, but we should move our journey towards the prototype culture. We need to reduce the gap between the knowing and doing. Every one of our campuses should be living labs for the students to experiment and experience. We need to convert all our learning centers to ecosystem of impact. Only when we do all these things, then we are really serving the purpose of our students and to the larger extent to the country and the globe. I know some of the institutions like SRM are already into this journey, and I believe many more universities will follow this path. Now let me speak directly to the industry leaders, investors, and the CSR partners who are gathered here today, because your time is valuable and your questions are practical. What has changed in universities today? What should you look at the university set up differently today? These are certain things that you should look at the present day universities. Number one, we have absorbed the early stage technical risk. Deep tech is capital intensive. Everyone is aware of that. A biotech startup needs a biosafety lab. A robotics company needs a metal fab facility. A space tech venture requires something or infrastructure for the testing needs. So whenever a startup from universities like SRM approach you, they may not be asking you to pay for the microscope or the 3D printers. We already have all those facilities in the campus. They look for your funding for their intellectual leap. And that's where I request all the investors to have a look at these startups. The second one, we have broken the department silos. Today, the problems are complex. We cannot isolate the problem as simply a mechanical problem or a problem related to medicine or a problem related to a material. I think all these things are at one place. Now, we have carefully created spaces in the university like innovation centers, shared labs, and also cross-disciplinary cohorts so that a medical student and an engineering student, maybe a material scientist, all of them can collide and then come out with brilliant ideas. So in that sense, the collision is where breakthrough ideas will happen. You are not investing in a narrow technical bet. You are investing in an interdisciplinary team that has already been stress tested. The third factor that you should look at the startups from the university is we are building for the world, not just for India. India's greatest competitive advantage in deep tech is what I call as frugal excellence. The ability to engineer world-class solutions at a fraction of the cost that would be assumed in the West. A diagnostic device designed for a district hospital in Tamil Nadu, built to survive inconsistent power and extreme heat, is also the device that can be served in rural Indonesia, sub-Saharan Africa, and parts of Latin America. We are building global soft landing corridors, partnerships in Germany, in the United States, and in Southeast Asia, so that our founders are export ready and their first prototype. The fourth one is leveraging our alumni. Our alumni are our validators. Today, I have met quite a good number of our alumni being present in this summit. They are not here because of the nostalgia. They are the bridge between the lab and the market. All the prototypes that are made in our campus are validated by these alumni. They are open to give critical comments and also support them in realizing their mission. So in a way, I can say that for an external investor, that kind of domain-specific, trust-based validation is irreplaceable. We are already doing it in our campus. So considering all these 4 points, I request all the investors to come out with a different mindset to campus and encourage our startups or the ideas from our students. I want to close with a thought that goes beyond any individual startup or single investment. India is at an inflection point. We have the demographic advantage, the scientific talent, and increasingly the policy framework to become a genuine deep tech powerhouse. The national education policy has given universities like ours the mandate to move beyond degrees into discovery. The production-linked incentives, the national deep tech missions, like what our chief guest has mentioned, the space sector liberalization, the architecture for a resilient innovation economy is being assembled in real time. But architecture without builders is just a blueprint. Who are the builders? Universities are the builders. We are where the scientists are trained. We are where the prototypes are made. We are where the prototypes are tested, and if they are failed, they learn again. We are where the intellectual property is generated, and we have a lot of other things happening in the universities now. The resilience of our nation will not be built by any one sector alone. We need to have a compounding effect of industry leaders, the capital, the society, and the academia. We should all function as one ecosystem. Then only things will shape up properly. And that is what this summit represents. And that is the invitation I extend to every person in this room today. Not merely to attend, but to participate. To mentor a student team. To license a technology. To place your next pilot with a university spin-out. To trust that the engine of innovation for India's next chapter is already running, and it is running on a campus near you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request Mr. L.V. Navni to present Professor Muttamir Chelvan with the Hindu Special Edition. I now invite Dr. Paneer Selvam Madanagopal, the CEO of the MeitY Startup Hub, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, to address the gathering.
A very good morning to all of you, and pardon me for my voice. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, it's indeed a pleasure to be in Chennai and the SRM Hindu Deep Tech Summit. I think it's a very important need of the hour to have this conversation on deep tech because India needs this conversation because we have been driven last 30-35 years by a service economy which has largely driven the growth of our country, and it's time to now transform that into a product-driven deep tech ecosystem that will take us into the next probably 15-20 years, and that's very important, and it's a very important conversation to have. Sir has outlined extremely comprehensively about what MeitY does in the entire deep tech ecosystem. So what I'll do is I'll probably share what MeitY Startup Hub does, and for the startups or the innovators and the young students in this room, it will be useful to share what we are doing and how you can leverage the ecosystem. So there is no better, if you are an innovator, if you are a student or a startup, somebody who want to be in the entrepreneurial space, there is no better time to start, right? The ecosystem today is so supportive, it's extremely mature to guide you from a complete, almost an idea to IPO stage, right? So there is no better time to start. All you need is a very, very, like Sir mentioned, it's not about starting up, but it's starting up with a fundamentally sound product or a solution which will attract the right investors. There is no dearth of support system in the ecosystem. So what we really looking at MeitY Startup Hub, when I took over this role about a year and a half, I saw about 18 ministries or 19 ministries, not just MeitY, almost 19 ministries in the Union government having a very dedicated startup program. And we said, okay, what are we going to do in MeitY Startup Hub differently? And after a few weeks of deliberation, we pivoted around 3 key points. And the first pivot was that while a lot of these other ministries are focusing on their domain-based programs, that we will now, as a MeitY Startup Hub, we will be the custodians of tech and deep tech ecosystem in the country. Because who better than us placed to take care of, to nurture the deep tech startup in the country. That's the first pivot, that we will ensure that every tech and deep tech startup in the country automatically becomes part of our portfolio. We are here to give them all the support that is required to them to grow and nurture them to scale to the entire journey and see them through the whole growth process. That was the first one we looked at. The second pivot was, pushing this innovation and entrepreneurship beyond the metros and into tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Because today, if while a lot of this conversation, a lot of the support system is available, but every student in a tier 2, tier 3 city also needs the same amount of support, because India is beyond those 8 or 10 metros, and we want to really push. So and one of the things is second pivot is to take this support system into tier 2, tier 3 cities. And we have a fantastic program called Genesis, where we are working with almost 65 towns across the country with an outlay of almost 490 crores to ensure that tier 2, tier 3 cities startups get funded and supported. The third pivot was what we looked at, inclusive tech. And inclusive tech had 3 sub-pillars. And the first one is women in deep tech, right? Because if you look at women in tech, they have done phenomenally well. Right, today, a significant amount of tech force in the country are led by women, and so we wanted to now change that and push that, enhance that whole thing in women in deep tech, and we wanted to create programs around women in deep tech, not just in metros, but in tier 2, tier 3 cities. The second sub-pillar of the inclusive part was assistive tech, because a lot of people, if you're looking at assistive tech today, we synonymize that with tech for specially able people, but it is beyond that. If you're using Siri or Alexa, you're already using assistive tech, and especially with the Indian population, of course we have a very vibrant young population, but in a matter of a decade, we will also have a significant percentage of population above the age of 60, which means tech like geriatric tech becomes becomes very important. Thank you. Becomes very important. And we wanted to drive our startups in that direction, where geriatric tech and other assistive tech products are created from India, not just for India, but for the rest of the world, especially for the global south we looked at. And the third one, sub-pillar of the inclusive tech, was what we call vernacular tech. How many of you heard of Bhashini? Bhashini? Yeah, Bhashini is our sister organization in MeitY. We're doing some phenomenal work in the language tech, and we wanted our startups to work with Bhashini and use, language should never be a barrier for learning tech. So we wanted to create programs and build, tech learning, at least the first level of learning of tech through vernacular languages, and possibility of, broad basing that in tier 2, tier 3 cities in local languages. So in a nutshell, these are the 3 pivots that we looked at, and we are trying to focus on being custodians of tech and deep tech startup ecosystem. And second is the tier 2, tier 3 city focus, because we don't want young innovators from tier 2, tier 3 cities migrating to towns and cities for the need of support system. And last but not the least, the inclusive tech. So how are we actually supporting startups? We have a 3M formula, which is mentoring, market access, and money. Mentoring, we all know, is one of the most underrated, but we want to really, it's the most important need for startups. So we created a platform of 400 plus mentors. Of course, a lot of other organizations like Startup India, even Startup TN, all have created a wonderful mentoring platforms for startups to access mentoring. So we have kind of enhanced that, and we created an online mentoring platform and there is also a startup platform where peer-to-peer networking is also possible. A startup in Bihar can talk to a startup in Coimbatore and actually engage themselves and see where there is a possibility of collaboration, or if they're having similar problems, they can engage and solve their problems. So that is one of the important things that we looked at, mentoring. And the second one is market access. Since I'm in an academia also for, on a lighter note, when I left college 26 years back, the topic of discussion was industry-academia collaboration, right? I think still we are talking about industry-academia collaboration, right? The need for our industry-academia collaboration is extremely critical. So what we have done in the MeitY Startup Hub is we have partnered with large corporates, be it Mercedes-Benz, be it Apollo Tires, for creating a POC to purchase order program. Because end of the day, I always say, Sir spoke about investors. I feel customers are your best investors. If you have the customers, the investors will follow you. It's not the true other way around, right? So it's important to have customers. So we've created a market access program where both domestic and global startups are taken to market access program. Demo days are conducted and customers are found for our startups. The last one is money. We have schemes at Genesis, Samrid, where we invest up to 40-45 lakhs, even up to 1 crore in deep tech startups as a token of our appreciation in these startups. But it's not a big money, but it's coming in from Government of India, which is somebody who's sitting on your cap table will make a huge impact for the startup. So in a nutshell, mentoring, market access, and money is the support we provide from MeitY Startup Hub. And it's important for us to also ensure that, most important, all of this is to build fundamentally strong companies. The challenge today in India, we have a lot of startups which are more like a Me Too startups. We need to now look at fundamentally strong companies which are worthy of investment, which are solving real problems, which are really driving change in or disruptive change in the ecosystem. I think that's where the real opportunity, especially in the academia, because the surface level research or capability days are gone. That's where AI is going to disrupt you. Now every researcher, every paper has to be in depth in research quality, right? And that depth is what is required, and that shift is what the academicians need to make, that shift is what the researchers need to make, and that shift is what the students need to make, because going forward, it's all about in-depth understanding of what you're doing and building a strong domain knowledge and the capability to translate that into an enterprise solution. So in a nutshell, there's a huge opportunity, but there's also a huge support, gap to be filled, and that's where organization like MeitY Startup Hub comes to support, and we are happy to support. We are here to facilitate, and we are here to serve, and we will do all our best to take this forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Requesting Mr. Elvin Navneet to once again present Dr. Paneer Selvam with the Hindu Special Edition. And now presenting the special edition to Mr. B. Govindarajan, the CEO of Royal Enfield, India. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We request you to kindly take your seats in the audience as we look forward to a wonderful day ahead here at the Deep Tech Summit 2026. Thank you so much. Please do have a seat. Yes. I'd like to request Mr. B. Govindarajan to say a few words, if you would please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from industry. I'm sure on a deep tech discussion, what's in an automotive industry CEO is going to talk about. And Professor Linus reached out to me. I was just telling him probably I won't be talking about nanometers, I'll be talking about kilometers. So that's the difference which I have to bring in. What's the change which has taken in the industry in the current scenario with so much of changes which are happening in everywhere across the globe? Let me just give you a few examples what's happened in Royal Enfield and what is that we are looking at for these sort of startups. Royal Enfield, about a decade back, it was a small company which was making about 50,000 motorcycles per year. Currently, we make about 1.2 million motorcycles per year, and we actually exported to almost about 80 plus countries. It's a true Make in India story, which I always proud of. 20 years back when I was in US and attending a conference at that point of time, the entire academia, industry, the policymakers, everybody were there in that meeting, and I was wondering at what point of stage India will also talk about that, yes, we are ready. And today, with the discussion which I've been seeing, such a wonderful summit which is being done, and these sort of platforms are going to help a lot. I'll give you 2-3 examples in which Royal Enfield has really embraced the startup world and how the deep tech has been taken into such a big companies, which is about 125 years old legacy company. We almost have about 70 million motorcycles which are there globally, 80 plus countries. We have so much of a data which are there from the customers. So the data privacy DPDP is very, very important. So as an organization, we wanted to focus more on giving pure motorcycling experience, not onto the data mining and data processing. So we actually reached out to some of the colleges, universities, and then said, can you just mine the entire data for us and then do what is that you can help us out in the data privacy and cybersecurity? We gave it to about 3 colleges instead of looking at for the bright talents and the young engineers who are there. We only said, we'll give you cases, you penetrate into our system. If in case you can hack into even 1 or 2 codings, and if you penetrate into our systems, we are done. We will see how it is. There are 2 graduates who actually penetrated after almost about 3.5 months of hard work. And when the team came back, the entire IT team came back and then said, here are 2 guys. So should we actually hire them? I said, no, things have to change. Make them as an entrepreneur. And I told them, you go have a startup and you start looking at as a cybersecurity company and come back to us and then we will give you a continuous work for next few years. That's how the industry, especially the automotive industry, is completely changing now. You know, gone are the days in which I think Mr. Panneerselvam was also mentioning, there's the discussion of thesis or industry and academia collaboration. That's not the discussion, it's an integration today. It's not a balance. It has to be integrated and it has to work very well seamlessly. Industries are coping up. We are ready because, as I mentioned, Indian industries are pushing the economy very well. And we know how to be very competitive in the global environment. And that's why companies like Royal Enfield is also so successful. We reach out to the academias nowadays and then say that, please do some researches which are solving the daily problem. I'll give you a very simple solution which has turned out to be a 1,000 crore company in a few years back. We take pride in giving a pure motorcycling experience to the consumers across the globe. Our vehicle gets used in the extreme climate conditions. There are some places where salts are being used on the road to melt the ice. That's where it is used. So we reached out to some of the colleges and then said, can you just find out a solution for us which will withstand these sort of extreme salty weathers also. Thereby we can look at the motorcycles for a longer period of time. It shouldn't look aged. So here is an institute in Coimbatore which came back and then said, we actually cracked a nano coating which can be used on the alkyd amino painting, which will last at least for next 10 years. Trust me, that business in about 3 years' time has become 1,000+ crore company. You know, that's how we keep looking at. Currently, what is happening in the automotive world, you all might be looking, where is that the AI, ML, and deep tech is being used? Once again, I'll give you an example. Most of the automotives are now well called as connected motorcycles. It's called SDVs, software defined vehicles. In all those things, the chipsets are required. You know, at a point of time when the rare earth magnets were not available, to be honest, we weren't sure how are we going to support the entire customer base. We may have to come to a grinding halt. When the chipsets were not available at a particular point of time, we were only thinking that, oh man, what do we do in this as an industry? Because it's not easy for us to declare holidays in an industry because we have almost about 30,000 people who will be working. So the mission have to continuously run. That's where I once again said, go back to the academia, push them. They have to do a sort of research in such a way. It can't be that something is very interesting. It has to solve the day's problem. And quite happy today, the way it was explained by our government people, that how Government of India is actually pushing. So these sort of innovations, you know, especially bigger companies adopt in a particular way. But for MSMEs, it's a really a different way of looking things. There are almost about some 6 crores MSMEs are there in India, which are all doing outstandingly well. There's a huge opportunity for MSMEs. They normally do is imitations. They do, you know, labor arbitrage. I will do the conversion. Gone of the days. Today, what is required is you have to reach out to the academias, look at all those researches which are being done, embrace that. That's how you can be a leadership in this position. As far as investments are concerned, I think especially for the young minds who are into the researches and innovations, money is not a problem. Money is available. Indian industries, along with the government, is more than happy to support you people if in case there is something which is really, really solving the day's problem. If you have anything, reach out. Today it's a very well-connected world. The bigger industries are always there to support. Especially for investors who are there is nothing which comes overnight. Returns are not to be seen here and now. That's how it has to work. No, there are brilliant softwares which has come up now, who thought at a point of time, yeah, convenience can become unicorns in the world, right? So that's how the Indian startups are actually doing. I'm sure with all the cohesive work and the collaboration between the academia and investors, startups, industries, and the government, we are poised for a big growth, especially in India. Thank you very much. Industries are always there to support you people. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to a very, very exciting day ahead, filled with insights, discussions, lots of interesting conversations. And as we mentioned earlier, we're also featuring our Tech Expo. So we have some of, what can I say, cutting edge technologies and innovations in action that are now open in the adjacent halls. So of course, I request all of you to have a look during the course of the day. Thank you. So now we move on to a very special felicitation segment celebrating innovation, and I request our dignitaries to please join me in felicitating the SRM alumni startup members, calling upon, of course, our chief guest, Shri Amitesh Kumar Sinha, to please join me on stage, along with, from the SRM University of Science and Technology, calling upon Professor Muttamil Chelvan and Dr. S. Ponnasamy. Can we have both of you, along with our chief guest, join us on stage for this felicitation? And I would also like to call upon Mr. B. Govindarajan from Royal Enfield. Gentlemen, if we could please have you on stage, please, as we felicitate the SRM alumni startup members. I would like to call upon Mr. R. Shivaraman, founder and CTO, Big Bang Boom Solutions Private Limited, White Space Alpha. Can we give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Mr. Rishabh Agarwal, founder and CEO of Pixel. Mr. Jassim M., founder and CEO of Noor XR. Mr. Karthik Dontula, co-founder of Abhinava Rize. Mr. Vibhakar of Taurus. and Ms. Aditi Kothari, co-founder and CEO of Potpie AI. Thank you so much to our dignitaries, and another round of applause to all of the SRM alumni startup members. Requesting our dignitaries to remain on stage. Why don't we have a group picture with all of the SRM alumni startup members? Can we have you on stage, please, for a group photograph? Thank you so much, and thank you to all of our dignitaries. The future of technology right here on stage, ladies and gentlemen. We'll now dive right into our first fireside chat. Just give us a few moments to set up the stage before we get started. Thank you. Our fireside chat is titled From Assembly to Electronics Excellence, India's Semiconductor Ambitions. So once again, we welcome back on stage Shri Amitesh Kumar Sinha, Additional Secretary at MeitY and CEO of the India Semiconductor Mission, overseeing R&D in electronics, convergence and IT. A 1997 batch IRAS officer, he brings extensive experience across MeitY, the Cabinet Secretariat and Indian Railways, including as Divisional Railway Manager, Bengaluru. We're so happy that you could take the time out to join us this morning, sir. Today he'll be in conversation with Arun Deep, Principal Correspondent, The Hindu. Can we have a round of applause? And we look forward to a very interesting conversation to kickstart today.
First of all, thank you so much, sir, for making it here and for that very interesting address. It was a very comprehensive few minutes where you explained just where we are in the electronics ecosystem in the country. So what I would like to start with is something you mentioned about the long timeline that we have for electronics manufacturing. We are, as a country, committing 20 years at least to handhold and support this industry. Now, I want to ask from the perspective of maybe academia students who are thinking of entering this space, what kind of growth curve are we looking at? Are we looking at a gradual kind of work hard every day and then maybe one day we will see the fruits of this? Or are we looking at a situation where in like 5 years, we will see a lot more opportunities blossoming everywhere and suddenly it will be the hot thing in town without really the government's help?
So for that, let us just look back 10 years ago where we were. And you know that I mentioned in my speech also that electronics manufacturing has increased 6 times. So if you consider this as a scale that in last 10 years it has increased 6 times, similar is the growth journey of our GDP. So the economy is also developing, and right now we are at a point, and we are all the time say that it is an inflection point. So achieving first trillion of economy was very, very difficult. then from first trillion to second trillion, and then the second trillion to third trillion, and now this journey is increasing very fast. So what it actually means? It means that the disposable income for putting up money in deep tech kind of thing or innovations kind of thing or R&D kind of thing is more and more available. So once the money is available and then you are opening your economy, you are entering into different space also. So requirement and demand is generated from each and every pocket. So that creates a demand, and that's how the journey accelerates going forward. We always call that in a company structure, it's a hockey stick kind of thing, where at a particular inflection point, the growth starts increasing very rapidly. So in our country also, this is the situation, whether it is GDP or electronics manufacturing. So we are constantly going, suppose GDP is growing at 7% around average. So if this 7% will continue, maybe increase to 8% or 8.5%, 9%, but the scale will be higher. And every year you will be adding more and more GDP to your economy. Similarly, for electronics, 15% is generally CAGR we are expecting every year. So this 15%, even if it continues, the scale is increasing. So the catching up activity will be very fast, and the sustained momentum after 20 years, you will see that India is a very, very established and a mature player in electronics manufacturing, or as far as the country is concerned, it will be like that only.
That's great. And on the path to that, a lot of speakers mentioned industry partnerships and how industry can be actively involved in the learning part of creating semiconductor and electronics manufacturing talent. On that note, why is this lagging to this day, and what can, from the government and academia side, what more can be done to encourage these partnerships? One thing a professor at IIIT Delhi told me was that a lot of the companies that are coming in, since they are not Indian firms, they are not incentivized fairly enough to partner with Indian universities. They would, if an Italian company is coming, it's easier for it to kind of work with Italian grad students to come up with these foundational breakthroughs that you look for in research. So how do we fill that gap, in the sense that soon we will have this really tight nexus between academia and industry, which is what we see in Silicon Valley, which is kind of the base of that area's whole success throughout the last few decades. How do we get there?
So actually, this is very, very integrated ecosystem when we are talking about research. So whether in Silicon Valley or anywhere else, it is happening because they have very good connections inside the country as well as from outside also. The Silicon Valley people, basically they are coming from India, so they are going there, absorb there, the ecosystem is attracting. So you have to develop an ecosystem which will attract talent from everywhere within India. Industry will also be attracted towards that, and then you will be able to develop a complete ecosystem. So government role is to create opportunities, to provide infrastructure. We all know that the deep tech is a very capital intensive, and they need a lot of infrastructure in terms of lab facilities, in terms of testing facilities, and there are many more things allied to that. So once government will create that along with the industry, so industry is also a very important partner in all these things, because industry is looking for a real-time solution to integrate in their product lines or to solve some problems that they are facing. So industry and government has to create a platform, infrastructure where the academia and industry and all researchers, innovators will come together. And then once you establish as a center of excellence, you will start attracting talent from everywhere. And that's how you become a organization where a very deep tech kind of solutions will be generated, and then it will continue. This journey will continue. So each and every research institutions or organization have to develop in a particular niche area. So we cannot do everything. So every organization has to try to identify one area where they can excel and where they can attract a lot of talents from there. For government also, it is very easy that The one particular center of excellence is working on quantum, so we can fund some resources there. Somebody is working in artificial intelligence, we can fund resources there. So government can do at multiple places, but everywhere, everything should not be done.
Now, I'll ask about the electronics component manufacturing scheme that you mentioned in your address. A couple weeks ago, the minister met with a few of the applicants for that program who were chosen, and it was a really high-octane event in the sense that he said, look, this is something that I have raised with the industry before, but the industry needs to do Six Sigma manufacturing in terms of quality control. It needs to build indigenous design, and it's, he outlined 4 priorities. And also he said that we will weed out applicants who do not do this, who do not reach that high standard of operations. So why is the government kind of drilling down on those applicants, and in this particular scheme and in the electronics ecosystem general, where is that push coming from?
So electronics is basically very, very focused towards reliability. And once your systems are reliable, then your sellability or market access will further increase. In chips also, semiconductor chips, I'll give example that yield is a parameter. Yield means that successful chips in terms of total chips. So if you're producing 100 and your 95 chips are successful, then your yield is 95. So there the competition is that who is giving 98%, who is giving 90%. If 90% is there, the pricing that the company can attract will be lower because their yield is not up to that mark. But if a 98% or 99% yield company is there, their pricing command will be more. So this is all about reliability because you are selling equipment and your equipment is not functioning because of a small component or a small chips. So in electronics component manufacturing scheme, the Honorable Minister focus was on 2 things. One is design and second one quality. So Six Sigma is a symbol that you have to control your process, you have to optimize that process, you have to analyze the defect lines, why it is coming, and then you have to improve it to the perfection, near to perfection level. And then design is very important because what kind of small components will form your component or module. So suppose there is a camera module, and if you are not able to design that camera module, somebody else is designing. So that the other partner may be sitting in Taiwan or maybe sitting in Korea or China, they will decide that which types of components will form part of that module. So once you have lost that kind of opportunity, then you have lost the supply chain command also. So all those supply chains may be in different part of the country where it is not very robust. So once an Indian design company will start looking to designing of these systems, they will try to pick and choose those sub-components or those items which is easily available. The quality is very good because they are concerned about the quality, and that will create demand for other ecosystem players within India and outside also, but they will have total command on the design. And once you have a command on design, you can provide customized solution. So somebody wants that this particular camera module should be given into this much of size. So there is a form factor kind of thing. And somebody will come up with different kind of requirements. So if you have a design control, you can make those small changes to suit a particular requirement of customer also. It will give you competitive advantage. So India has to become a product nation. For becoming a product nation, you have to control on the design. And quality is, there is no further discussion required on the quality aspect because unless there is a quality, electronic goods sellability is not guaranteed.
No, I actually wanted to ask you about the product nation bit. Is that no country that is a product nation, I would say America is a product nation, necessarily controls all the design of or even all the manufacturing of the products that they are making, right? So is that the secret sauce in terms of actually translating these supply chains into?
So actually, design gives you visibility and transparency in your command and control system. So first I mentioned that design give you opportunity for innovation also. If you want to replace one part with some other part. Since you are not designing, you are dependent on other partners, and they will say that I am not interested. And because they must be having a long-term relationship with their supply chain partners, so they will hesitate to include that kind of innovation. But some Indian startup has providing you a very unique solution which can increase the quality and efficiency of your system. So you would like to integrate those systems. So first is that the kind of change management is possible when you have a command on design. So that is one thing. When you are making a product, every day product is changing. So in electronics manufacturing, mobile phones, every year some new mobile phone is coming. So you have to constantly innovate on that front. So once you have design control, you'll be able to innovate, like Apple is innovating every time. So control on these things along with the supply chain partner, that I have 3 supply chain partner, one in Taiwan, one in India, one in European country. So then you have a peace of mind. But your design partner may have selected a particular location in China or Taiwan, and then it is not working. So then you are facing a problem, real-time problem you are facing.
That you are not in control of.
Yeah,
right.
yes.
So, okay, I think we will take a few audience questions. So if anyone has a question, sir, yeah, if someone can get a mic to him, please. Please introduce yourself before.
I'm Ekambaram. You mentioned about the importance of design in semiconductors, and also you mentioned about when it comes to the project cost, almost 80% goes to the fab part of it. If you have so much of expertise in design, can India at this moment get into a fabless mode, like the like of NVIDIA, the most valued company in the world? It's a fabless company. Its chips are done in TSMC in Taiwan. Can you have that sort of approach so that we can focus more on design instead of other part? That is one question. So next one would be, you mentioned about the quantum leap in the quantum computing. When you do that quantum leap, what happens to the other part, to the cyber security of the existing system, wherein the encryption, will that be overtaken by the quantum computing? To what extent you are prepared to handle that issue?
So you wanted to understand about the fabless ecosystem,
yeah, exactly,
and then cyber security, quantum applications in that. So the Design Think Incentive Scheme under India Semiconductor Mission Semicon India program was a very important program, and we started with initial focus on startups and MSMEs. So after getting initial success that we have approved 24 applications, now we are expanding the scope of DLI scheme, and we are including Indian companies also, like Tata, L&T, Exido. All these are Indian design companies, and they can have collaboration with any multinationals in case they want. So the effort on this particular direction is to create a fabless ecosystem. We all know that in semiconductor value chain, 50% is a design factor, and that's how the companies, fabless companies, are having the higher market share, whether it is NVIDIA, Broadcom, Qualcomm, everybody. So understanding fully this, we are creating an ecosystem and further increasing government support to support Indian design companies to become fabless. And once you have your own design company, they will start filling your fabs. So if Tata Fab is coming, or some other packaging unit is coming, so these indigenous fabless company will try to first explore Indian market. They will give order to fabrication unit also and packaging unit also. So it will help the entire ecosystem, and then they will also try to have synergy with equipment manufacturing for innovation ecosystem, for different kind of materials development, for supply chain partner resilience. So importance of design company, fabless company is very, very important in entire piece of semiconductor. So we are totally focused on creating a larger ecosystem around that. The C2S scheme, which chips to startup scheme, which government is supporting, has a very large ecosystem, and around 315 academic institutions are having access to EDA tools. EDA tools are very sophisticated software tools that is required to design semiconductor chips. So now students are designing chips while they are studying in undergraduate or postgraduate or doing masters. So their design chips is getting fabricated in semiconductor laboratory Mohali, which is a government fab. So again under METI. So the fabricated chips and packaged chips in Mohali is coming back to student's hand, and a student can see that what I have designed and how these chips are functioning. So that kind of confidence is giving to those students, and we have trained 67,000 students and target is 85,000. So now those students can easily become a startup, or they can join some other startup, or they can work in multinational also. So design focus of under India Semiconductor mission is very high. On quantum side, the next cyber threats are really going to come in a big way in next 1 or 2 years because of quantum and ability of quantum to penetrate in any systems, the solution around that. So in order to protect that, you have to again come back to the quantum to have a different solutions. And that's how government is working on quantum cryptography as well as post-quantum cryptography. So post-quantum is that somebody has developed kind of system and they are trying to penetrate and you are well guarded. So you have a parallel system. So that kind of technology interventions is constantly happening. And in other fields, whether it is any kind of electronic device also, we see that constant improvement is required. Similarly, in cyber security, constant improvement is required to tackle to this kind of futuristic threat that will be very critical for any important systems of government or any our personal data privacy also.
Yep. Anyone else? Okay, madam. Please introduce yourself.
Hey, hi, I'm Kalai. Sir, I have two questions. One is, can you tell us about the One Tops program for the students here? It might be helpful for them. And my second question is, for students who want to start, doing more the design or start up in the design side of things, what are the pros and cons of building horizontal or vertical? For example, building an imaging across domains, chip for imaging across domains versus let's say someone wants to pick automotive industry and go double down on that chips relevant to that, vertical versus horizontal. What are the pros and cons?
So for a startup, you have to see your inner strength, what kind of team you have and what kind of capability you have. Suppose you have a diverse team which can develop a product which can solve a real-time product problem. Then you are go vertically and try to create your own product. But if you have a team members having particular strength in imaging or particular strength in communication, then you better concentrate on that because both way is a good way. It depends upon your inner strength, and when you are designing such kind of thing or trying to enter into that market, you want to have access or attention of customers. So you again reach out to them. So if you are reaching out to your customers and they are finding merit in your solution at a POC stage, then that is a good way to go forward. It will give you investment opportunities also, because if customers are intact and customers are interested, investors will also be interested. And the executive from Royal Field, he mentioned a very good thing that in place of absorbing startups in our ecosystem, we said that you become an entrepreneur and then we will invest you and we will enable you to make further system. So as a startup, you have to choose your own battle, and every path will give you immense potential and development opportunities. And since we are starting, a lot of solutions have to be developed indigenously. You work across any segment.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll actually round this off with another question from my side, which is ISM 1.0 has the India Semiconductor Mission's first phase has been executed really quickly. We have seen so many projects that have gone in a matter of months from approval to production. Can you, and I have to ask you this, can you give us a little bit of a teaser on what lies ahead in ISM 2 when it comes out?
So really, we are working day and night on every project, and our industry partners who has got approval also, they are working very hard. And setting up semiconductor manufacturing is not an easy task. So those from semiconductor industry will realize that it has multiple ingredients and every ingredient has a very precision kind of implementation process or engineering process that is required to set up that. And once you start doing, suddenly you find that nothing is available in the country or very little is available in the country, and then you will start searching towards imported components and companies who can supply you, and then you also worried about supply chain resilience, that what will happen in case of any disruptions like COVID or war-like situation. So these are some kind of challenges there in front of all companies who are setting up either fab or packaging unit. But they are overcoming these problems in a nice way, and government is totally supporting them, understanding fully that ecosystem has a very important role. So if a fab is setting up, so there are three parts that is very important. One is the equipment, which is 60 to 70% of the total project cost. Second is technology partner. And when these two things are established, then you need supply chain items like materials, chemicals and gases, and more than 150 to 200 to 250, depending upon complexity of the project, you need supply chain partners. So understanding this fully, and by creating demand, by way of giving approval to 10 companies in the first phase, this demand is supported by the now government policy. So in ISM 2.0, we are trying to support setting up facility for chemicals, gases, materials and equipment manufacturing in India. So the next leg of ISM 2.0 is totally focused on these verticals. The other three verticals of design, manufacturing and packaging will continue. In addition to that, these kind of ecosystem development efforts will start. Parallelly, we will also start working on specific technology development oriented R&D. So certain technologies which are not coming, and there is a lower visibility in front of government. So government will enter into that direction with the help of industry partner and global academic research institutions also, and try to develop those technologies. So that is another part of ISM 2.0, and then skilling will be a thrust area going forward. So like we are doing things in design, where C2S Chips to Startup program is enabling design startup, students ecosystem, and all academic institutions are totally integrated in that. Now we are going to do similar thing for manufacturing and packaging, and then requirement of skilled manpower for chemical, gases, material and equipment. So entire ecosystem items will be part of the skilling initiative of Government of India.
Thank you so much, sir. It has been a pleasure talking to you. I request everyone to give a huge round of applause to the Additional Secretary.
Thank you.
A big thank you once again to our chief guest. Thank you so much, sir. Your presence here means so much to us. And thank you so much to all of our moderators for the course of today who have ably agreed to be a part of this and conduct these discussions. We'll take one final photograph before we head to our next session, sir. Thank you so much once again. Can we have a big round of applause? And what a great way to kickstart the day. Thank you. We'll move on to our next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Just give us a few moments to set up the stage before we go forward. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we start with our first panel for the day. This one is titled The Deep Tech Decade, Engineering the Next Revolution. Please welcome our panelists, Dr. Nitin Nagarkar. He is the Pro Vice Chancellor in charge at the SRM Institute of Science and Technology and a senior ENT surgeon with over 3 decades of experience in medical education and healthcare leadership. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Thirumalai Srinivasan, Director, Entrepreneurship and Innovation from SRM as well. He's a seasoned business leader and venture builder with 25 years of experience across MNCs and startups, specializing in digital innovation, AI, cloud, and industrial systems. He has held leadership roles at Oracle, IBM, Microsoft, and most recently served as venture builder at Intuitive, driving innovation and academia industry collaboration. Welcome on stage, sir. Can we have a round of applause, please? Next, I'd like to welcome Mr. Dinesh S., CEO, TN Research Park Foundation. He is an innovation and strategy leader, driving applied research ecosystems and private sector R&D. He has held key roles at Startup TN and the Agroforestry Business Incubator with expertise spanning entrepreneurship, incubation, and public policy. Welcome, sir. Next, we have with us Mr. Kannan Vijayaraghavan, Society for Technology Management. He is a technology management professional with over 4 decades of experience in innovation, IP management, and policy advisory. He advises global organizations on innovation-led growth and also contributes to executive education at Cornell University and global boards. Welcome, sir. This panel will be moderated by Mr. Suresh Vijayaraghavan, Chief Technology Officer, The Hindu Group. Mr. Suresh, over to you.
Good morning, all of you. Discovery in biology, advances in material sciences are redefining energy and manufacturing. Quantum computing promises to unlock problems once thought impossible. And robotics is beginning to blur the line between physical and the intelligent. What makes this moment unique is not just the power of these technologies individually, but their convergence. The next industrial revolution will not be driven by a single breakthrough, but by the intersection of disciplines. So with this background, I would like to start the panel discussion on the title, The Deep Tech Decade, Engineering the Next Industrial Revolution. And I would like to start the first question by posing this to all of you panelists, starting by Mr. Nitin first. So when we talk about the Deep Tech Decade, so what makes this moment different from the previous wave of technological innovation and change?
Am I audible? Yeah. So thank you very much. Yeah, once again, sir.
When we talk about the deep tech decade,
yeah,
what makes this moment different from the previous waves of technological change and innovation?
Absolutely. I think so. This, when we talk of deep tech wave now, it's going to encompass many things. And as we can see, that all of that is going to touch various aspects of our life. Technology always keeps changing, keeps evolving. We've had, as you mentioned, the industrial revolution and so many things happened for humanity and the various developments have occurred. But definitely now we are at the cusp of time where technology is going to develop very rapidly. It's going to touch various aspects of our life. So whether we're talking about deep tech or whether AI, robotics, quantum technology, so on and so forth, each of them is going to touch various aspects of our life across the globe. And I think it is the right time for our country to pitch in. We have been discussing from the morning that we have the wherewithal. We have got excellent demographic dividend in favor, got excellent labs, support of the government as well as the private sector industries. So I think we are at the right time, we are at the right moment, and this kind of development which is going to happen is going to shape how we are going to, future generations are going to live, and at the same time look after the sustainability part also. Thank you.
Thank you. In my lens, I see that having heard from chief guests, there are two industries I think in the next 10 years going to see a tremendous growth. One is semicon assembly, where we have done version 1 versus version 2. We are going to have a vertically integrated semicon supply chain, and in the next 10 years, we will become a manufacturing capital of the world, completely vertically integrated. I underline the word vertically integrated, meaning that it's not just buying assembly parts and assemble here. We should move from partially assembled versus fully manufactured and assembled here. Second ecosystem that is happening silently is renewable energy, energy from wind, energy from solar. That's going to see a big change. And I think that in the next 10 years, I'm very bullish on Vikshit Bharat. These two industries will power India's growth in the next decade or so.
AI emissions, deep tech policies. So all these things in convergence is rapidly increasing the technology advancements, and the next 10 to 20 years, this will be even more, we can able to see the rapid acceleration.
Thanks, and I'm going to take a cue from your answer for my next question. But before that, when we came and sat here, we just came and sat, but we never had this plan. But on my right side, I have two people from the academics today, and on the left side is two people from the industry. So that makes it easy for me to pose the questions on both sides. So I'll come to again to you, Mr. Nitin. So many of the most exciting innovations, right, today sits at the intersection of fields. That's what you mentioned about convergence now, right? So how important is convergence in driving the next industrial revolution?
See, no question about that, developments have happened and then that they have shaped lives. For example, we can say penicillin, for example, or it was an antibiotic in the university developed, and you see how it changed the way, infections were controlled. Internet was developed again in the university. It became the kind of, nobody can live without internet now. So similarly, new technologies are going to come up. AI is going to shape a lot of our activities in coming times. And since I belong to the academia as well as the healthcare sector, that's one area where definitely it will make a huge impact. And for a country like ours, with a huge population, a very diverse population, that will make a very huge impact again. Similarly, when we talk about robotics, now there are already a lot of applications of robotics in industry, for example, or in the surgical aspects. And as a surgeon, I can tell it will make the life of the surgeon easier, but the surgeon will still be required. So these technologies are going to assist all of the humanity to develop to the next level. And like we say, change is the only constant happening in lives. Technology is always there. We have to embrace the technology or we'll be left behind. And I think we had a wonderful discussion today in the first half, where the government sector as well as the industries, they have mentioned how they are going to help, especially the youngsters, the startups, to take it to the next level. And it's our time, India's time, we must grab this opportunity to take it to the next level.
And to you, Mr. Kannan, the same question from your perspective.
Okay. So I think the convergence is ubiquitous today. You cannot do any research without convergent sciences. I come from life sciences background. If you look at simple drug discovery today, it's convergence of biological sciences, it's a convergence of quantum computing, it's a convergence of clinical sciences, right? That's what gets you to discover a new drug today. If you take medtech, for example, it's engineering design, it's a software application in that. It's a biological adjuvant that gets into that. It's also the emerging sciences. You are landmining several foundational patterns in disciplines that are not familiar to you today. And that's a challenge, really speaking. So how do you unlock this? That's where you collaborate with interdisciplinary teams and co-create these products there. The convergence within university of disciplines itself is important. I really get worried when we say agriculture university, medical university, engineering university. Where do they converge? They have to go across universities for them to converge. Because these are the individual sciences cannot create products today, clearly. Convergence with industry is essential because they have the best translational expertise for them to bring products to markets there. So I think we are passing through a phase where convergence is inevitable, but how to make it happen? In fact, today we see that industry has now got into imbibing themselves in the academic institution itself. So, in Cornell now there is a bunch of pharmaceutical companies that have a center in Cornell co-creating discovery with the university, researchers there. So it becomes a co-creation of the discovery by both industry and the academia, cutting across disciplines. Because most industry don't have interdisciplinary expertise with them, but the university has that today. So I think these are essential elements today for creating any new knowledge.
You did touch upon that aspect of university itself. So I'm going to go back to the academic people and say, so many breakthroughs has been from the universities historically, right? So in this specific situation of deep tech decade, what role should universities play now? I would like both of you to answer this question.
So I see from two views. One is I've seen on one hand academia is more on thriving on creativity, problem solving. On the other hand, industry is very crucial, is outcome based. I don't care what technology you use. I give you a problem, give me a solution. So these are two extreme ends. So I would think that what academia should play is that they should accept failures. In the beginning, academia will make a lot of mistakes. So industry should be patient enough to refine them, to make it outcome-based. That is the first thing. The second thing is that the collaboration, not in a siloed manner, give them a start-to-end solution problem. So there's a mentorship needed from industry to take the whole problem-solving process to the outcome base. I think these two can make the huge difference, in my opinion.
Yeah, even I feel that, you see, the universities have always been cradles of civilization, thought, leadership. You can go hundreds and thousands of years ago, our own Nalanda University, we had scientists coming from across the globe. So they are thought leaders in the university. So our VC sir has, Dr. Muttavil Chairman sir mentioned that apart from only the role of teaching, learning or giving degrees, research, innovation, development, all that is going to become part of the university culture, and definitely partnership with the industries. I think the CEO, Mr. Govindarajan, very rightly mentioned, they give the problem to the researchers or to the startups and they come up with a solution. So something like that, that kind of active participation should be there, and the universities can then definitely play an active role in this kind of a startup culture, where education is part of it, but research, innovation, and development of products will also become equally important.
And if we take it from there, like since morning we have been hearing this one sentence from lab to market. So moving from the academic back to the industrial side, so deep tech innovation always take years to move from lab to market, right? So what are the biggest challenges in this transition? Because now we are not looking at something that is research done and takes 20 years to come to market. We are looking at coming to market in 20 months. So what is the biggest challenge that we need to address?
So there are, if you look at globally, about 2/3 of the foundational patterns come from academia and 1/3 from industry itself. But these foundational patterns are not ready to go to the market, right? They need to be translated to form and the manner in which it can be translated to product delivery forms today. And that's a translational research. Ideally, they are incubated in academia by the industry, right? Translating them, validating them. An example in a drug emphasis would be a drug discovery by, let's say, SRM happening. And that needs to be translated, tested on animal, tested on humans. That happens in their medical college. That happens in their toxicology center, right? This is done by industry much faster. And then you develop the dosage forms. You administer and test it in large-scale number of patients. And then it gets to the markets there. So the translational part is a convergence element of industry and academia. And then, of course, manufacturing large scale is the industry game today. We've been missing this translational element earlier. Now, if you look at it, I think the last 10 years, we've created more than about 1,000 translational centers in the country. Funding for the translational phase is enormous today. I mean, in many, many cases. I think we talked about MIT funding it. We talked about Department of Biotechnology funding it. So I think the industry adapting the foundational patterns by academia, translating to meaningful products and services is the way to go. Yeah.
So your inputs, Mr. Dinesh, on this.
So I will like to touch upon 3 points. One, as I was saying about converting from or diverting from foundational research to translational research. The second one is how the academia is proactive rather than reactive. Say for example, when you are talking about AI is advancing in all these sectors, the industry itself knows or the market itself knows that we need to enable data centers. We need to come out with proactive measures. Like institutions, rather than going to industry for problem statements, if they can know the ecosystem, what the market is going on, and if they can proactively work on that front, then the market mechanism will automatically take up. The third part is the regulatory framework that I would say. So if more number of sandbox regulatory things are available from the government end, and also if industry is also willing to validate right from TRL level 6 to 7, then I think the ease of moving to lab to market will be easy, given the funding mechanism is already vast right now. So I think these are the 3 points that I like to.
Thank you. And we have been listening to our chief guest and other speakers this morning on the role of government. But they have highlighted what the government is planning and doing. But I would like to hear from the panelists here. So for the deep sectors, which actually requires long-term investment generally, right? So what role should governments play in enabling the next industrial revolution?
I think very rightly this point has been touched time and again, that the funding, the various agencies which are available would be in the government sector as well as in the private sector. And if we are talking about medical related, definitely from the Government of India, we have the ICMR, we have to tap from DST, DBT, CSIR, and so many funds are available. ANRF is available. Of course, these are competitive. I mean, you have to excel, reach a certain level, you have to make your presentations, only then you can crack and go to it. But that is definitely one funding. Apart from that, private funding is also available from the industry, where the directly partnership, the partnership is available. Like sir has mentioned about drug trials. The pharma companies are willing, if you can provide them a platform for proper clinical trials, which for example our SRM has that kind of a strength. So these are partnerships which are definitely possible, and these lead to development of new drugs, something which actually revolutionizes the treatment, for example cancer drugs or cardiac drugs. For all that kind of partnership is very useful. But as I said, funds are available. It's a competitive world nonetheless, but these funds are available. They need to be tapped by our young generation researchers and scientists. Definitely they can achieve it.
So while they were more focusing on funds, is there anything else on the policy front that is required so that the industry can actually use that much better?
I think one major policy element I see is the regulatory science preceding innovation. See, India is today innovating novel products, right? Our past experience is that regulators look at products approved elsewhere and then grant approval for India. A new drug approved in FDA or EMA gets easy approval in India. We have now an Indian first chemical compound that's discovered by an Indian company today. They're just running around pillar to post to see who will regulate it today, because we don't have the capacity to do that today. They say go to FDA, get it approved, and then come to us, right? So I think getting the regulatory capacity to perceive novel innovation, validate it, and grant approval, and then India can command respect in the rest of the regulatory frameworks that we can also do that and they can follow it. So that's one element that's still lacking in deep sciences today.
I think that's a very important point, and which we can actually convey back, that the regulators also need to be pushing their bars up so that they can...
One example is ANRF is going to put almost, I would say, $2 billion in life sciences. Even if you have 50 new drugs coming out of the country, they're going to go through enormous challenges and regulations. That's what it is, reality.
Your view, Mr. Dinesh, on that?
So I would like to share on 2 parts. One is on the talent and skilling the right talent, making the talent pool available for the industry, and this will be the right time, I could say, like there has been, we have the demographic advantage on one part. The second part is the institutions are very much aware of it. So how, from the policy perspective, how we can change the like the mindset of the students or the youth on proactively coming on that part. The second one is, I will say, the market access. Yeah, deep tech is we are coming out as a product nation, from service nation to product nation, especially on the public procurement. If we can able to ace the rules, if we can able to bring the turnaround time of procuring by the public entities, I think that will be a huge credibility for the startups and for the innovators.
And thanks, you touched upon talent, so I'm going back to the academic side. And we need a different talent profile, right, compared to the traditional industries. So how should we rethink talent development now from a deep tech standpoint? Both of you.
Thank you. For the first time in the history, the disruption, the talent that we need, it needs, is a deep requirement, meaning that academia played a big role to supply the talent for the industry. Look at the large 5 companies with $1 trillion investment. They are accelerating like AI, agentic AI, all these things. They are disrupting the talent that we are producing in academia. For example, there's no need to learn coding. The system does for you. So there's a big gap. So we need to accelerate that. This is aggravated by geopolitical tensions. So the whole talent pipeline is being skewed by these disruptions. So the universities, those who prepare the talent in this direction, they stand to benefit. In my opinion, gone are the days that pure academic degree, there'll be product-based degree or skill-based degree. They are going to be the norm in the next decade. That's in my opinion.
So yeah, thank you very much. And you see, there are great examples in our own country where great products have been developed. For example, the cardiac valve was developed in Sri Chitra, and it's a great discovery which is that it's sold in different countries. The rotavirus vaccine, which came from AIIMS New Delhi, ICMR, NIV Pune, so all working together. So that we have that potential already. Now we know that the applications of AI, whether in radiology, in pathology, telemedicine, personalized medicine, new drug discoveries, so all that is possible. And I think now we have to identify all those problems which are there for humanity, take the partnership of the ministry as well as the industry partners and find the solutions. And for that, everybody has to collaborate. And collaboration has to be between the government sector and the private sector. Within the institutions also, our VC has already mentioned about the interdisciplinary or cross-disciplinary work that is mandatory. I think no work can be done in silos. No particular department can come out with a, that kind of a cutting-edge research, groundbreaking research, seminal work, until and unless you have a collaborative work.
So collaboration across disciplines and within academic and industry seems to be the key requirement. So before I come back with the last question to the all panelists, I would like to open this up for the audience for questions.
You mentioned about the funding part of it. Funding, of course, is deep tech is a tricky one, I believe, considering the risk that is in that, the deep investment that is required, heavy investment. Can the industry come academia put some sort of a proposal to the government to have a similar to the CSR scheme, some company contributed fund have made available as a percentage of the profits or revenue to be pooled and then distributed to the ones, because considering the time required to see the fruits of the day, it may or may not even happen considering the risk part of it. That is one part. Another one would be, on the one hand, when it comes to academia, we see that graduates unemployed on the one hand. On the other hand, we see scarcity of resources. Also, we see retention an issue in the industry. We see brain drain also happening in, contrasts are happening in. Why not the industry and academia have some sort of a type wherein the industry requirements are met in? And of course, the industry is one of the key issues. Graduates have the knowledge, but not have the adequate skill sets. At some point in time, that need to be addressed as well, isn't it? So one is on the skill set, second thing would be on the funding part of it. Thank you.
So I think many companies now definitely fund research, and I'm sure that some of them out of their CSR funds would be allocating funds for research as well. And this is across the globe, I'm sure must be happening in our country as well. That's one. And number two, yes, when our graduates pass out, we always now look at their employability, their skill sets, and I can tell you that as SRM, we particularly focus on that. We have to ensure that the skill set that they get not just in the medical field, engineering and all the other fields as well, how employable would they be once they go into the market or onto the society? Yes, to have a degree is excellent, to have the theoretical knowledge is fine, but even in the medical field now we have the competency-based medical education. So the competencies and skill sets, they are important in all the, in the entire education field, whichever degree they get. And it's a dynamic thing. The field keeps changing. So we have to keep changing and evolving according to the requirements of the society. Yeah.
Hello.
So I like to add a point on the funding part. So I represent the Tamil Nadu Research Park Foundation, and we are funding for applied research in Tier 2, Tier 3 institutions. So the modus operandi is like we get the problem statement from the industry, then any institution who wishes to solve the particular problem, then we give a grant in aid support to the institution, and with a mandatory 50% match funding from the industry. So that way we have initiated, and this is just a 6 months old initiative, and more to come in the upcoming years. So,
You also asked about the CSR part, right? I think there is one panel discussion that is coming up, if I'm right today, where they're going to really focus on how to use the CSR on deep tech funding. If I remember rightly about all the agenda of the day, there's one discussion that's going to come up.
Sir, hello, sir. Here, sir. Here. Sir.
I think one technology innovation I expect to happen is with the floodlights on our heads, we should be able to see who is sitting in the front and who is asking that question.
Thank you. There are two things, sir. Funding, you already said. Other thing is getting a patent rights for us. In India, it takes a long time to get your patent rights. And then if you go to the court, they may not help you in time. So this problem has to be solved by the government along with the judiciary to help our innovators to get some rights for not only for India market but also for the global markets. That is, if you can put it to the government, it will be very nice.
Yeah, I think we do have the regulatory frameworks, and I think they do change with time. But definitely, we all desire that the ecosystem should be such that the young researchers could be encouraged. Definitely.
Yeah, please.
Sir, the government has been trying to, rather governments, the successive governments have been trying to improve the ecosystem for research, R&D. But going by the last budget, the government is very much encouraging that, but the similar response is not from the private sector. What is the reason, and how to involve the private sector totally in a greater way so that the R&D ecosystem is more complete than what we are expecting with the government's involvement. Secondly, sir, there was an opinion expressed by Mr. Srinivasan that mere academic degree is not sufficient, but it has to be product-oriented and also skill-based. How much, of course, SRM is doing a great job, but SRM is not himself not sufficient. It has to be more universal as far as India is concerned. It's a national issue rather than merely confined to one state or one university. How to see that this spread, there's a widespread realization of this particular issue, and then how to act so that there's a result.
Okay, I can address the first question. Go ahead. After.
So let me address in two questions by him. First is that if you look at the industry, having lived in abroad, I've seen the private investment in R&D is way higher. I think India needs that injection. It's starting to happen. I hope that it will accelerate. For example, Huawei, the R&D budget per year can exceed some of the country's GDPs. So that kind of investment is not happening, but it's starting to happen. That's number one. The reason is that I look at it, why it's not happening. The partnership, center of excellence, or interns going to industry, for a population of our size, it should happen more. Then the industry will see value. Then they begin to, it's not a question of lack of money from industries. We have big titans sitting here in India. It's not a lack of money. It's a convergence that's not happening. I hope that we are taking the lead, SRM. We are placing more intense industries and we give industry tracks and so on. I hope that other universities are also doing the same thing. Once this process accelerates, that will solve the problem. The private industry pumping into the R&D. Now government is leading the grants and investment and so on. I hope that private also can match that in the years to come. That's number one. Coming to talent pool, the talent, we have the talent. It's not the right skilled talent. So there is always a bridging that's needed. I know that some of the companies are doing in India. I hope that the academy itself will make a hybrid kind of thing that will solve these two problems, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think, the industry investment in India in research is about 2% of the revenue in many segments like pharmaceuticals. Agriculture, it's pathetic. It's 0.1%, unfortunately. Why are we not investing more in foundational research? Because we don't have resilience still. Even the largest drug and pharma company, if they fail in a couple of drugs, they're in trouble, in terms of the resilience there. So we don't have the depth to invest in deep science. That's where I think funds like RDA fund today are handy to entice them to look at more of deep tech innovations that they can engage themselves, take the failure, not impacting their balance sheet, and thereby co-create, patents that can be foundational patents as we go along. So government is putting money into the balance sheet of private entities today, so they can take risk and get into discovery, pathway themselves. And that's the way most economies have triggered it. The NSF grant that has happened in the United States, the SBR grants, or grants in Japan or Singapore or Europe, these are all triggered by government initially to entice private sector to be getting into risk-bearing research atmosphere. I think we're going in the right direction with that kind of an approach in India today.
Hello. There was a mention regarding the skill sets. Yes, at the national level, we have the national education policy, which again encourages not just theoretical knowledge, but the focus is now on skill sets. The same thing, for example, through AICTE for the engineering side and through National Medical Commission, we have the competency-based medical education. So apart from the theoretical knowledge, which is of course the base, the skill sets are definitely emphasized now.
Please.
So actually, the human resource department is to be coordinated with the academia and also with the industry, along with the government. But it seems it is a failure with the HR department in the government that it is not properly coordinating. What is the kind of policy the government is having for linking or converging the three departments into one, so that any deficiency between the, what you call, when you go for the deep tech industry, it is a long term. It is long term means does not be, it is 5 years. Even for 1 year, there are exponential developments are taking place all over the world. How you are going to cope it up with the present developments that is going to take place? One. Second, accommodation, any student or any innovator fails. It is a common thing. But when he fails, who is going to support the failure in terms of cost? This is my question.
So now multiple portals are available for all that. And definitely, I think like it was mentioned by Mr. Panis Selvan sir also very rightly, that different ministries are encouraging startups and hundreds of startups have been encouraged. Yes, definitely it has been channelized into more of a single window system, making it easier for them to approach and ask for funding for their startup.
So I think we are going towards the end of the session. So I'll put that one question to each of the panelists, which is, if we fast forward to 2035, what industry will be most transformed by deep tech? Just one sentence answer.
Healthcare.
Yes.
Healthcare. Definitely.
For me, semicon.
I guess certainly in terms of a better life for all the human beings, which cannot be one particular segment, we need to be properly de-driving in multiple of them for us to be driving it. Otherwise, we'll be more like a Southeast Asian economy, like Korea, just in automobile or whatever it is. So we should be much more deeper in or spread out in terms of our ability to generate foundational patterns, I would say. Yeah.
So I will resonate with Nitin sir. It will be healthcare and biotechnology, especially on precision medicine and targeted drug delivery. So I think there will be a tremendous change we can able to see.
With this, we have come to the end of the session, and thank you for the esteemed panelists, and thanks for the audience too.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Can we have another big round of applause for a very, very interesting and engaging panel? Of course, it's always very, very challenging to condense such a large subject into such a short amount of time. So thank you to all of our panelists and to our moderator. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, next up we have a fireside chat. Before that, I would like to remind our audience once again that we have our Tech Expo featuring 40 plus stalls happening in the hall adjacent to this one. So you'll be offered a glimpse of cutting edge innovations in action in person. So do have a look, which will be on during the course of the day. So we now move on to our next session, which is of course a fireside chat titled From Lab to Nation, Building a Global Deep Tech Ecosystem. We have with us today Professor Ashok Junjunwala, Institute Professor, IIT Madras, and Chairman, Immersive Technology and Entrepreneurship Labs. Professor Ashok is a pioneer in deep tech, telecom, and innovation-led entrepreneurship. A Padma Shri awardee, he is the driving force behind IIT Madras Research Park and has played a key role in advancing India's startup and industry academia ecosystem. Can we give him a big round of applause as we welcome him to the stage? He will be in conversation with LV Navneet, CEO of the Hindu Group.
Good afternoon. Absolute pleasure to be in conversation with Professor Junjunwala, and we will start. So typically these big movie franchises start with the movie and then come to the origin story, but we will start with the origin story. So you have spent over 4 decades building bridges between academia, industry, and startups. Looking back, what first convinced you that India needed a completely different model?
I'm not able to hear very clearly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So looking back, what first convinced you that India needed a completely different model to translate research into real-world technologies?
I had come back to India in 1981 with one objective from US, that I am going to help transform the country. During my college days at IIT Kanpur, I understood that India was not doing well, large poverty, large number of problems. And in my mind, somewhere in the journey, I'd said that I'm going to come back to India, I'm going to join politics and try to transform the country. When I came back to India in 1981, I came back sometime around early February, and I spent 6 months traveling in India, or 5 months traveling, spending time at different places, meeting different political forces. And one thing that happened in that period is that I realized that politics is not my cup of tea. I can't do politics. No other comment, nothing, but I am not made to do politics. My value system will conflict, has to be compromised, and I will not be able to do that. And I, of course, offered it as a faculty member at IIT Madras, and I joined there, and I was quite uncertain what to do, how to therefore work on my mission. One of the early things that I noticed when I was at IIT Madras is that there was no interaction between industry and academia. And hardly anything, we used to talk about industry, industry is not interested in technology development, they want to just import technology, and may manufacture. And when I met some industry people, they sort of say, well, academia only wants money from us and publish papers. I don't think that they are going to be able to contribute anything. So there is a huge gulf. And since I did not know what to do, I started trying to say, well, that's one thing that I can do. I at least can go and try to do something with the industry, for the industry. And I realized that there is a gulf, there is also a resistance, therefore. And you cannot, therefore, go and demand something. You have to go and service and show them that you can make a difference. And I, along with a bunch of my students, I started doing this. That was the beginning. And I soon realized that much of the technology, though earlier, even though I had done my PhD, I had published a lot of things, but I had never built anything. Here I have to build something. And this is my first experience that took place around 83, 84 with my students. I built something, I failed. In fact, industry supported me. Once you build that confidence, of course, I also realized that you have to actually reach the top person in the industry. They have the vision to take risks. If you go from below, you will not be able to. So that's how my journey started, and I started working on it.
So the IIT Madras Research Park is often cited as one of the most successful industry-academia collaboration models in the country, and you started this way back. So what were the key principles behind its design, and what lessons should other universities learn from it?
So IIT Madras Research Park, even the idea came 18 years after I started working with industry. 81, I said I started doing something. Around 99, by that time we had developed wireless in local loop and actually deployed here and to some reasonable extent made it commercially successful. We had an incubated company. Our own group had made wireless in local loop. That gave me the confidence that technology actually can be developed all the way to commercialization. That's the time the idea of IIT Madras Research Park came up. What distinguishes IIT Research Park from anybody else? First of all, we looked at IIT Madras Research Park as a startup. So yes, you can take seed money from somewhere, but beyond that, a strong business model must drive that. So beyond the seed money, you are not going to get any grant. Beyond the seed money, you have to raise money by either VCs or by even loans, and for that, your business plan has to be very strong, and the banks has to be convinced. We had to borrow from bank. I remember borrowing 75 crore rupees from bank, and first borrowing. And that wouldn't have happened without a strong business plan. So Research Park, IITM Research Park was driven by a strong business plan. Most of the other research parks that I see being set up is being set up as a grant. Somebody gives grant and we'll build infrastructure. We sort of say infrastructure is secondary. It has to be a strong business plan. It has to make money. Incubation cell has to make money, and it has to stand on its own leg. That's number one. Number two, we realized that we cannot have interference either from the government or even from the institute. I'm telling you, even from the institute. Because the government does things in its own manner, and if you're dependent on government, keep taking money from the government, of course they will interfere. Even from the institute has its own priorities, and if you allow them to interfere, they will never get you to build. So an independent board with a clear business plan, no interference from the institute. Yes, our director was the chairman, but the chairman of the board. In the board meeting, he chairs. If the board decides something, I have to do what the board says. But otherwise, day to day, zero interference. That was the key, most important thing. And once we were able to do that, we had a very clear vision what we want to do, and we are able to get there.
So you spoke about having a startup mindset, a strong business plan. You tend to associate those traits with IIMs more than IITs. So being in the background of academia research, where did you get the wherewithal to put up a strong business plan and business-oriented thinking?
I disagree. IIM is more about management. Management is very different from driving business. I have not seen even IIM being able to, graduates being able to drive and create business. This creating business and driving business, yes, Murugappan knows how to do it. There are many others who knows how to do it. You have to learn from them. They're very different. So it has to be the industry leaders. And fortunately, by that time, I had enough connects with industry leader. How do you really build something? How do you develop something? And Research Park was very clearly. I had Chris Gopalakrishnan on the board. I had Murugappan on the board. I had Ramdura from TCS, Tata Sons on the board. There are people like them on the board. And I will say I learned throughout those 18, 19 years itself. I learned how to stand on your own feet. I kept on learning from all industry. One of the first industry which really trusted me was the WS Industries of Chennai. They are the one who, their chairman, in fact, trusted me, believed in it, and the first person to write a check. It's a very interesting story. I had visited the company. I was too young, 30-year-old, and in one of the conference in the city, I made a statement that they import everything from outside the country. They pay for the components 80,000 rupees, assemble and test and do this. They sell at 97,000 rupees. They are not able to do much value add. They are not able to make much money. If they gave me cost of one equipment, 1 lakh rupee, I will be able to develop the whole technology. Now, I didn't realize that I made that statement. I was 30-year-old. I was a fool. But I made it, and some media newspaper published it in the front page. I get a call from the chairman. I was now scared. The chairman met me, and he asked me how confident I am. He asked me a few questions. Where have you come from? Or all those questions. And actually, in an hour's time, without any paperwork, wrote a check of 1 lakh rupees and gave it to me. Develop the technology. We'll support you. That is equivalent to more than 1 crore rupees today. Can you? But it is the chairman, him, only who could do something like this. And let me tell you the interesting thing. We worked hard for 1 year. We built a prototype, but prototype was not something that was productionizable and would not make a money. But the chairman was smart enough to actually take my prototype to his factory, called his counterparts, show that I have already developed the technology. Either now I don't need your technology. That those people reduced the cost from 80,000 to 30,000 rupees. Chairman made a huge amount of money. That is the kind of acumen that business leaders have. I realized that I developed respect for business leaders, to top leadership. And industry academia work is not possible unless mutual respect is developed. And that's the most important thing that needs to be done.
I have a bunch of prepared questions, but they will veer off. You still retain the optimism, the attitude, the aggression of a 30-year-old. What is the secret sauce?
I don't know. I mean, I probably will stop living if I am not optimist. A lot of things go wrong. I'm very unhappy with many things. At nights, I feel horrible. Sometimes don't sleep. Next morning, you have to get back to your work and get going. And you cannot work hard without optimism. I am now working with some of the very, very tough problems. Take, for example, I was just coming in. 20 minutes before I came in, things were okay. It was, of course, very cloudy, and then it started pouring. And pouring, the kind of pouring that I have not seen. I was driving myself worried. Even missed one turn, I had to take a U-turn with great difficulty, managed to come here. And so I was already seeing city getting waterlogged. With 20 minutes of rain, now the cities are getting waterlogged 2 to 3 times a year, and it's not about Chennai, every other city. and we haven't found a solution. We sort of are, who is going to solve this problem? It is we who have to solve. So today, I'm building a consortium of scientists around the country, along with 8-10 startups. Say, we will find a technology solution. That's the kind of thing that we need to do. I'm not afraid of failing. I'm not afraid of failing. I'm not afraid of difficulties that I will face. The question that people ask, that even if you technologically succeed, will the government allow you to do things in the right manner? I sort of say, all that I need is show success in 1 or 2 places. And I'm very happy that there are frequent elections in the country. Every government will be scared not to get the solution because it's really hurting the economy and the low-income people the most every time there is waterlogging in the city. You take up challenges of this kind and go all out to solve them. You will become the technology leader.
So inspiring to all of us. I mean, 20 minutes ago you saw a problem and tonight you're already thinking about a solution to that. Thank you. We'll move to building deep tech entrepreneurs. You have helped incubate and mentor hundreds of startups. So in your experience, what distinguishes founders who successfully build deep tech companies from those who struggle to scale their innovations?
So the two most, when a founder walks in, and I typically am good at 22 to 25-year-old founders, young graduates from any college, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, colleges whose name I have not heard, they come in, say, sir, we want to do a startup. Basically, I ask them 2 things. First of all, I start getting to know them and their family and try to understand their economic situation and family obligation. Very often people ask me, why am I asking them? I want to understand whether they are in position to take risk. Because entrepreneurship is about risk. At least 2 to 3 years you will earn 0. If you have obligations and you have to pay for your brothers or sisters' education, or if you have taken a loan and you have to pay, then this is not the right time you start. Because you will get nothing for the first 2-3 years. And we do not allow the entrepreneurs to take any significant amount of money in the just about bare living. So that's the first thing. If they are in that situation, then I start asking them, tell me about your failures. I don't want to know about your success. I want to know about your failures and what did you do after failures? How did you get up and overcome the failure, restart? Because entrepreneurship is also about failures, getting up and restarting. I have not seen any startup succeeding without 2, 3, 4, 5 failures. Failures of such horrible kind that you think this is the last evening, you're not going to do anything from tomorrow, and then they bounce back and restart. It is only after repeated learnings and bouncing back that the things succeed. So these are 2 most important things that I evaluate. I actually care less about what they want to do. If these 2 characteristics are there and I feel they have the sufficient energy to go all out, yes, I adopt them. Adopt them like your children, and then you help them become successful entrepreneurs.
See, what you're saying comes from a place of deep experience and deep expertise. There are many people in this room like me. We don't understand that part, but we do meet people who are setting out on their careers of startups, entrepreneurship, who are inspired by us in some manner or the other. So how should people like us respond to them when they come and ask us, how can I do better? What should we be telling them?
There are 2 kinds of mentorship that any startup need. One is a technology mentorship, where they have a technical problem to solve, and the people in technology can help them mentor that. The second is a business mentorship. And anybody who has run a business, essentially, who has gone through the difficulties of handling cash flows, who has gone through a situation that you don't have money to pay at the end of the month, salary, and still manage to retain people and manage that. They are great mentors. Your experience, your listening to them will help, and telling them. Be very clear. You are not going to tell them what to do. In fact, it will be foolish if they listen to you and do exactly what you say. You are a mentor. You will advise. It is up to them to decide to take the advice or not take to the advice. The other important thing about the mentor is that the mentor doesn't feel offended if their advice is not taken. These are three characteristics. Either you are a technology, you understand technology, you understand business, and then you are willing to spend some time, even very limited time, and are able to advise without saying, well, you better listen to me. That just doesn't work.
Thank you. Valuable advice, and we'll follow it. And I think many of us who ran businesses during COVID and learned from it, we could bring that to the fore. Now we'll speak about solving India's impossible problems.
Well,
right? Through initiatives like ITL.
Talk about it, but let me talk about one or two other problems. The problem that we face, all of us face, and we'll live with it as if there is no solution. Traffic problem in the city. Today, even 12 to 15 kilometers during busy hour take an hour, 15 minutes, hour and a half, which basically means many of us are caught for 2.5 hours to 3 hours on road every day, if we live even 12, 13 kilometers away. Is that the future of India? We have all given up. No solutions seem to work. We can build metros. We have built metros in other places. But metro is a 100-year-old solution which came up in a very different context. Not 100, it's about 70 years. It won't solve our problem. And it has not solved. You go to the places where metros are there, yes, it will solve some people's problem, little bit of problem. I'm all for metros. But with increasing number of vehicles on the road, running neck to neck, very difficult to drive. I drive. And therefore I realize how difficult it is to drive during busy hours. And you have to solve the problem. So what did I do? I don't know what happened. One day suddenly I called some of my team members. I say, 15-kilometer distance in a busy hour, in a highly congested city, whether it's Chennai or Bangalore, we need to cover in 20 minutes. 20 minutes, I must leave from office and enter my home and enter my office, and vice versa. 20 minutes, 15 kilometers. Everybody says, yeah, but it's impossible. And I said in existing cities. And I also said it must be green. I also said, we are building something today, we have to build for the next 100 years, must be able to handle peak traffic of today and tomorrow. Everybody said it's impossible. So good, these are the impossible problems that we will solve. And that's a kind of problem that we have taken up. And today, while I'm talking to you, also, we have been working on it for the last 2 years. We have a very different kind of transportation system that we have conceptualized. For quite some time, we thought it won't work, but we have figured out much of the thing. Again, a consortium of scientists and startups. And today, we'll actually have to build it at some height, but today we are doing the first ground trial in OMR out here. Hopefully, by the end of the month, we'll have the ground trial running. We've been working on it hard. Would love to, at that time, invite people to see, and what we plan to do. Our next target is go to Sri City and build it at an elevated situation. And I'm telling you, problems like this can be solved. And I can talk about any other. The other is the air quality problem of Delhi. People have given up. How can we give up? Then what kind of scientists we are? I'll say what kind of business people we are. Both business people and scientists have to solve the problems. And we have to solve our problem and thereby acquire technology leadership. I think very often say, it's the quantum computing we want to solve our problems. If quantum computing is needed, we'll use it. That's the way to go about doing it.
So when it comes to India specifically, we keep hearing about words like frugal engineering, affordable engineering. Do you believe that this affordable innovation model could become India's distinctive contribution and India's differentiation in the world of global deep tech?
I do not believe in that, sorry. I believe that the solution that we have to build has to be the finest. Has to use all the technology knowledge that we can get from anywhere in the world. But it has to be affordable to all people. That affordability is something that I accept, but no compromise. I think we need the best solution, the most sophisticated solution, which we can control and manage and not depend on somebody else. Somewhere frugal has been that will somehow do something which will if it means you figure out the best solution, if it means use whatever technology knowledge is there, then it's okay. And I totally, on the other hand, say it has to be affordable to us. See, today, I started, my area was wireless, I started working in wireless. Why have you got 1.4 billion phones today? While still number of things are importing, number of things, we have a company called Tejas Networks, which I was a founder, and today is one of the 6 companies in the world which makes all the infrastructure, 5G infrastructure. One of the 6 companies in the world. But what is far more important, our solution is available at 300 rupees per month. Go anywhere else in the world, particularly developed countries, can you get something at $3 per month in the US? No, I can say 300 rupees is $3 because the way things are going on between dollar rupee. So, where can you get that? And do we realize what all we had to do to make some business earn money? Basically, the business does not earn money, it's not going to go anywhere. So, business earn money giving service at 300 rupees per month. That way, I'll tell you, our business leaders are great. I have a huge respect for them. But very often, they don't sufficiently get into Indian technology because they don't have trust that Indian technologists can deliver. And it is up to us to show that we can deliver.
So, in the previous panel, we spoke about convergence of disciplines to solve for problems. So, how should universities rethink engineering education to prepare for this convergence? Or is there a need to rethink at all?
So, I have a very different view, very radical view. I've been a professor for 45 years, or more. I've been professor for longer. People may not disagree with me. I'll sort of say, the 4-year in engineering college, you learn what you can. That's all right. You learn inside the class, outside the class. I think it is after that. You take these youngsters and put them into very complex problems. Drive them, push them. Hard, they will learn. Now, does it mean that we don't need changes in curriculum? Of course I believe that. I believe that. I believe if we teach 50% of what we teach today, just cut down, I will say the same thing about school education. If we cut down our curriculum by 50%, the children will be better off. If we cut down our college curriculum by 50%, give them time to build things, give them time to try to build things rather than sitting in the classroom and then writing exam. This is only a limited education. I think 50% of what we teach, and we can teach all kinds of things. They will learn the rest. Does not matter. If you today, fortunately, we have gone over. I remember one of my very early students. He had done mechanical engineering from IIT, and he wanted to do masters in computer science. He had picked up so much in the things of the computer. He was a wizard in that sense. He wrote gates exam for computer science. He scored very high. IIT Kanpur gave him the admission. He went and joined there. 4 days later on, they told, oh, but your qualifying degree is mechanical, not computer science. Oh, you don't qualify, you go back. He came to me. That's the time somebody introduced me to him. I said, well, start working in my lab. I'll help you get a computer science degree. And he did Masters of Science, MS with me in computer science and electrical engineering. And he has done wonderful. I think this whole discipline, etc. Today, AICT imposes that because in the private colleges they say 60 seats in each discipline, so you create multiple disciplines. All those things are unfortunate. We have built those systems. I think the youngsters are very good. Give them whatever. Put them in the right place. Put them into a good startup. They will do wonders. That's where the learning starts.
Thank you. And we started with the origin story, so I want to end with another origin story. Today we are speaking to Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala, but Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala 40 years ago was a young Ashok. Was a young Ashok. So
I thought I'm still young, young Ashok.
Younger Ashok. So what, if there was an opportunity to do that, what would Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala advise a 40-year younger Ashok?
I don't know what advice I can give. I think I see a large number of youngsters daring to challenge status quo. And India needs a lot of that. It needs significant changes in every. I'm not saying that nothing has happened in last 30, 40 years. I believe large. I came to India in 1981. I wanted a telephone. I had to wait for 8 years to get a telephone. I wanted a gas cylinder. And I was by now used to waiting list. So I went to a place where you give in reserve, you book your gas cylinder, you put yourself in line queue. Old man he kept on asking me, your parents must have booked a cylinder for you. I said, no, they have not. They didn't live in Chennai. I'm coming here for first time. Then he said, well, then you can write your name, but I don't think in your lifetime you'll get a gas cylinder. That's what he said to me. And actually, I kept waiting, and I was getting married. A friend of ours came with a gas cylinder. She had 2 cylinders. She could transfer one to me. But because she had another 1 cylinder, she could then get a second cylinder. And because I got the first cylinder, I could get the second cylinder. I can't even understand all those rules and regulations, what kind of things that we made. This is what India was. We made a huge progress. 1991 was a major breakthrough. But we have a long way to go. But to the youngsters, I will also sort of say, take up the challenge, work hard. This is what you have got trained for, and you can do wonders. If they believe, take the impossible things and do that. That's what I will advise. Nothing more than that. And be truthful to yourself, work hard, you'll enjoy. Money will come, don't run after money. That's what I will advise.
And Professor, will you stay back for some time after the session?
Sure, I will.
Okay, then we'll break for lunch. Professor Jhunjhunwala is around. I would request people to meet up with him and ask any doubts, questions you have. Absolute pleasure to speaking to the youngest person I know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Jhunjhunwala.
A big thank you once again to the one and only Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here today. Another big round of applause. And what a great way to end our first slot for the day. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We will take a break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you back here in the main hall in 45 minutes. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to begin with our next session, requesting everyone to kindly take your seats and please put your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you.
When the dreams are high and they touch the sky, grow wings to fly. SRM, SRM, we build the future. SRM, SRM, we build the future. We are passionate, we innovate, we create and excel. SRM, SRM, we build the future.
We build the future.
SRM, SRM, we build the future.
The best place for science and technology. All you wanna be. You can see yourself shooting through the galaxies. You can get them, overtake them, cause you are from SRM.
Where the dreams are high and they touch the sky, grow wings to fly. SRM, SRM, we build the future. We build the future.
SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Your future begins here. SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Learn, lead. A legacy in education and enlightening lives that spans 39 years. Led by a vision to build a nurturing academic environment, SRM Institute of Science and Technology stands at the forefront of India's education revolution. Welcome to India's finest multidisciplinary university that has won national and international recognition. SRM IST functions from 6 beautiful green campuses at Katangulathur, Ramapuram, Vadapalani, Babu Rayanpete, and Trichy in Tamil Nadu, and at Modi Nagar in the fast-developing National Capital Region, adjacent to New Delhi. Together they offer a wide range of undergraduate, postgraduate and doctoral programs in over 100 disciplines. Over 50,000 students from around the world pursue academic programs in 6 faculties: agricultural sciences, engineering and technology, medicine and health sciences, law, management, and science and humanities.
The thing I love most about SRM is its ideal system, which is the interdisciplinary, experiential, active learning system. It allows students to design their degree program, choose their course curriculums, and decide the future path with active learning and industry internships.
A highly accomplished faculty with the perfect blend of teaching and industry experience provides students the best guidance and mentorship. SRM IST is replete with all the facilities that a student would need, from a huge aircraft hangar for the students of aerospace engineering to one of the finest medical simulation centers for students of medicine. Every discipline of study has specialized.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Deep Tech Summit 2026. I hope that everyone's all set to proceed with our next session and that your mobile phones are on silent mode. We will be starting with the inauguration of the Rural Tech Incubator of SRM College of Agricultural Sciences in Babu Rayanpete. So I'd like to call upon Dr. Nitin Nagarkar, Pro Vice Chancellor. Can we have a round of applause? Along with Dr. Shantanu Patil, Director of Entrepreneurship and Innovation from SRM University. So gentlemen, we will have you all now do the honors. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the inauguration of the Rural Tech Incubator of SRM College of Agricultural Sciences. A big round of applause. We'll also now have a felicitation for the Innovation Voucher Program recipient startup, requesting the following people to please join us on stage for the felicitation. Can we have a round of applause for EcoWin? Next, I'd like to welcome on stage Reflow. Popfix Nutraceuticals Private Limited. Sustainabite Technologies Private Limited. And Mama Cart. Can we have a group photograph on stage with all of the recipients? Can we have you join us on stage, please, for a picture? Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, and thank you to our dignitaries on stage. Thank you. We now move on to something very interesting, something that we're calling a startup pitch. So this is an opening platform for bold ideas that set the tone for deep tech innovation. Our first presenter represents a new wave of homegrown deep tech in defense and advanced engineering. Founded in 2018, Big Bang Boom Solutions is building cutting-edge indigenous technologies from anti-drone systems to next-gen defense solutions, working closely with India's strategic and research ecosystems. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Shiva Ramaswamy from Big Bang Boom Solutions.
Thank you. I think I've been given the joy of taking the most difficult session, the one immediately after lunch. I'll try and see how I can keep it a little light. So I'm Shiva. I've been, I would say, an alumni of SRM University for a very long time. I did my bachelor's there, I did my master's there, I did my PhD there. I would have spent more time on campus than almost anybody else as a student. And I think at one stage, they just had to chase me out of college. SRM has been a lot of things to me personally. It has given me a lot of firsts. It was the place, as I told you, I spent a lot of time doing my education. But it was also the organization that first gave me a job. So immediately after graduation, I joined SRM as a faculty. It was the organization or institution where I met the love of my life. It is the institution where I learned how to solve problems. And this is a very important aspect because when I was in SRM, we used to run a very small entity that we called Dreams. It was not a startup. It was what we call today a side gig, right? It was not, there was no fancy name at that point of time. It was basically a small, let's say, club where we used to try and help our juniors learn things that we considered a little advanced that we had picked up on our own. There was no mechanism or method to the madness then. There was definitely no appreciation for what we were doing. We just got away from being penalized by saying, you know what, you shut this thing down, you're not allowed to do all this on campus. You've come here, you study, you graduate, get a good placement and get out of here. It's a long journey since then to see an event where entrepreneurship and deep tech is being celebrated. And I think that's like been one of the trademark habits of SRM. I've seen SRM from being an engineering college. And one thing that's been true is that it's continued to grow and it's continued to evolve with the times. So today, if you look at it, I can see that there have been dozens of startup founders who are being appreciated. There are multiple incubators on campus. And I think that is, a testament to the kind of institution that we are all associated with. The problem solving, or dreams as we used to call it, the problem solving approach that we started off in SRM led us to trying to see if we could pick up problems from around the world and solve them, publish papers, write research articles, patents. And as it was covered in one of the introductory sessions, we realized that this is not enough. And I was very glad to see the Vice Chancellor speak the same language today, saying that we realized very early that having a patent is of no use if that particular innovation doesn't reach the community, if it doesn't benefit the community. And Big Bang Boom was started with that as the vision, to say, can we translate good ideas into products and good products into useful economic, civil, humanitarian goals? And with that in mind, we started addressing specific problems that were thrown to us by the Indian Defense Forces. 8 years since then, Big Bang Boom today has won and delivered over 8 IDEX projects, which includes products like the anti-drone system, high-altitude drones, container firing ranges, etc. We have the credit today of standing here to say that we had a very small role to play last year when Operation Sindoor happened. We were able to take down more than 80 drones that came in from across the border. And this was tech that was built in India. It was tech, the foundations of which were laid on campus in SRM. Big Bang Boom today is a profitable deep tech startup. We've done over 200 crores of revenue today. This year, we'll do maybe 70 crores of PAT. And this is very important because having a startup raising money and burning through investor money is fantastic. But the real merit of a startup comes when you're able to translate the tech that you've built, convince someone to pay for it, and actually ensure that not only your company, your employees, and your investors are able to get a return on investment from what they have invested, right? So Big Bang Boom is a profitable deep tech startup. And one of the things that I've realized is that a journey of a startup is not consistent, right? Like if you take Apple, for example, they started off wanting to build personal computers. Then they said, okay, we'll build music systems. Then they said, no, we'll start making mobile phones. Any company worth its salt also needs to go through a transition, just as SRM has evolved over the times. I believe that even any startup, and I know there's a startup right here who started off building UGVs, and today they're saying that, you know what, sir, we're focusing primarily on building motors. So every startup worth its salt, which intends to succeed and thrive, has to change with evolving times. So what is it that Big Bang Boom is doing? Last 8 years, we've had 3 major verticals. We've been working on electronic warfare, which includes anti-drone systems, cybersecurity. We've had an AI autonomous system vertical, where we build autonomous intelligent drones for the army. We build firefighting solutions. We build simulators to help soldiers train. And we have a nanotech vertical, again, a field which SRM taught me. I did a PhD in nanotech at SRM, where we build advanced chemical fire extinguishers, we build naval deterrent systems, and now we are building a metamaterial based cloak that prevents enemy radars from detecting Indian aircrafts. these three fields have been the primary focus. But what we have realized is that the tech that we are building at the core does not necessarily only have to benefit the defense. And given where we are, given the journey that we have taken so far, we realize that whatever we are building, it's only significant if the entire world can benefit out of it, if the entire humanity can benefit out of it. With that in mind, 8 years since starting Big Bang Boom, we are again taking what we call a pivot or a regeneration of those systems by transitioning from being a defense startup in India to being a global deep tech startup. What does that mean? That means that Big Bang Boom has done what it's done pretty well. But what we want to do is to try and take up problems that are bigger in scale, that have a bigger impact. So the two things that we are trying to do is, one, trying to see if we can solve for data centers around the world. And data centers is a big problem. It's a big problem primarily because it's power hungry, it's cooling intensive. These are systems that are going to be required in every corner of the world, and we are just not there. So what we have done over the last few months now is try and create modular data centers that can be placed not on Earth but in space. So we're looking at a series of scalable satellites that can be launched by us that will ensure that data is not only accessible from anywhere on Earth, but the entire cost, when I say cost, I mean the energy cost, the contribution to global warming from data centers can be brought down to zero using the solar cell efficiencies that we see in orbit. The second problem that we are grasping with, for which we have not found a solution, is the energy crisis in the world. We realize that, and the current Iranian crisis is a perfect example, saying that there are few countries in the world that definitely have control over the majority of energy resources. Right? Solar is fantastic, wind is fantastic, and there have been a lot of people that's been doing renewable energy, but we know that the kind of stability and consistency of energy that's required is very hard to achieve with renewable energy today. And no reason we should stop working. But if, for example, we need to become an energy independent country, and beyond that, if every country has to become energy independent, then we need to find a way to democratize nuclear power, and that's the only way forward. This is the only sufficiently available energy source. If we are able to democratize it, prevent it from being cornered by, let's say, 5, 6, 10 governments of the world, make it smaller, miniaturize it, and ensure that every district, every industry, every unit, every village can have its own source of nuclear power, I think we'll solve a global crisis. And that is something that I'm hoping that where we are today, Big Bang Boom will be able to do in the next 8 years. The first 8 years we are focused on defense. The next 8 years, we're going to try and see if we can focus on humanitarian problems, problems that affect humanity as a whole. But in short, this entire journey that we started off wanting to, let's say, build small drones and transitioning from there to AI, to nanotech, and now to nuclear and space domains, has happened because of the all-round development that an institution like SRM nurtures. It is the ability of SRM to not only teach you in class, but also provide spaces where you can pick up these kind of challenges and be able to attempt to solve them, that allowed at least me to be able to envision something like this. I have a 5-year-old kid today, 20 years after graduating from SRM. I have no idea what he's going to become. He obviously has no restrictions. He's free to do what he wants. But standing here today, seeing what SRM is doing today, all I have to say is that 15 years from now, when he's ready to take his career decision, if he chooses to do engineering, and if SRM is his choice, I would be very happy about it. Thank you.
Let's hear it once again for Dr. Shiva. And I'm sure we especially love the ending. We will have a few more startup pitches during the course of this next session, ladies and gentlemen. But up next is our panel. We'll just take a few moments to set up the stage. Thank you. This panel is titled The Symbiotic Lab, Re-Engineering Academic Research for Industrial Agility. We'd like to welcome our panelists to the stage. We have with us Ms. Gauri Kailasam, CEO, Rani Madras Limited. She is a distinguished manufacturing leader with 30 plus years of experience across global automotive operations, strategy, and business transformation. She is known for driving growth and operational excellence and actively contributes to industry leadership and mentoring, championing inclusive development in manufacturing. We give her a round of applause as we welcome her to the stage. Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. Prasad Maganti, CEO, V-Titan. He has been leading the development of innovative medical devices and health tech solutions since 2019. With 20 plus years of experience, he has driven product innovation at Zoho and advocates for affordable, technology-led healthcare and indigenous R&D. Welcome, sir. Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. T.R. Parasuraman, Chair Professor at SRM and former President and whole-time Director at Toyota Industries Engines India Private Limited. An industry leader with nearly 4 decades of experience in manufacturing, skill development, and policy advocacy. In his roles, he contributes to industry transformation, skilling, and academia-industry collaboration. Welcome. Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. Dinesh Arjun, CEO of Rapti. He is the co-founder and CEO of Rapti HV, leading the development of high-voltage electric motorcycles for next-generation mobility. With experience at Tesla and a strong background in engineering and entrepreneurship, he is driving innovation in India's EV ecosystem. And now, to moderate the panel, I'd like to welcome Mr. John Xavier, Tech Editor, The Hindu. John, over to you.
Thanks for the introduction. Thanks to the panel. Good evening to you all. I thought Dr. Shiva's presentation was a great segue to get started, because I had a different intro, but maybe we could get started off from there, because the idea of how India has been developing and how academia and industry partnerships have been working has been evolving. But this sometime around when this millennia started, we kind of shifted into the services side and go in the China route on manufacturing. That seems to be a little changing, particularly from what Shiva was saying, the last 8 years, what they've been building with drone technology and a lot of deep tech. So picking from there, I'd like for you to give a sense on, how your experience has been in at least the last decade, how the academia and industry partnership has been working primarily in the deep tech space. Maybe I would like to start from Ms. Gauri and then from you, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, very good afternoon all. I think the question is a very interesting question, because today we are all in a global village. And when you look at the industry academia connect in the last almost 10 years plus, I think we have been talking a lot in every forum, every area, but unfortunately very, very little has been done. It's a very sad situation. So nevertheless, I think a lot of changing points are happening, and thanks to COVID, at least India has advanced in all these technologies, I would say at least by a decade or so. We are leading the digital revolution of the world. In fact, 1 rupee is possible to be transferred in UPI. This is the 9th wonder of the world. When the Commonwealth countries came to India, they were all surprised. I think a lot of things are happening, and manufacturing, especially in the light of the current situation, thanks to China Plus One, and also the positive policies, the Make in India, the Digital India, Youth India, Skill India, I think the Startup India, all these things and the series of PLI schemes have given a huge impetus to manufacturing in the country. And nevertheless, we are moving from 17% GDP of the current level to 25% or so in the next decade. That's a big transition. So given this transformation that is happening, I think MSMEs play a very, very important role. Today we have around 6.8 crores MSMEs. So this number is likely to cross 14 crores. So the industry academia connect, see I call it the AI connect, academia and industry connect. So I think many things we need to do going forward. But what has not happened is, one of the big reasons industry always looks at short term, academia always looks at a long term, and there is no alignment in their thinking. And many problem statements, they lose their shine at the proof of concept level. They are not coming to pilot production because, it remains only as a dream, because there is no discussion. Industry wants something quick, whereas academia, they choose their own problems, which means this connect has not been happening. I think the true integration, I think what we are missing is the integrator. I think AI integrator is a very, very key role. I think going forward, I think industry and academia exchange programs have to grow manifold, and we should create some kind of models like Fraunhofer models, what we see in Germany, where a lot of research institutes come forward to support the industry, or A-star model in Singapore, or the catapult model, what we see in UK, where a huge center of excellence is set up and MSMEs can come and do the testing at a low cost. I think these kind of innovations in Japan, open innovation model, where, universities set up a lot of incubation centers in the industries and vice versa. And government also supports this kind of open innovation schemes. I think we need this kind of huge transformation in the country. I think right things are happening. Some of the good initiatives already happened in the form of IIT Research Park is one great example of startup incubation. IISc is doing a great job on the lot of consultancy programs with the industry. So I think going forward, CMTI is doing a lot of things on the MSMEs, CMTI. So I think going forward, this program should take us to the next destination. Thank you.
Ms. Gauri, if you can take it from there. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Thank you. I think you said very right points, Parshram. I think it's important that India moves to that 25 to 28% of GDP coming from manufacturing, and we have lost considerable amount of time. And today, somehow, the ecosystem for building in manufacturing as a system is lacking, and like Parshram said, MSME is a focus that needs to happen. If I have to focus on what is that the industry and the institutions have to do, most of the time we in industry are trying to solve today's problems. And today's problems are not, we don't take the time as industry to define the today's problems well enough to the academia. We don't take our time for it. We already want the answers from academia for that. But academia seems to be focused on futuristic problems, which are too futuristic and we don't have a use for it today. So I think a good option would be about if the academia can focus on 70% of trying to solve today's problems, 20% of today's problems which can loom large in the next 5 to 10 years, and 10% for the futuristic problems. Okay, and somehow whenever I talk to kids in startup, everybody wants to become a Bill Gates or everybody wants to become an Apple person. But in reality, a nation grows, like you said, on MSME. So that is where we need to focus on and try to solve today's problems. And one of today's problems we have in our manufacturing at least is availability of manpower. So there's so much opportunity in that space, either in the manufacturing field, and if you look at China, they are in dark factories. We are nowhere close to it. There's so much opportunity, there's so much work that both industry and academia can do with young minds, and that's an area I think we should focus on.
Prasad, you want to take from there?
So I'll take a leaf from where she has dropped.
she was mentioning that academia looks after the futuristic problems. I'll give a live example. So we are into medtech and we are making pumps, and an important component of the pumps was motors. So we had discussions, and we were not specialists in making motors, and we were into other things. So we called an institution and then called some professors. They came with their research students, and then said, it was a long time ago. And so I said, we need this to make these motors, and can you help with that? Can you help us with that? They said, see, the thing is, these are all done to beaten to death problems, and we don't want to do this thing. So tell me something more interesting and things like that, and they went back. So it was a rude shock for me. So meaning from there to where we are now, so in fact, I used to be a guest lecturer in some of the colleges earlier, 15, 20 years ago. So whenever I used to go, I used to talk on this indigenous and manufacturing and product building in India. They will all listen. At the end of the day, they'll ask only, okay, sir, can you come for campus recruitment? Or can you sponsor Excellence Center? So these used to be the standard questions and standard requests from the academia. But right now, a lot of things have changed now. I can see that, I can feel it. Like actually, wherever I go, I meet. Right now, actually, the CEO's role itself is changing. So right now, CEO traditionally focus on one aspect of the company, whether it's a marketing side and sales side or the engineering side. But now the new, my own personal interest in the company is that like, I work with the institutions. I work, a lot of Chennai-based institutions I work with. Outside of Chennai also I work with. I work with central government institutions like CSIR. The main idea is to pick up technology and then translate it, productize it, and take it to the market. So that's how the CEOs also have to start changing their perspective about how to run the companies. Instead, focus on what technologies we can build, what products we can build, and wherever they are coming from, whether it's SRM or IIT Chennai or IIIT DM, wherever they're coming from, we have a keen eye for the technology, look up to it and pick it up and then see how we can translate into the product and take it to the market. So that's how the things are now looking up, and I see a lot of change, and SRM is a prime example. I've seen a lot of startups coming up from here. So we are also working with SRM University on a couple of technologies. So then the industry is also very receptive now to the academic-based initiatives and taking them to the market, and short-term, long-term, managing all of them. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. So, Dinesh, if you could weigh on this idea of you're from a much younger startup. So, how do you see this whole thing shaping up?
No, awesome. I think your question was what has changed over the last decade, right? And it's been exactly 10 years since I finished my undergrad, right? And I'd kind of start where Dr. Shiva kind of stopped, right? I think it's very important to recognize how far the industry-academia relationship has evolved in just the last 10 years. First thing is, it's very important to realize that the perspective towards entrepreneurship and startups and working on commercializing technology itself has evolved over the last 10 years. And I think that's very, very important, right? I clearly remember in my first year, when I was in college, I went to Madras Institute of Technology in Crumpet, or when I went back to my school to kind of tell them what I'm doing and whatnot. The first thing people will be like, whenever I say I'm starting a company, I'm trying to do this, first thing people say is that, Yenda, why do you want to do something? Why can't you just focus on something and get to a job, right? And that's changed significantly. I remember every single project that I did, and again, I want to take myself as an example because I did it only 10 years ago. None of the projects that I've ever done or anybody in my college have done had any path to commercialization, right? Today, I think that focus has significantly changed. And I'm not seeing it I don't want to take just SRM as an example, right? I think every single college that we've been part of in the last 6 years of our existence, I met one of my advisors here today. He told me, I think the biggest strength that you have is you've been able to get engineering students between 18 to 22 to actually do something that you can put on the road. And you see our motorcycles outside, and that's come out of a company of 200 people with an average age of 23. It's been possible only because of that mindset shift. I think it's very important that we need to really recognize the fact that we've come a long way. Like Sir said, I think there's a lot more to do, But over the last 10 years, it's gone from not even thinking about commercialization to focus purely on commercialization. I think that's what's most important.
I'd like to go back to Ms. Gauri's point on talent. You mentioned about that is missing. While here, Dinesh has a totally different view. So, and both of you are, if I'm not oversimplifying it, sort of in the manufacturing space, though he's in the EV side. So, how do you see this disconnect, and where do you think academia and industry can come in?
I'm not sure it's a disconnect. It's just that we are looking at the problem from different phases of it. For me, I think a lot has changed. I do agree there's a lot of that. There's a lot of change that has happened. Universities focus a lot more on right now on startups. Everybody's focusing on solving problems. So the focus of even academics has changed by looking at things broader and not into something narrower. Things have changed. Yet there is a gap that exists. The existing gap is something both industry and academia need to work closely together in. How do we look at academia? Oh, okay, we need the best talent to come into our factory and then work perfectly well, and we don't have to train them, and everything just works fine. I mean, that's how we look at talent. And I don't think industry should look at talent like that. We should look at how we are going to co-create. Like he said, we have to focus as CEOs and leaders, sit there, work with people, get professors to come in, be with us. And there are so many things that needs to be changed for this ecosystem to completely change. Yes, we do see sporadic and very good startups which have done very well, and I'm very proud to say the youngsters today have more choices than what we had. And I think the colleges or the universities have done a good job with that. But for us to get to where we want to, the speed at the rate at which we need to do, I feel is not there yet. And we should not be very happy with what we've achieved. We need to push ourselves much stronger. Both industry and academia needs to do that.
Right. And Parsu, sir, you mentioned about MSMEs as a strong focus area. So how do you think that should happen? Because a lot of, earlier times, a lot of people, like what Prasad pointed out, most people ask about how placements can happen in their colleges, and they look for large companies that can come and take people and go. But how important is MSME in that placement landscape? And also in terms of apprenticeships or internships, how do these things figure out in the between academia and industry collaborations?
Yeah, I think MSME play a very, very, very significant role, and they are going to be the backbone of the country in the next manufacturing revolution. Because recently I was in Osaka. Osaka is a part of Kansai Prefecture. So I was very surprised to see Kansai Prefecture is contributing to close to $1.1 trillion economy. And 95% of it is coming from MSMEs. So we are very surprised to see. I think that is the kind of MSME power, what we are talking. So one of the challenges MSMEs, they have basically 4 or 5 basic challenges. One is the human resource development. The HR systems are terribly weak. No systems, be it recruitment system or manpower development system or pay for performance system, whatever. And secondly, the finance management is very weak because they run pillar to post and they're all working on a daily basis. When the COVID happened, most of the MSMEs closed. And thirdly, the market. The market itself is challenging because they have a very, very wafer-thin margins. And the market orientation, market acceptance is a big challenge. And the problem-solving skill, most importantly, the problem-solving skills, they lack on the foundation skills. So having said that, I feel the OEMs play a very, very important role. In fact, we should look at hub and spoke model, where OEMs should take the kind of responsibility and they should drive the kind of tier 2 and tier 3 companies. For example, if you take big companies, be it Bosch or Toyota or Volvo, I think they have hundreds of MSMEs And I think that hand-holding is very, very important. Already they are doing that, but I think we should take it to the next level. And secondly, if you look at MSMEs, I think when the COVID happened, many MSMEs could not survive. One of the big reasons, there is no second generation for MSMEs. They're all in Europe and United States, and the old parents are 80, 85 years. So I feel academia is a big opportunity for academia to introduce a full-time management program for MSMEs, where there's a huge opportunity. These MSMEs can take these fresh graduates at a higher salary so that they can virtually become the CEO of that company. So 1 or 2 positions can be taken like this. So there's a big opportunity in the country for MSMEs in the form of academia. I think we should promote more of, internship and also promotion of academic curriculum for MSMEs, including finance, marketing, manufacturing excellence, daily management, and all those areas. And thirdly, I think most importantly today, the technology is changing. AI is the face of the world, and AI in manufacturing is very, very advanced. Every day it is completely changing the facet. So what I think we should look at is low-hanging fruits for MSMEs, where they don't have to spend a lot of money. I think already the government of Karnataka, government of Tamil Nadu, they're all very active, trying to drive this kind of AI in manufacturing for MSMEs. The recent supply chain conferences. I think we need to understand their pain points and the low-hanging fruits, low-cost automation, AI in manufacturing, where they don't have to spend money. It's available, they have to just plug it. I think the industries, bigger industries play a very important role. And awareness building is the key. So both the government and the academia, I think we should promote exchange programs. I feel MSMEs don't have the money. That's why I talked about the catapult model in UK, where big center of excellence are created on advanced technologies and electronics, semiconductor, whatever it is. And these MSMEs have a big access to this kind of hub and spoke model. So they cannot spend that money, but they have an access to approach this. So I think this is a very faster way. I think we should develop that hub and spoke model in each district, and this should be a cluster-based program to navigate to the next level.
And also MSMEs, though we kind of classify them as one large industry cluster, they are also coming under different industry and then roll up into something bigger. So an entire center of excellence for MSMEs, and under that having a lot more specialized units is where you like...
Absolutely. I think we should have a hub and spoke in the sense, let us say district-wise we create a center of excellence on Industry 4.0. And around hundreds of companies around that area can be clubbed to this MSME. And some big OEMs around that area can guide and mentor these MSMEs. So this will be a very big national program, so that we have a huge rapid development of these MSMEs. And we can also have some model of excellence, where in the cluster programs, one MSME can focus on forest, other one can focus on manufacturing excellence, third one can focus on HRD. So I think they can learn from each other. And these big companies can mentor them, and government can provide the support. And the funding also can go to the OEMs. Instead of giving it directly to the MSMEs, they cannot manage. I think the OEM should take the ownership and they should drive these activities.
So you want to weigh in on that idea, ma'am, Ms. Gauri? Both of you.
So meaning, he was talking about MSME, so my focus would be more on the startups and see, the thing is that whether it's MSME or any industry for that matter, they should start leaning towards R&D now. So no industry, whether it's small, big or anything, cannot survive without a active R&D phase, meaning earlier you just do engineering, it's sufficient and you can have your bottom line and then run the company, but now R&D is very, very important. That's where the academia will come into the play. So you have a set of problems on the shop floor, or you have a set of problems in the engineering or R&D, then where do you go to? So that's the US, the biggest success of the US is that they are able to bring the industry and the academia together. The Silicon Valley itself is a product of Stanford and Berkeley. And the biotech, the Pfizers and all the pharma tech companies are basically a product of Harvard and MIT for that matter. So it means that unless you do that kind of a collaboration with the academia, you cannot bring in innovation, you can't build efficiencies, you can't improve productivity. So if you want to do all these things, whatever may be the industry, R&D is a must, and you need to identify, the industries have to identify problems across the space, whether it's shop floor or some R&D or anything problem, and then go to the academia and present them a set of problems, and then work on the problems. And we, academia also, as I said, should be ready to solve the problems that are already solved by somebody else in some other country. So most of the times we're trying to, okay, it has been done somewhere else. It's not a solution at all. So meaning they have to say, okay, we will solve this for India, in India, and we will make it available to the industry at an affordable cost. If you take that kind of an approach, a lot more problems can be solved. And I think things are in the right direction, meaning I can cite a lot of examples from my own personal journey, meaning I keep interacting with the professors, and recently a group of professors came and we were discussing some other project and some different things. But just informally we were discussing, suddenly one of my engineers came up and said, yeah, he was working on some acoustics problems. And we were stuck. Then I asked the professor, so, Professor, can you solve this problem for us? And he just took 2 days to solve it. Because they have all the simulation, the softwares and whatever they need. Because we in industry have a limited set of skills. Whereas the academia has infinite reservoir of skills. And we just need to tap the right place, and then you will get the solution. So the professor was able to just went back, and there was no major going up the value, meaning decision chain, and then going to the TTOs and VCs and coming back, nothing. Straight away he said, okay, this is a simple problem, I can solve it in no time. And he just took 2 days and sent the result back. And that's basically, it's like a big push for us in the sense that we are able to solve the problem, we can go to the market faster. So these small problem statements, and then, I would say, as I said, low-hanging fruits, right? So meaning you can have your set of problems and then work with the industry, academia around you, and then see if they can solve it. And similarly, we can also look at another area where we can cooperate, is that the sharing of the facilities, meaning that I may have to have access to some of the best softwares and the best instrument test equipments, meaning academia have them, because for some reason they give all these equipments free of cost or at a low cost to the academia. If I go and buy that, the license will cost me a bomb. So some of these things we go to the academy and they are able to run these simulations and help us out. Similarly, they want to test something, they want to design for manufacturing, and they want to come to the shop floor, understand how this has to be built and what are the nuances of manufacturing. These things we can teach them. So they can come to us and they can send their research scholars to us, and they can work with us in the shop floor or in the engineering departments, and we can go and work with them, and then basically sharing of facilities also will go a long way in establishing that.
So I think what you're saying is more like abstracting the overall problem and then making industry and academia come together in some kind of a workshop fashion to build something.
Speed is what he was speaking about, and that's the most important thing. 70% of our problems that we need the speed. And academia is actually equipped for it. The problem I find is we from the industry don't first go there. We think, they will take a long time. And we don't approach it like, okay, we are partners. And I think we need to change the way we're working also. Because the young minds are there, and anytime I put a young mind to work in our company, I've always found success. But still, that hesitation exists in industry. So I do agree with Parshuram's hub and spoke model. I do agree of sharing facilities, which are very important for the industry. When sharing facilities, I want to say that speed at that time becomes important. For example, I've had a quality issue. There was nobody who had the equipment that we wanted. Only IIT Madras had it. We went there, they said, oh, it'll take 2 months before we can analyze something and give it to you. Then, it's gone. So we take the part, ship it somewhere to the US or something, get the results and get it back, and, that's quicker. This needs to change because the assets are there, and there are a lot of industries who are investing in excellence in the academia. So if the academy can also focus on how to increase the speed in giving solutions, I think it would make a big difference for the industry.
Dinesh, what about you? You're much young. I think some of these legacy problems shouldn't be plaguing you. What sort of unique problems you have, or you still face this similar?
No, absolutely, right. So I think the reason for my kind of different point of view is just because we don't know how these issues were solved in legacy companies, right? Where all of the problems that we're facing, we're facing it for the first time. And the easiest path for us, given the monetary constraints and resource constraints, is kind of go into academia. And that way, we've seen a lot more success than, let's say, with the Gauri ma'am, who've possibly not, worked with academia as much because they have their own set of constraints, because they're in large-scale manufacturing. For me, I have no other way to go. I have to figure this out at the limited capital. And also, I have a lot more time compared to somebody like what ma'am said, right? I think if they're in production, they're in continuous production, and they need to sort it out ASAP. For us, we've been an R&D company for the last 6 years, and now we're putting a product, and we've had the luxury of time, so to speak, in a way, where we've had the time to sit, collaborate with institutions, get teams on board, get them up to speed in terms of the tech, and then deploy it on the field. So I think that also makes a big difference. But in some cases, I would slightly disagree. For example, in testing, I was earlier speaking with the SRM professors as well, where we have a complex EMI EMC problem on our motorcycle that we're looking to solve, and that's something that they're very keen to kind of get into their facility ASAP, get a couple of students on board and solve it for us, which is exactly what we're discussing here, right? How do we kind of move problems from the industry out into academia, get it done quickly, where I don't have the time or the resources to allocate for it, but academia to a large extent does, and in return, their students are able to kind of get real world on-the-job training, as they solve the problem. So yeah.
So Professor, where do you think this kind of disconnect can be happening? In one scenario that we hear that it takes about 2 months for somebody to get access to something, but in another they have a ready access. So is this to do with some kind of existing relationship a startup or a company has with an academia, or should a separate incubation type of setup be already set up so you have a channel through which you can pass through your queries to academia?
If I may just to add, I think, before, Sir adds, I think it's also really dependent on the type of company and the asks and thing, right? For us, the requirement might be significantly different from what somebody who's in continuous production and mass production is, right? I think that's the core area. I think there are areas that can be addressed with respect to speed. Like I said, the thought process towards commercialization or towards, just research, these are two different angles that go on, right? So I think we're in a place where we're better suited to receive that support, I would say, or at least.
Is it because of the industry you're in, or the product you're building?
I think it's because of the structure of how we are. The virtue of us being a startup makes us a lot more, conducive for this. Again, the other point also is the average age of my company is 23, which means these guys just got out of college. They know how to deal with people in their age group, which may not be the same in other companies, right? So if a 23-year-old guy is managing 10 interns who are average age of 20, it's a lot different from a 50-year-old person managing a bunch of Gen Z guys and getting work out of them. I think.
Do you want to try some sort of a setup like that?
Very true. To manage Gen Z, I think I need to have a separate class to be taken. I need to go to a separate class. No, I think what Dinesh is saying is absolutely right. This issue specifically I spoke about was a quality issue we had. And we need answers like that. So, when you're in a research, it's different, and when you're in a mass production, when you're trying to go somewhere and try to get an answer, it's different. But it's not academia's problem to solve our immediate problems. And that's not what I'm advocating. I'm saying if the MSMEs has to grow, the speed has to improve in the academia is all what I was trying to say, because we have access. We shipped it wherever and got what we want. But if an MSME had given a part to us, which kind of is a critical part, which failed somewhere, this person is really struggling at that point, and every minute they're losing money. Every minute they're losing money, especially in auto and all of that. with recalls and other issues being there. It is very strenuous, and so many MSMEs, when I say you want to export, they're like, we're not keen on that product.
And how do you want to weigh in on this idea of the kind of talent that is managed by Dinesh versus what's happening in traditional industries like yours and Prasad's?
What was
In
question?
terms of the talent, because he mentions the average age is significantly lower, and the way they work is also very
True. I mean, for us too, the average age has come down considerably from the past. It has. And today, India has the youngest population, so we run the organization with young talent. And I think we are in the process of trying to change the way our company is, because our processes were all very traditional. So the decision making had hierarchies, and with all the young teams being there, we are trying to reduce the decision making process, making it simpler, quicker, because that's what the teams want, and it's right. We will get better answers to it too. So we are in the process of changing, and I think traditional companies need to change the way we've been working, to adapt much quickly, to change things much quickly, to make sure this speed not only applies to academia, it also applies to us.
Yeah. Well, what about you, Prasad, after that?
So, meaning, my perspective on the industry academia interactions has been that there should be more informal interactions between the professors and the research scholars and the industry. So, meaning generally, as she said, if you go up the hierarchy chain and come back down the hierarchy chain, it takes a lot of time. And there should also be some kind of a decentralization of decision making at the industry as well as in the academia. Right? At the departmental level, the professors, they should be able to take small decisions which does not have too much of financial repercussions. They should be able to take and move and work with the industry. Similarly, industry also, it's not everything should go to the CEO and come down, but rather at the R&D head or a particular department head can just take the call and can have this problem. I know these professors or these institutions, I go and meet them, and then I can solve this problem. So basically the informal interactions, decentralized decision making will go a long way in fostering the academia industry relationships. And even the top management also has to be mindful of this and should facilitate this actively also. So,
while he says that, I also want to caution people. Processes are also very, very important. When you're a startup, quick decision making is okay. But when you start scaling up, you've seen many startups not doing very well because they've not created the processes, and it's all dependent on a few people taking decisions. And when you grow, it becomes a problem. If you looked at Apple or you looked at any large company, you see that people just left the organizations because they were not happy about it. So when they're young, the decisions are quicker, it's possible, it's all done. But when you start becoming larger, there has to be steps to make sure things work very well for a long period of time. And that transition, to find the right balance, would be the key for anybody to find a full success.
So we'll have to create some kind of a lever system where we know this level of decision making, we can actually go ahead and this certain.
Yes.
And that has to be clearly documented so we
Yes.
don't have any problems.
Yes.
So I have a slightly a kind of a different perspective. See, today the disconnect is happening between industry and academia. One of the biggest reasons, industry problems are not clear. They are very vague. For example, somebody says, my rejection rate is very high at 8%. My OE is at around 70%. It's not going up. Or my die casting, the porosity rejection rate is very high. I think very, very vague problems. I think it is not translated into very specific problems. Point number two, what is happening is the industry problems are not getting deposited in the common library. For example, I have around sector-wise, let us say automotive sector, electronics, biomedical. So thousands of industry problems, again categorized into low-hanging fruits, medium problem with some investment you can do, and where corporate funding is also coming, those kind of categorization has not happened. Point number three, if you really look at the PhD projects, they all stop at tier 3 or tier 4, which means the technology relevance, whatever is the condition, it stops at 3 or 4, Whereas a real prototyping, pilot stage, advanced levels start from 5, 6, 7, which means industry funding rate comes above 4, TR4. Therefore, this is a big challenge. Means we should have an early decision making, like whether this project will work or not. So I think some kind of immediate grant, some 25 lakhs for quick checking is required, where thousands of problems which are very potential to become a good project, they get completely wiped out there. So I think this kind of a quick check happens. What I mean is a soapbox approach. Industry can set up a soapbox at the university or academia. Some minor testing can be done as a kind of a cross check with some kind of, something like a digital twin. You can execute that idea and see whether it works. Then I think that will be a great filtration process. Then many ideas can come to light. See, today if you take 90% of the problems or 95% of the problems, they die down at tier 2 or tier 3, a proof of concept. Therefore, how do we take it to the next level? I think industry and academia should work hand in hand. Secondly, before any kind of research proposal, there is no common meeting between industry and academia. Absolutely no. So hundreds of research proposals are happening. You tell me how many times the industry veterans, for example, I am doing a research on advanced materials. Then the materials, somebody from the steel plant or somebody from the, composite plant company, alloy company, they come and sit with the academia and both can work together. What could be our research? And the industry also supports. I think this would be a huge transition, which means before any kind of research proposal, I think the pre-discussion between the respective industry and the researcher is a must. Then some industry should be able to receive that project. Then I think we could see a huge transition in the country.
I think the current setup is largely when the grants come from the government, it's directly from the government to the institution. The industry isn't involved in a lot of these grants. So what you're saying is some kind of a mechanism where you actually bring the industry also in, so there's a more direct impact.
Absolutely.
Actually, you are mentioning that
of the country, this mission, I think, should address some of the very critical factors. Like industry, university ranking is not just decided by research papers alone, but also by the impact it has created on the industry. I think that should be a very, very important point. And secondly, I think we should have a bank of mentors. Every university, every academia should have a bank of industry mentors. And those mentors should be relevant to each department, electronics, mechanical, computer science. And these mentors, along with the faculty and students, can take up this kind of 3 months to 4 months, these projects for the industry, problem-based. Then definitely they can create a huge difference going forward. So I think the key is how do we connect industry with academia for a bigger purpose. And the performance of the university also should be based on the impact it has created on the industry also. Because, it stops at publication, it doesn't add any kind of value. So how to take this to the next level, and even incentivization. For example, some of the universities have done a fantastic job in connecting industry. Those universities should get a better incentive, support from the University Grants Commission or from, DST or some kind of a mechanism should be there, so that it's a greater opportunity to work together for a bigger purpose. And lastly, I think that exchange program, the deep immersion is very, very important. See, I talked about the integration specialist, which means a person should work in industry, then he should go to academia, then he should come back to industry. One idea I thought was, if you are having around 20, 30 companies around, let us say, SRM, some medium-sized companies, these companies can partner with SRM, and we can have a kind of transfer mechanism. For example, some of the lecturers can be also transferred to these companies. They can work for 3-4 years. Then, exchange program happens. Similarly, industry people come and work in the academia. And some PhD programs or master's programs can be taken up on a kind of, so this kind of a cluster model definitely the connect will improve. You know, this could be a kind of, and one more, the cluster-based approach, for example, Chennai for manufacturing, then you have, you know, Bangalore for deep technologies, Hyderabad for pharma. I think these are the areas where bigger universities can play a role, and cluster pharma can come in Hyderabad, where many universities will work with these pharmaceutical companies. I think this is easier to connect. So some of the national mission should, you know, address these kind of major challenges. Thank you.
I would like to talk from a social standpoint. I was at a school convocation, and there was someone who asked in that school, how many of you youngsters would like to become teachers? Not even one hand went up. So we have a problem. Teaching is not as lucrative, and we really need to make it lucrative enough such that people are not only looking at, I want to be in the industry, I want to be in academia also, should be equally pushed so that this transfer what he talked about, which seamlessly happens, then it will be very good. So there's something that we need to do from a societal standpoint where people feel, yes, I want to be in the teaching profession, I want to work with young minds, and those young minds should be when they're young. Everybody in that school I went to, I said, what would you all like to become? Everybody wanted to become an entrepreneur or a startup. They were all 12th standard kids. So I think that needs to change also. So
make the teaching job more lucrative.
Yeah, actually that's a good sign, right? A lot of people want to be entrepreneurs. Anyway.
I'm not saying that, but I think teachers is also equally important. Yes, so 100 people of the people saying that I want to be entrepreneurs and not even one hand going up for teaching is a sign that we all need to watch out for a growing India.
Yeah, that's where I'll start. I'll take it from there. So basically, the researchers also should become entrepreneurs. Meaning, like, I would say the cultural factors, right? Meaning, like, publish, patent. That's where it's stopping now. So researchers also can productize and monetize, and there is no shame in that, right? So this is what the mindset has to come. Meaning, all the researchers in the academia or in the industry, wherever they are, meaning should be able to productize and monetize. So that's the basic thinking we have to inculcate. Second thing is that the fear of failure. We should have a very high tolerance for failure, meaning that nothing succeeds on the first attempt, literally, right? So whether it's academia, whether it's industry, when you want to collectively, jointly do some projects also, there's always fear factor. What if we are not able to solve the problem? There a lot of collateral damage will be there. That should not be there. So I mean, the academia also should say, okay, we may fail. In fact, I have seen in one of my engagements with academia, we actually failed. But we still paid up whatever the agreed amounts and then came clean. And then there was no hard feelings at all. Meaning because we applied some method, collectively we said we took some decisions and applied some methods and they did not work. That's okay. So that means that fear of failure should not be there. We should fail fast and move on. And nobody should be penalized for that, right? Like industry also, it's R&D, whatever we do, right? So we have to have the tolerance for the failure. And we keep failing, that's not an issue at all. Yeah.
Dinesh?
Yeah, I'll keep this quick. So I think very early on in 2021, there was one area of expertise which we just did not have. So we worked with which was essentially automotive design. We worked with the design school based out of Bangalore. As part of the package, what essentially we did was we took up 5 interns, and in return of taking 5 interns on board and then potentially converting them into full-timers, the professors committed 3 hours every week to help those interns get the product done. So at that point in time, we couldn't pay the college, but in essence, what it was is we outsourced that item and we benefited out of it. Today, if we were in a similar state, I would in fact even pay money for it. That's a very replicable item, and I think that's what we need to do. I think that's the way to go.
Great. Thank you so much.
One last point to what he has said. He talked about having mentors for the industry, interacting with the academia, mentors for the academia. But I would say the alumni is the biggest mentorship, right? Because you can tap into all these people and then they can be your startup incubator funders, angel investors. They can be your sounding board for ideas, So alumni network is very, very important in this regard.
Thank you. On that note, thank you so much for my panelists. I have already overshot my time, so if you have any questions for them, maybe we can take one and then we can close.
You mentioned about the industry academia switchover. Able to see. At the same time, for example, I'm not too sure how practical it would be. Out of every 100 hours, how practical it would be to ensure allow the industry personnel, key industry personnel, to take classes as adjunct professors?
So that's a very brilliant. In fact, with the advent of AI, I think 3 to 4 years from now, I will not be surprised. 50% of the faculty will be from industry, and the academic, the professors will be tying up with students for various center of excellence and other areas, because learning becomes very, very, more practical learning. So your point is absolutely right. I think, in fact, visiting professors from the industries, he talked about Berkeley, Stanford. I was also very surprised when I was at Berkeley. So many industry people were sitting and working, and it's a seamless. It's not just Stanford, Berkeley. It's seamless. Therefore, I will not be surprised. I think that's the way to go. I think that should be the order of the day, and that's the way to go.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I've run out of time. Sorry. You can ask the panelists questions once we're out. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for all of our panelists and our moderator? Thank you. And we are loving the interaction from our audience as well. So we hope to continue with that as the day wears on. We now move back to our startup pitches. Just give us a moment to clear the stage as we move into our startup pitch 2. Okay, we're all set. So this is a pitch where promising ideas engage with investors and industry experts. Our next startup is working at the intersection of deep tech, robotics, and electric mobility, building indigenous solutions for defense and advanced engineering. From unmanned ground vehicles to next generation powertrain systems, they're focused on reducing dependency on imports and driving innovation from within India's ecosystem. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Vibhakar Sendil from Taurus Motion. Can we have a round of applause?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. So I'm Vibhakar, co-founder of Taurus Motion. So basically my story starts in 2012 in SRM, where just after finishing my 12th standard, I was wondering whether I wanted to do robotics. Back then, robotics was not a course offered in the BTech, so I opted to go for mechatronics, which is a bit of a supplementary course. And I realized only a handful of universities are providing that, and one of them are SRM. So when I started my journey in the SRM university, which was university back then, the first year as any student, I was just having my fair share of fun back then. And apparently the second year gave me a little bit seriousness towards my academics. So that's when I started focusing on academics, which apparently was not turning out so well because I was not too good at academics like Dr. Shiva was earlier presenting. And back then the thought process was very simple: build a resume with a good CGPA, if not CGPA for my case, at least be in some kind of researches and other type of teams to build up my resume. So I started applying multiple events and tech teams, which is basically a group of students who compete against another group of students from a different university. So I was trying to apply for them, but I couldn't crack them as well. So one of my friends in the third year decided, let me start a tech team and I'll put you in as a leader of one of the departments. So that's how my journey started in knocking the doors of SRM office for the first time. I reached out to the director back then, Dr. Muthal Chandran, to actually support us with funding for the first tech team that we started, which was a solar car. And fortunately for me, from the very first time that we knocked the door, we got the first support of funding for the development of the tech team. And very consecutive years, we started winning a lot of events. It's a part of electric vehicle building and electric robotics building. So we started representing our universities and started winning a lot of events, and my CV was built. So the fourth year, I sat on my placements. Fortunately, my team got all placed, and that's when we realized we have not placed in the core that we are trying to build a portfolio or CV on. Rather, we were all in ITs. So the team got back again together. We're having a discussion, what are we going to do now? We're going to go land in an IT job or probably do something again from what we used to do. So again, we went back to SRM. Back then, Muthaman Shivan was the director. We told him that we got our IT jobs, but we want to do our masters to buy time from our parents to probably build a company. But he came back and he came back to us and said that we're going to give you a scholarship, a special scholarship, considering for a fact that you're going to assure to build a company by the time you're completing your masters. There we chose to do our MBA, and we did our MBA. During the time, we were trying to do a lot of research, trying to bridge the engineerings of EVs and robotics together. So that's when we thought, why don't we build a UGV? And UGV is something called as unmanned ground vehicle, which is similar to a land-based drone. So the only market that could be served was defense, and we started our journey there in defense. So we struggled a lot, yet we got the first order. But executing that kind of an order, which is about 1 ton of a robot, 1 ton weight of a robot, it's a huge, actually. Without an office or premises, we had no other opportunity to execute it. So that's when we got back again to SRM, saying that we got this order, but we want to execute it. And SRM gave us office space, a bunch of computers, and a huge fabrication facility to execute these orders. So only because of that, we were able to deploy India's largest electric unmanned ground vehicle, also called as Mars, which is used for detection and removal of IEDs or landmines. And we commissioned that project in 2019. So over this whole time of building tech teams, projects, robotics, electric vehicles, UGVs, we consumed a lot of motors ourselves. And even for the defense project, we consumed a different type of motors from Europe, and it was huge in size, 3 to 4 times higher in price, and lacks efficiency. So we thought, why don't we build our own motors? So that's when the Taurus axial flux motor platform came into our place. So basically, axial flux is a different type of architecture, which brings the motor size down, increases the efficiency, and also potentially reduces the cost. So there's a platform called as an axial flux we adapted, also called as a toroidal motors, and that's our name, Taurus axial flux came in. So the moment we started the company, again a setback, COVID came in, 2 years we were idle. And just after the COVID, we were able to land another project with TVS. We got a good amount of revenue after the COVID. So 2 years we were working for a project for TVS on building electric solutions for them. We generated revenue and also built a team around that. And after that, we got a funding and we built our team. The product is ready and we are already in productions. So what I'm trying to say is 3 things. When I got a chance to reflect my story back here, so had this support of funding the tech team back in the college days, or probably giving a special scholarship for doing my masters, or probably giving a space while I got the defense project, had none of them have happened, I wouldn't be standing here today. So I'm thankful and grateful for this opportunity. Thank you again.
Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Vibhakar? Thank you so much for that pitch. In just a few moments, we will move on to our next panel discussion. Just give us a minute or two to set up the stage. Thank you so much.
Truck 15 in the DMC.
When the dreams are high and they touch the sky, grow wings to fly. SRM, SRM, we build the future. SRM, SRM, we build the future. We are passionate, we innovate, we create and excel. SRM, SRM, we build the future.
We build the future.
SRM, SRM, we build the future.
The best place for science and technology. All you wanna be. You can see yourself shooting through the galaxies. You can get them, overtake them, cause you are from SRM.
Where the dreams are high and they touch the sky, grow wings to fly. SRM, SRM, we build the future. We build the future.
SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Your future begins here.
SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Learn, leap, and lead. A legacy in education and enlightening lives that spans 39 years, led by a vision to build a nurturing academic environment. SRM Institute of Science and Technology.
We now move on to our next panel discussion titled From IP to IPO, the Investor's Blueprint for Scaling Maiden Lab Deep Tech. I'd like to welcome our panelists to the stage, calling upon Mr. Venu Gopal Chintada, General Partner at Satguru Catalyzers, with 20 plus years of experience in investing and scaling science-led innovations across life sciences, agriculture, and sustainability. He's a chartered accountant with an MBA from the University of Michigan and specializes in strategy, investment, and technology commercialization in emerging markets. Welcome, sir. We have with us Mr. Anil Kumar, founder and CEO of Jodi365.com, an entrepreneur and investor with experience across engineering, consulting, and venture building. An IIT Madras alumnus with advanced degrees from the University of Iowa, Michigan, and Chicago booth, he brings a unique blend of analytical depth and entrepreneurial insight. Welcome. We also have with us Ms. Vaishali James, co-founder, Sangatna Angel C, a marketing and communication leader with 30 plus years of experience in branding, customer experience, and inclusive ecosystems. In her role, she drives investment and mentorship opportunities for women entrepreneurs. Welcome, Ms. Vaishali. Rounding out the panel is Mr. M.V. Subramanian, partner at July Ventures, with 15 plus years of experience in venture capital, policy, and ecosystem building. He focuses on backing tech-driven startups and has contributed to key innovation and startup policy initiatives in Tamil Nadu. Welcome, sir. Moderating this panel is Ms. Sindhu Hariharan, Chief of Bureau, Business Line. A big round of applause for all of our panelists and our moderator. Sindhu, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, I hope you guys can hear me well. It's fine. Okay, great. So, throughout the day, we've kind of had a discussion on, what is deep tech, how can ventures go from the lab to the business. But I think in this panel, we'd like to kind of specifically focus on a lot of these ventures have interesting IPs. They can change the world. They can solve a lot of problems. But despite, a lot of good that has happened for deep tech over the last few years, people now recognize deep tech as a separate a sector besides the general tech startups. And then we also have investors also looking more keenly at investing deep tech. So beyond all this, there are challenges that still remain. We all know that it's not easy to go directly from the lab to say, go pitch to investors or scale your company. There are some disconnects that the founders find when they try to pitch a venture from the lab for the investment. So there are a lot of these challenges. So in that context, I think more than me, the people we have here are more better to kind of break this down for you and help us solve these questions. So I'd like to start off by just, asking each of you to introduce yourself for just, take a minute or two, sir. Talk about, how you've been in the world of deep tech and, how you look at this transition from IP to IPO. Mr. Subram, IP to IPO, going from an IP to IPO.
So, as the name says, I'm MVS. I'm part of this investment ecosystem for last 18 years, if I have to remember. I'm part of this every ecosystem which developed in Chennai and in Tamil Nadu, which is an kind of an investment ecosystem, right from IITM Research Park to other institutions in South, part of Indian Angel Network as an investor, been with native angels to grow last 10 years investment into South, Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. Also seen very few IP-led investments in my investment journey, because earlier this was not the subject at all when we wanted to make IP as a commercial. I visited very deep technology institutions, which is on the doctorate side, where I found even after 25 years, none of their PhDs or IPs got commercialized. To that extent, I have seen what has happened to them, why this has not been commercialized. But moving forward now, today I meet with many professors in IIT. So I see the enthusiasm they bring into the table. Very few, but when we started, it was very less. Now, at least I see some of the professors whose students was worked with them for PhDs. They are now moving towards making it commercialized. This is my observation. I think I have ran my own company being an entrepreneur for 25, 27 years. I sold the company to Japanese. So naturally my progression was from the startup to VC firm, which is a natural progression I had. So this is what my journey is.
Right, sir. Thank you. Vaishali, if you'd like to talk about, what is your role in this entire deep tech ecosystem? What do you do? What do you bring to the table?
So Sangatna Angels works exclusively with women entrepreneurs. We are an investment platform, a matchmaking platform, if you will, for women on one side and the investor at the other end. And we bring in a mentorship angle as well, because what we see very often is, even though there are good ideas, to translate those ideas into a commercial project needs a lot more than just investments. So bringing in a mentorship angle and working with these women across different aspects of an organization to help them mold their idea into a commercial venture and then bring it out into the market. That's the role we play as well, besides helping them with early seed funding. Sindhu?
Yeah, thank you, Vaishali. Anil, many people may wonder what's the founder of a matchmaking platform doing in a deep tech panel. Maybe you could talk a bit about your venture as well as yourself to kind of set the context.
Sure, glad to be here. Yes, I think of myself as an unlikely participant at a deep tech summit. People may wonder, yeah, what's a matchmaking platform and services founder doing here? I founded and run Jodi 365. It's a bespoke, personalized matchmaking service for well-educated, accomplished singles and families of repute. It's something that I founded in my mid-30s, 17 years ago. But then a few careers ago, I earned my stripes working on deep tech problem. I graduated from IIT Madras over 3 decades ago, and then my aspiration was to go into a career in research and academia. And I can say that one of my favorite coffee mugs in life has been one that I got from the San Diego Supercomputer Center, because the research problem that my then doctoral thesis advisor and I were working on was one of the 17 grand challenge equations, the Navier-Stokes equations, the Reynolds-Navier-Stokes equations, and related computational models for ship hydrodynamics, marine hydrodynamics, hardcore deep tech. And I can tell you about so many lessons from the trenches and how long it takes for something to go from, forget IP to IPO, just to get out of the lab. A lot of the research was sponsored by the Office of Naval Research in the US, because their interest was in helping to reduce the wake signatures created by ships so that they are not picked up by spy satellites, and also to improve the propulsive efficiency of these ships. In much the same way that you have cars getting sleeker, more aerodynamic, in much the same way that you have, look at Formula One cars, look at aircraft. So you have these computational models for modeling the flows past ships and offshore structures, even for modeling the flow through blood vessels and arteries. And when I was working on my PhD, I had a lot of interest in thinking of a career beyond research in the lab. So I was one of 2 graduate students across the entire university that was on a university-wide research policies committee that would assist the vice president of research on a monthly basis on all matters pertaining to research at the university. And Michigan has, wow, who knows how many hundreds of $millions of sponsored research every year. And it included technology transfer, it included interdisciplinary research, because I saw a career beyond research. But then I moved away from a career in research and went into marine consulting, worked at a boutique consulting firm in the US, went about putting my roots down there. So I have insights on also maritime tech, maritime deep tech. But then my aspirations evolved such that I thought that here, while I wanted to dig deep into this well of knowledge and create some impact, maybe write the next Bible in hydrodynamics, I wanted to have broader impact. Who would have thought then that I would go on to solve a different kind of problem, matchmaking? So as we were sharing, discussing backstage, that I may have worked on a PhD, I may have worked on software projects with a combined PhD in scientific computing, I may have worked on engineering projects, but working with people on something as important as finding a life partner has been far more complicated, far more challenging. I describe myself as an unlikely matchmaker, but I'm here putting on a hat again, getting back into making angel investments compared to how 17 years ago I had the opportunity to join a fund to back startups. I wanted to be in the trenches. I like that I'm now a seasoned entrepreneur. Love giving back, love being back in a university setting, mentoring the next generation of entrepreneurs, and happy to share my perspectives. Be warned, I don't hold back. Yeah.
That should make for an interesting panel. Mr. Venugopal, would you like to kind of talk about, what is the kind of ventures you back as an investor, perhaps your niche?
Yeah, thank you very much for taking us in this panel. So I'm Venugopal, I'm a general partner with Sadhguru Catalyzers, which is the investment arm of the Sadhguru Group. We've been in the business of agriculture, food and health consulting for almost about 4 decades now. Very deeply engaged with Indian companies in the space, multinationals in the space, and a lot of work with the government departments in this space. One of the areas we work very closely is the Department of Biotechnology, and we were looking at a lot of biotech investments, initial ones coming seeded. And the whole idea of the fund started, when we were looking at almost about 1,000 crores of grant money has gone into biotech through the BIRAC arm. But if you look at commercialization, there's hardly any. So we did a white paper with World Bank on seeing what is the pathway, and the biggest challenge was in the valley of death, and there was no funding at the initial stage when you are in the commercial phase, right? Because the biggest challenge is commercial firms, venture funds understand commercial side of it, the grant ones understand the technology side of it, but matching both of them was a crucial gap, and that was the reason why a lot of this research was not coming into the markets. And that's when we said it is the right time for us to look at bridging that gap, and that's how the fund started. In 2016-18, we launched the first fund, and currently we're raising a second fund. Sticking to our expertise, we invest in deep tech companies in biotech as well as life sciences, only in agriculture, food and health, that are solving something, not just an incremental, but game-changing technologies that helps them to move to the next realm of technology evolution there. So that's our engagement with life sciences and biotech.
Right, thank you. So now you all might have known that, the common thing between all of them is they hold the key to make your dreams true. They hold the money. So maybe as investors, Mr. MBS first, you can perhaps tell me, what do you look for in a deep tech venture? It's not the metrics or the kind of milestones that work for a B2C venture may not really hold true. So how do you assess a deep tech venture that comes to you as an investor?
As an investor, we don't segregate deep tech, non-deep tech, because we have to find out at what stage we have to enter in so that we were able to get the money out. See, there are 2 kinds of funds. One is family-owned funds. The other is we created the LPs, and then LPs have helped us to raise the money. When we do that, we have a specific period, that is 5 to 7 years, for which we can hold that money and we have to give the return back. So our thought will be at what stage we have to enter in so that we will be able to get the exit. For example, if you really look at Agni-Cool today, should we enter it today or should we enter it later? It's a question which we have to look at all the time. Like this, we have some space technologies which has come. More than that, there are companies which is in the deep manufacturing side, which has crossed already a 10 years old. today only they have said a startup can be 20 years in the deep tech. Otherwise, they cross the startup. The whole problem for us, if we raise the institution money, we cannot invest in other companies other than the startup company. So we have some constraints in terms of investment. If I have to answer very clearly, when they become commercially viable and somebody has paid for them and they wanted to scale from them to commercial engagement openly, then it becomes viable for us to see that startup. There are, if I have to give some ballpark figure of when they will become this, in my experience, every company takes 8 to 10 years for them to really be successful. Forget deep tech. Deep tech will be successful only after we look at 8th year. You can directly relate it to TRL number and say they will be in this year. If it is TRL 8, it will be suitable for us to look at that investment. That is 8 years they have already consumed. So above that, it is possible for us to look at deeper into that.
Got it. Right. Vaishali, in that sense, so then the early stage funding becomes very crucial because see, as Mr. MB has said, a lot of investors today want to look for a certain level of technology readiness level before they actually think of investing. So how do deep tech ventures, especially those led by women, how do they get that first check in? How do they make that beginning? It's a chicken and egg problem.
True, it is. But we need to look at it from how do they transition from the lab to the market. So we're looking at two validations basically. Is there a product validation? Obviously, what works in the lab may not necessarily work in the outside world. It's a controlled environment, the product does extremely well, but when you move it out to the market, does it work? That's one thing we have to look at. And is there a commercial viability? So are people willing to pay for it? Are there paid customers? Are there paid users? Scale obviously is an issue. So are we looking at a product or a solution that can scale? Is there a market big enough to accommodate a product like this? And the fourth thing we will look at is IP, the moat itself. What kind of entry barriers do they have? If the entry barrier is strong enough for competition to be kept at bay, then those are 4 conditions that we would look at. Right. But commercial viability is extremely, extremely critical. Do you have paying customers? Are customers willing to put their money where their mouth is?
Right. And on that note, I mean, deep tech or technology itself is quite tough. Do you see this any different for women? I'm curious why a separate platform for women? You know, what are some specific challenges you see?
We had a very rousing discussion backstage. And I think it is very different for women. The process is different. The outcomes are different as well. We are looking at perhaps 4 to 5% of women startups being funded today. So there is a problem of women entrepreneurs being funded. But it's not only in the outcome, it's also in the process. So while there is representation and representation is increasing, we're looking at perhaps 15 to 18% of startups being represented or headed by women. The funding is very less. So if they get 4 rupees, the male founder gets 100 rupees. So that's a difference. But there is a perception bias as well. There is a huge perception bias, Sindhu, where women get asked the risk questions. So what happens if you get married? What happens if you decide to have children? What happens if you have to do, you know, if you and your husband, both of you are in business, one of you has to give up the job. The question is not even asked, are you going to give it up? It's just assumed that the woman's going to give it up. So I think there is a perception bias as well. And if you look at the startup space and the startup funding space and you look at it like perhaps a marathon, hey, let's be clear, the challenges are pretty much the same, but the friction for women entrepreneurs is far higher than it is for the male entrepreneur.
Right. We'll perhaps come back to that. Anil, I'd just like to understand now as an angel investor, wearing your investor hat also, how do you try to back founders? Do you see, is it based on the founder, his or her pedigree? How do you decide whom to kind of back, especially in the deep tech space?
Yeah, glad to answer. As tempted as I am to piggyback on Vaishali's response. Vaishali, when you have female entrepreneurs especially come before you and say that I so want to pursue this dream, but there's this pressure from family on marriage and family, send them to me. I'd have a very supportive discussion to them. Jodi 365, find the right partner at your own pace. I was wary of being rude because in the morning sessions I was texting parents of a 30-year-old woman who I had a very good conversation with. She wants to spend the next year exploring a master's in law, whereas the parents based overseas can't wait to get her quote-unquote settled. And as an English-first reformed Chennai boy, my message to them was, right? Let her be, let her take her time. There's someone for everyone at the right pace, at the right time. What is the question again? So here, and I like that I'm able to wear two hats over here. Someone who's been in the trenches for the last 17 years. The part that I didn't include in my opening remarks is that I also got an MBA in my mid-30s because I wanted to pivot away from marine consulting, from a computational hydrodynamics specialist, even go beyond the narrow specific industry that I was in. I'm not ashamed to say that I was not that excited about staying in that very narrow domain, as much as people might think about, oh, what contributions I can make to nation building today, with so much more importance being given to the maritime sector, not just in India, but worldwide. I'm glad that I've had very patient investors. I bootstrapped for the longest time, and I would tell entrepreneurs today, depending on the kind of business that you're in, if you can drag things out, raising institutional money, delay it as much as you can, because there's nothing quite like customer revenue. That's the best form of funding. This is something shared in the morning as well. I felt like echoing it from out there. So I have the advantage of not having to answer to LPs, having to return a fund in 10 years. So if you can find patient capital, nothing like it. But then, see, understand that there are a lot more challenges in deep tech. It takes so much time. So the other hat that I have is that I want to bring some perspectives on is my making the transition from being a researcher to a founder. That's a big leap. Going through a PhD, you don't think about the commercial aspects of it. And I'm grateful for my education in my own journey as an entrepreneur to think about how to commercialize innovation. And that's the perspective that I like to draw on most. So to keep it focused, you said, what do I look for? I would back the founder more than anything else, whether they have the smarts, because it's a cliched thing. You can have a huge market, you can have an A idea, but if you back a B entrepreneur, it's going to go down the toilet. But if you back an A entrepreneur, they'll figure things out. They will pivot to where they see opportunity. So looking forward to being of support more than anything, as against having to think about DPI to some money back.
Got it. So, Mr. Venu, backing ventures in the space of, say, biotech, life sciences, some of the most deepest technology in that sense, how do you evaluate them differently? I mean, what is it that makes you decide on a particular funding?
Obviously, so because we invest in biotech and life sciences, it's deep tech, right? And deep tech, especially life sciences, it can be very long gestation period. It can, if you look at something like drug discovery, it can be 14 years or more. You look at something like devices and diagnostics, it's going to be slightly lower, but still 6 to 7 years for you to get to a commercial stage, right? So for us, what is happening in this space is that, the globe is becoming smaller. Therefore, any technology that you're going to back has to have global relevance today. It has to be contemporary. And with advent of AI coming into discovery space, well, things are getting a lot more competitive. So for us, one, the technology has to be solving something which is not marginal, but something which is game changing. That's number one. Number two, it has to be contemporary. You're not really solving yesterday's problem or today's problem. It has to be something solving for the future. And of course, founders are a key portion. We need to understand the strengths of the founders, whether the founder can be a CEO or not CEO. If he's not a CEO material, does he have the bandwidth to say, okay, I will get somebody there to put in there? But again, in this space, what happens? We are not necessarily we're a PE registered fund, 8-year life. So obviously we can't go through this 14-year cycle. So we look at technologies in the space where in India today, we see translation of technology as India having an advantage today, both in terms of timing as well as costing. So you took at any medical this thing, you go to a hospital in India, your ability to validate the technology faster is there at a lot lesser cost. So today there's a competitive advantage in this space. So we're looking at market ready kind of technologies which are just getting into the market station, going through registration, which are a typical 5-year journey. But there will be few early stage investments where the technology is very robust, a strong patent protection, and they're doing something earth-shattering. But we look at a milestone and then say, okay, we reach this milestone and we get out, right? So for us, absolutely technology becomes very important, and of course the entrepreneur.
Right. Taking away from that, sir, I mean, in your experience, Mr. NVS, in your experience of backing so many entrepreneurs, what would you suggest when an entrepreneur is coming from a lab? He is coming with a good IP. Should he perhaps go, do a course on business entrepreneurship? How does he actually get better at making the transition to a founder of a business enterprise?
So, my experience again, if he is a pure researcher, backed by his professors and the team, I think he has to find somebody who understands commercial and business. There should be a co-founder. I have seen researchers, and I went and spoke to the institution, which I said 25 years they have not come out with any commercial. They have actually cracked a physics problem as well as a mathematics problem. They made a simulation 30 times faster than anything in the world. It is a very good innovation. When I kept talking to them, they wanted to be only either in the Boeing or in the Airbus. They do not want to give the product to anywhere. But that is not possible immediately because nobody is going to replace that Russian environment for them to test this. So the issue is with the researcher is they want to solve bigger problems. They are not looking for making any commercial money, and then they cannot even think they will make a commercial. So it is better that they find a kind of a co-founder who has an business acumen as well as he has some financial knowledge and be the part of them, one or two being the part of them. That will make that whole commercial thing interesting. Personally, I've seen some of the people who have done research. See, for example, one of the IP they crack, the use cases can be many from the same IP. There can be many companies can come from the same IP, but the founders can be very, very different. So we have to find out which can be the use case that founder has picked up and it can be scaled. So it is, in my view, it is better that instead of the researcher alone doing that, getting a co-founder will help them to scale.
Understood. Vaishali, in that sense, what are some of the areas where you have to mentor these founders to kind of go out into the world and seek funding? I mean, do you also match perhaps a founder to a co-founder who may have complementary skills in that sense?
Yeah, I completely agree with what Mr. MBS is saying, especially if you're looking at a researcher and you're looking at a researcher then suddenly becoming a founder. They know their research extremely well, but there are aspects of the organization that they don't understand, and they need a team to backstop them on that. It could be commercials, it could be marketing, it could be go-to-market, anything, but they need to be backstopped on that. That's one aspect. The other aspect that I think a lot of them need help in is clarity in articulation. Research is very scientific. There are a lot of terminologies and things like that are used, plenty of jargons. And in 30 seconds, if you're not able to simplify the problem that you're trying to solve and the solution, your conversation is over. You'll very rarely get a second chance if you're not able to, in that first 30 odd seconds, explain what you're doing and clearly and simply. And researchers have that issue. Because in their mind, they know what they're talking about because they've done the research and all of that. But then if they're looking to talk to somebody on the other side who need not necessarily be a researcher, it could become a problem. So these are two very, very critical things that we help or ask or mentor these startups who come out from a research angle, that it's not just you need that team to back you up, which is outside of the core product, and then the clarity in the narrative as well, extremely critical.
See, for example, you tell me how many researchers are sitting with deep tech startup here. You will not find them here. These researcher does not come into this ecosystem at all. So that is the issue which we also face when we want to find an investment. We don't find that company there.
That's a point well made. So Anil, I mean, as someone who made the transition also, can you talk about some of the, say, blind spots as such, where a researcher, when trying to make the transition to a business founder, perhaps, misses out?
How much time do we have? And I can build on what Vaishali shared. See, I was that person. I was that person who was happy with just doing the research, not thinking about the real world impact of things. All right, this is something that ultimately would be used by the US Navy. And it takes a long time to even go from the lab to something that is usable in the agencies. And I learned my lessons from the time that I went into industry, working at this consulting firm, and I had to put up with the remarks from some of my experienced engineer principles, which is be careful when you take something to a PhD, he'd make a research project out of it. As an investor, you'd have to be really careful finding this balance between someone knowing their craft, someone being really good at the technical end of things, but realizing that to commercialize something, you got to move quickly, not make a research project out of it. It's almost as if whenever I would have to come up with a scope and budget on a project, they'd say, okay, it's come, this PhD associate has put it together, multiplied by pi, 3x. Takes that much longer, takes that much more money. So mentoring helps a lot. Have people think early on. And where even those who are in research can think early on is when they get to the point where they are getting groomed to bring money and bring grants, and so they are having to sell stuff. So get real, grow up quickly. It's a tough thing. It's a tough thing to, and it's difficult to find that combination in one single person. So going back to find somebody with complementary skill sets, yeah, very, very important. And the other part is, even, and I'm encouraged that here SRM is putting something together. I respect the institution. They have so many different colleges, different schools within the university. If there were more intermingling of minds, and I give credit to the University of Chicago, especially for the Polsky Center of Entrepreneurship there, which felt like a second home for me when I was finishing up my MBA at Chicago. They leveraged the different strengths of the school and to broaden the Polsky Center's mission to make it university-wide. And they are even collaborating with the Deep Tech Alliance in India. So get smart people together, help them understand the languages that the business world speaks. Because my experience is that professors, they can just get lost in papers and publishing and grants, as in, look, how is the world going to be affected by what you do? What does not come out, what not many people may appreciate that even in the lab, even the research, you have applied research, which is more relevant to the outside world versus basic research. Mine still was applied research, engineering research. Basic research needs to be funded too. And basic research, think about how you can mentor people to think about commercial, real-world applications of the business. So please invest as much as you can in mentoring people to think about commercializing innovation. And I'm grateful for my mentors at B School for that.
Right, got it. In that context, Mr. Venu, do you see people who come to you in the biotech space, they tend to be a little more seniors, or or do you also see a lot of these college kids kind of want to do something in the biotech and life sciences space? What's been your experience and the kind of talent out there today?
The ones who come to us, obviously they are looking at a Series A, so obviously they are more seasoned, researchers who come in there. Not had to deal with a lot of college out. We don't do IT and other things where they're more. But to the point on, entrepreneurs, do they take up the CEO role or they stick to this thing? I would like to draw a parallel. I spent about 10 years in the Boston ecosystem, right, innovation ecosystem. So it's a lot more evolved ecosystem. You have mentors and everybody. But even there, I think one fundamental element is if you're a first-time entrepreneur or first-time researcher who's coming into, starting up your own venture, there is openness, not only in thought, but in action, to be able to get somebody and acknowledge their skill sets and say, okay, I'll learn with it. But the same entrepreneur, when he gets onto the serial entrepreneur mode and they come to the second one, he's already learned the tricks of the trade, right? By the third time, they are pretty much, they don't need a CEO. No, not all cases, but I would say 50% of cases, you would find a third-time entrepreneur who says, I'm my CEO of my company myself, because he's learned the tricks of the trade, spent about 15, 20 years to, ventures turn out. India, we're just starting off, right? So it's a time, I think it's live all. Fundamentally, researchers' mindset is very different in India, even when you compare with the Western world, the US, because there it is about commercialization. If I'm having a spin-off from my university, I want to take it to the market, I want to sell it and get out, right? That mindset is not common because of multiple factors. But fortunately, today, with this whole funding, bonanza which has come out, that is changing the ecosystem very drastically, and especially the RDI $10 billion investment. I know it's nothing. You look at just the deep tech investments in India last year were about 1.65 million. Same number for US is 165 million. China about 90 to 100 million, $1 billion, not million, sorry. We're not even like 1/80th, right? But I think the greatness about the Indian system is RDI and the government is putting 10 billion and saying you need a match of 10 billion. 20 billion is going to come into the market in the next 5 years. If you do a purchase power parity, that amount is almost equal to 3 times of it. So that's a significant amount of capital coming into the system, and we are very, very bullish about what it can lead to, because people talk about jugaad, frugality, and all, but I think it's fundamentally the Indian DNA who was brought up in a life of scarcity, of how do you utilize your resources more effectively to be able to deliver more from the same amount. So I'm actually very, very bullish that the 30 billion or 40 billion with purchase power parity is almost equivalent to 100 billion, of money coming into the system. So this is going to drastically change the whole ecosystem, entrepreneur mindset, everything. So we're very bullish about that.
Right. So, Mr. MBS, in that sense, how do you see Tamil Nadu's ecosystem? I mean, we do have some of these universities. In fact, I think we have the maximum number of university incubators, but in terms of numbers and quantity. But is that translating to kind of quality on ground? And how do you see the state's deep tech ecosystem?
Honestly, 1 or 2% of the incubation centers are effective. We have more than 100 incubation centers in Tamil Nadu. But it is, I find it very difficult to absorb. When I go there, still they'll be talking about aggregating some e-commerce portal and all that. And no, more than that, the professors and lecturers who are there supporting this ecosystem, they are not completely informed. They don't show the interest, basically because they don't get benefit for showing the interest. Everybody work towards that NAC score, something which is there.
Right.
Every system works there to make sure that that score is there, so that they are able to get students for the next year. It is institution like SRM, VIT, IIT. IIT led it, but I think SRM can shorten this time of how IIT developed. They can shorten it and then make it bigger. VIT has led it. And some of the institution in the south also leads it, but very, very unfortunately, they win prizes, even in the national level, state level and national level, but none of them solution which they have offered, I am able to see as a commercial, but they have won prizes across. I only get, sir, this has won the prize, but he does not even ask me, can you take this to the next funding? And with that, it stops. So this is a kind of, but one thing which is not happened, which will actually previous speakers were talking about, is the industry's participation into it. Then it pushes the whole to the next level. That is a contribution of any of this ecosystem when we conduct these kind of programs. We have to have these industries interested in participating in this ecosystem. Otherwise, if you don't create these CVCs, only those money has a longer gestation period. He was talking about RDI with the question mark. RDA is again 50-50. 50% government, 50% by the outside companies have to contribute. If doesn't come, RDA is not actually, what do you call that, practically getting implemented. But SIDBI has a very different logic of investment. So Tamil Nadu attempted its, last 5 years it attempted to promote entrepreneurship, but not very specific to deep tech. So that is something, one big difference I saw in Tamil Nadu, which is going to focus on deep tech investment is TIDCO. Tamil Nadu Industrial Development Corporation just came and announced, and I'm part of the IC, that is how I know. So they said they will invest up to 25 to 50 crore from the balance sheet for companies which is futuristic and deep tech. That is going to be game changer if that is going to help us in looking at the deep tech ecosystem here.
Right, sir. Got it. And Vaishali, I mean, what do you think needs to change at the college level, perhaps? Create more awareness for the students to go the entrepreneurship way, or less focus on placements. How do you see that? What do you think are the important changes at the culture level that need to come in?
So I think incubation centers, especially since we are here on the invitation of SRM as well, while there is a lot of incubation on product validation, I think what could help is commercial validation as well. I spoke about this a little earlier. So while the transition is happening from the lab to the market, that transition straight away jumps into the VC circle without a commercial validation. Especially in the biotech space, if you're looking at something like clinical trials, if the startup comes out without a clinical trial, the possibility of a VC looking at funding is very, very slim, because it's biotech, right? And you have to have your clinical trials and your certifications in place. So if the incubation center helps in commercial validation, in helping them get their initial customers, help people pay for the product, the testimonials will help going further down. So if there is a commercial validation of an IP that's come out of a lab, I think it will be very extremely useful. They have gone that extra mile. Incubation centers have gone the extra mile. I've actually, I'm working with one of these companies where they've actually set up a manufacturing unit itself for this startup. So once the manufacturing happens and then they move out, then the commercial kicks in. But I think commercial validation will be an extremely useful step to add to the incubation center. Right.
Because since you have asked the question little differently, I have to, it is not about students. You tell me how many professors can identify themselves with the project, right? In IIT, student doesn't chase me. Junjunwala chased us for investment through Indian Angel Network. I have 3 more professors who chases us for looking at their startup. That professor and lecturer involvement will help to identify a right startup. So that is the difference which we have to make in deep tech.
Got it, sir. Right.
Sindhu, may I add to what Vaishali shared? Even beyond, even apart from incubation centers, because how many students as they enter a college program, whether it's in engineering or the sciences or anything else, economics, liberal arts, think about, oh, okay, maybe I could do something that might become a business, right? No matter what they're doing, I would encourage programs, colleges, universities to encourage more internships, and especially experiential learning, to think beyond the classroom. Please do away with rote learning. Think about what uses your education. Go out and make some real world impact. So get them groomed early on in getting their toes wet in the real world. Go join a company. And I can tell you, I may have earned 4 degrees in life, but I'm most proud of the B's and C's and D's that I've earned. Yeah, not caring about the grades, but am I learning? That's what I wanted to add.
Right. So I think in the interest of time, I'm going to start asking you guys for your closing thoughts. So Mr. Venu, perhaps we can start with you this time. So much focus on Make in India, so much focus, and there's a lot of mind space and talk of deep tech. But do you really think we are at a stage where there will be a global deep tech company from India? And what is needed?
I think the short answer is yes, but today, no. Right? So I think we have all the right ingredients today. We are the largest consumer market in the world today. You look at deep tech addressing challenges of humans. That's where I think most of the technology is being focused on. And today I would say the factors like funding, while you might still say there's ifs and buts there, but the intent is very clear, the policies are very clear. There are few areas where India has a competitive advantage where we can make the buck faster compared to other areas. But that journey has begun. So would you have a drug discovery happening out of India in 15 years? Yes, definitely. Next 5 years? No. Do we have Make in India for the world products coming out of India? Yes. In fact, a couple of them in our own portfolio where we're looking at in the next 3 years, we're going to have an agri-input product that will just be a global product. With 50 patents globally today, they're in the process of registrations, right? So global Make in India for the world is happening, will happen. Pharma side is still a little longer distance, but it's just the beginning of the curve, and we would do it faster than most of the other economies because the learning curve is going to be faster for India, and also it's a phase of transition in terms of technology adoption, right? AI integration into a lot of things that we're doing. So the short answer is yes.
And Anil, what's your thoughts, closing thoughts on where India is currently, and how do you see India giving rise to a global deep tech company?
I know my limits. I have to be careful about how intelligent an answer I can give to that, because reality is that for the past decade and a half, I have been in the trenches as a business owner and operator myself. May not have had enough bandwidth to think about beyond my day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month worries. My sense is that it's encouraging that there is such a summit. My sense is that when you think about deep tech, very important for society, for nation building. And I speak not as a politician, right? So I say nation building without caring to worry about getting votes. And I think it would have to happen at a governmental level because commercial entities' funds have to think about shorter horizons, returning money at the end of their fund, max 10 plus 2 years. One thought that I wanted to share, but forgive me for a few seconds while I get that back, is that where do I see things? I'm not sure what the answer is, but I'm also mindful that, there can be these fads. I hope we're talking about deep tech not because it sounds sexy. How many people may remember that there was a time when Web3 NFTs was the fad before suddenly everybody was chasing AI. There's a lot of BS that happens in the institutional world. So I'm grateful for the Hindu, and I want to give a shout out to them. What a venerated institution. I'm glad that here the Hindu and SRM are highlighting this important sector. That's all I can say because, I don't want to. There's a lot happening above my pay grade. I'm happy to make my modest contributions as somebody who can write individual checks. More power to all the entrepreneurs out there. More power to all the students out there. Go out and do something good, add value to society. Good luck.
Right. Vaishali, your closing thoughts on this?
Just a very simple translation, right? So if we're looking at a global deep tech from India, it has to start at the building stage itself. So even if you think local, in the engineering layer or in the building layer, you have to start building it for global. That's the only way the transition will happen, and that's the only way a global market will recognize an organization, because you're thinking local, but you're building global. And I think that's what we need to start doing more.
Right. Mr. MBS, how optimistic are you?
I am very optimistic because there are few reasons. India has built a DPI where no world has built for this population. That is not a smallest thing which has been done. The second, when the COVID happened, India gave these vaccines which has been throughout the world. That is the first time I started thinking India has so much of potential in the technology, in deep technologies. The third thing was the Sindoor. Sindoor's kind of success because of deep techs, which was there. Till then, I was not even knowing where this, what you call that, drones were there. I used to see so many drone startups. None of them were talking about that drone is going to be impacting their war. When I found out Sindoor, there are so many Indian drones which were used, I was surprised that so much of knowledge which was available, which we have not implemented. Get away the S-400 which has come from Russia, but how it has been utilized and use cases which has been done was amazing because of our knowledge which is in the country. It is in the cusp of growth. That is how even the country has identified that we have to push this much more faster. That is how this 1 lakh crore, what has been given to us for the growth, which I see that everyone, once we participate in this, we may see that so much of deep tech happens. As I said, you cannot go and find a deep tech founder here. You will be surprised when somebody says, I got money. Till then, I don't even know where they were. So I started looking at it. I just make my thesis saying that now we'll hunt the deep tech. Deep tech, they will not come to me for investment. Now I'll go hunting on the deep tech and find out whether I can invest 2 years down the line. That is the status today.
Right, got it. I think we have time for 2 questions. So if anyone would like to ask any questions to our panelists, we have time for 2 questions. Anyone? Yeah. Can we get the mic to him?
Normally, how do you value the startup if it happens to be a normal startup, or if it happens to be a deep tech, which normally involves more of risk and long gestation period?
Is this for anyone particular? You would like?
No, I'll leave it to anyway.
Anyone wants to take that? How do you? Does the valuation differ?
I can take a stab at it. Yeah. So typically, revenue-generating companies have multiples and other things going on. The methodology is not very different when you also value a non-revenue generating company. What you do is you do a projection with probabilities, right? You know, if I hit a certain milestone, if I crack something here, where do I land? And it's a discounted cash flow which comes into the picture. It's not the process, but it's the inputs that go into it. It's a deep discounting goes into it because it's a binary risk, right? Either is a positive or a negative. So therefore, those are factored into the valuation models, and you take a projective model saying, okay, 15 years I will get here. If I will generate so much of revenue, and then it gets discounted multifold compared to a revenue generating. Because in revenue generating, you have a certain predictability with respect to revenue generation. Here, there's a lot of binary phases which get built into the valuation matrix. Right. The theory remains the same. The applicability is slightly different. Deep tech as well. I mean, see, eventually, if I'm investing into a particular company, I'm investing on what value it can create, right? So the assumptions are very different. A lot of things go into it, but the valuation models remain the same.
Any other question? One last one? Yeah.
Hey, hi. So we have all been talking about incubators for deep tech, right? Deep tech is not something that people can build out of a garage. I think we all agree on that. But I have come across a lot of founders who are struggling to get even into an incubator because most of them either accept their own alumni on a rolling basis or they do more like cohort programs, 1 or 2 intake per year. So even getting into the right incubator is becoming much harder for the deep tech founders. Any suggestions from the team on how founders can go about it?
The problem is as I said, even the Junjunwala was talking about it. The person may not get even the computer science MS. He came to him and then he worked and he got the MS. We have to find, that is why the professors has to be identified who has an interest in what. And if that is known, you have to go to the professor who understands that subject very well. Otherwise, it is very, very difficult to get into an incubation center. That is one problem. The second problem which I am since the question was not asked and I am not able to say about it, in India, the deep tech's problem is not research alone. The deep tech problem is in the testing the outcome. Testing the outcome, as somebody was mentioning, she has to go send the product to the US and get it tested and come back. Testing outcomes itself is a bigger problem in the deep tech here. Imagine that if they are in space, if they have to test something, if they have to go to HIL and then wait, they have to wait for a year. So you have to find first the professor, the second the incubation center which has the facility. These two has to match for them to get the entry. The third is that research has to be so exciting for the professor and incubation center to accept it. Naturally, for the small incubation center or big, in number of people who are attempting for it will be very high. And because of the DST has some rule where some incubation center has a ability to fund some of the domains, it also get focused towards those domains. So you have to mix and match only, you have to keep trying and you will get it for sure.
Yeah.
May I add to that?
Sure, sure.
Embrace the challenge. That's what I would say. If something were easy, you'd have everybody and their dog doing it. Embrace the challenge, and that would be only the beginning. There would be so many walls to break through when you go about starting and building a business. And I have thought about this, I've reflected on this on my difficult journey of the past decade and a half. If it were easy, it wouldn't be a big deal. Right, so take it as an opportunity to show that you're resourceful enough to get in front of the right people through mentors, through warm introductions, by trying again and again and again. You fall 7 times, get up 8 times. Embrace the challenge.
Right. Thank you so much, everyone. That's a good note to end in. Embrace the challenge. We all know deep tech is that much more difficult than being an entrepreneur. So all the best to everyone who's trying to kind of make your mark with it. Thank you. Thanks so much for the panelists for joining and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you so much to the entire panel, and thank you, Sindhu. Let's take a group picture before we move on to the next session. No, please, that's fine. I think I've had too much of stage time, so all of you together, yeah. Once again, it's difficult to condense such a large topic into such a small span of time, so I think extra credit also goes to Sindhu for doing a really good job. Thank you so much. And thank you to the rest of our panel and to our audience as well. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we now move on into our startup pitch 3. This one is a high impact showcase of refined ideas with strong potential for scale and investment. Our next startup is driving innovation in the electric mobility space, building advanced powertrain technologies designed for efficiency, performance, and scalability. With a strong focus on indigenous engineering and multiple patented innovations, they are contributing to the future of sustainable mobility in India and beyond. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Shivam Bhatia, presenting Abhinava Rizal. Over to you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. So thank you for providing the opportunity to speak here today on behalf of our company. So let me introduce myself. Actually, Shivam is not here, I'm Karthik. So one of the co-founders of Abhinava Rizal. So we started our journey in 2017, right after we graduated. So we had a clear vision in mind when we started. So we wanted to make the planet more efficient consumer of electricity. So we are trying to do that by building the efficient powertrain systems for the electric vehicles currently. So today we are focusing on building 3-wheeler motors for automotive industry. So it's 3-wheeler being the backbone of last mile connectivity in India. And if you see, the penetration is also very high for the electric vehicles as we see today. So we are also working on inverters, both the low voltage and high voltage inverters. It's in the POC stage. It will be ready for the customer trials in a few months of time. So as many of the speakers mentioned, being a deep tech startup is not easy. So yeah, so it's been a quite challenging ride even for us. So moving from a concept to a high performance physical product requires the whole ecosystem, not just the passion of the individual. So what we did was we started designing the motors from the first principles approach. So we worked from the grounds up approach, and we tried to solve the problems which are specialized to Indian industry. So we have some of the patents we filed on the electromagnetics, thermals, and structural aspects. So we have taken, SRM has supported us in filing all the patents, and as on today, all of the 8 patents which we filed are granted, and that was a boost for the whole team. So yeah, so one of the ideas, innovations we implemented was reducing the cost of the motor, which we built through, through technology. India being the cost-effective, you talk to any OEM, for example, they'll be asking for a very high performance product at a very low cost. This is very common across the industry. So this is what we found that this is only unique to Indian industry, but if you go outside, may not be very common. So what we did was we came up with a unique design, a unique topology where we use less amount of magnet to produce a given torque or power. So magnets being one of the most expensive component in the motor, this helped us in reducing the cost of the motor. So we have similarly worked on other topologies and other ideas which we patented. And so while we were working on these fundamentals, converting our design to POC and to commercialize this product was also quite challenging. Many of the speakers a few minutes ago mentioned any deep tech startup would take 6 to 7 years of time to make a commercial product. So that has been the journey for us. So I'll just give an example of what really happens in deep tech company. So when we started building our first motor, we have taken around 6 months of time to design it on the computer with a lot of simulations and making it physically and testing it. It has taken around 6 months of time. So that was our first motor, and when we tested it, fortunately it ran. The motor we were able to run the motor, but unfortunately it only ran for a few minutes. So again we go back to the drawing board. We redesign the product. See it from the fundamental aspects. So we made the second motor, and then we made the third motor. And finally, when we made the fourth iteration of the same motor, we were able to run it very well, and the results were very positive. And at that time, we have taken this product to ARA, that is the certifying agency of automotive industry. So we got it certified. And back then, after this, we got visibility and from the investors and all the external stakeholders. So we got funded briefly after that. And so fast forward 5 years from the first POC we made, which only ran for a few minutes. So today our team has built a motor which is one of the most efficient electric motor for the three-wheeler industry. This is not what I'm saying, this is not our benchmark data, this is what our customers are saying. So these are the aspects, or looking back, I could say here. so which played a vital part of our journey. So, SRM and SRM DI has supported us in converting our POC back then to converting our idea back then to a POC, and from all the technical support which they provided, and all the business strategic advisory in shaping the business models. So they've been very strong, one of the strongest pillars for our company, definitely. So I just like to thank SRM and SRMDI for me, for the support during the entire journey of our company, and providing me the, inviting me here to share my experience to all of you. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shivam. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we jump right into our next panel discussion. Just give us a moment as we set up the stage before we go forward.
Drop 15 in the DMC.
Okay, we're all set to get into our next panel discussion titled The New Philanthropy, CSR as a Catalyst for Inclusive Deep Tech Ecosystems. I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Kumar Anurag Pratap, Vice President, Digital Inclusion and Sustainability Leader and CSR Head. At Capgemini India, he's had 29 years of experience driving community development and impact initiatives. He leads large-scale digital inclusion programs enabling sustainable and technology-driven social impact. Welcome, sir. Can we give all of our panelists a round of applause as each of them comes to the stage? We also have with us Mr. Sanjay Sampath, CEO of Green Curve Consulting. He is a sustainability and environmental strategy expert with 25 plus years of experience in ESG, climate risk, and industrial sustainability. He's the founder of Green Curve Consulting, advising global companies on net zero strategy, carbon management, and environmental compliance. Next, I'd like to welcome Ms. Aditi Gaitonde, People Experience CSR Lead EPAM. She drives sustainability, inclusion, and employee engagement initiatives. She focuses on building purpose-driven, inclusive workplaces through impact-led programs in CSR, DEI, and well-being. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Balakumar Thangavelu, Head CSR Cognizant. With 20 plus years of experience in technology, strategy, and social impact, he leads outreach and volunteering initiatives across India, driving large-scale CSR programs and ESG integration. And rounding out our panel is Ms. Radhika Ramesh, COO of Wilgrow. She's a seasoned operations leader with 25 plus years of experience across multinational and development sectors, currently serving as COO at Will Grow Innovations Foundation, leading core functions and program delivery. With experience in scaling operations and stakeholder management, she also brings global consulting experience and a strong commitment to social impact and community initiatives. Moderating this panel is Mr. Rohit Batra, Vice President Head, Commercial Projects, IHFC, TIH of IIT Delhi. Can we have a round of applause? This is quite a panel we have on stage. So, Mr. Batra, you have your hands full. Over to you.
The clapping is not motivating us, so you guys have to clap it more, right? The panel, I was having a chat outside, and we were actually discussing why this session is actually at this hour, why not the hour earlier. But we will try engaging you as much as possible, for this event. So please contribute, and let's get maximum out of this panel, right? So before I start, I can see people coming from multiple backgrounds. So I want to set a context so that all of you are actually on the same page. And then maybe, we could actually, have the minds of each of the panels out over there. So this topic is about CSR, right? Now, as you know, in India, you have to actually spend 2% of your net profit, in CSR. And this is for the organizations where the net worth is more than 1,000 crores and their net profit is more than 5 crores per annum. So averagely for 3 years, whatever is your net profit is what you need to consume in the CSR space. We currently have around 25,000 organizations which are actually contributing to CSR, and the total fund value till last year was around 35,000 crores, which was actually spent. Now, I will also run upon which all are the sectors where the CSR is actually getting spent. Top 2 sectors which are actually where the CSR is getting spent is around education and healthcare, which is almost around 60% of the total CSR which gets spent. And the top organizations which are contributing to this CSR is HDFC, Reliance, TCS, ONGC, Tata Steels. They almost actually contribute to 30% of the total CSR. Now, coming to the main topic of today's discussion, that while we are actually spending a huge amount of CSR in the space of education, rural development and healthcare, the government has also mandated us that a portion of your CSR can be used for R&D as well. And as we speak, the contribution in that is very low. And that is actually the topic of today's discussion, that why is it that in spite of the fact that government giving us a mandate that you could actually use your CSR fund in R&D, in today's date, less than 1% of the total fund is actually getting, used in R&D. And I have panels here who will disagree, but I think we would actually talk to them and get their mind share on that. Now, I also want to actually talk about organizations who are actually spending in R&D. There are organizations like Cummins, Capgemini, I think Anurag sir is there and he would talk about it, Persistence, Cipla, Microsoft, who are actually spending in R&D, and therefore we want to sort of get a sense that what is it that they actually look in while they are actually spending on CSR. So over to the panelists, and I will start with Anurag sir. Why is it that there is so less amount today spent on R&D? You'll have to still tell it to me, sir. I know you disagree with me, but you still have to, talk about it, sir.
No, the reason is very simple. The reason is that in a tech summit like this, if your CSR session is at the fag end of the day, you will never get the CSR funding.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
No, I'm known as someone who usually do not play like Gavaskar, bat pat together. So I don't play very defensive there.
Yeah.
So if CSR is only used for financial thing, you will never get the CSR fund. CSR needs to be, I always advise people that treat CSR as your friend there. Someone with whom you can share your notes, share your disappointments, share your disgust, share your pain. And once you start sharing the whole thing, you build a relationship, and then gradually that particular friend may come up with a story saying that, okay, I'll fund you. You bore him till death by sharing your miseries. But if you start the discussion by saying that, hey, I need $10 from your pocket, no one is going to give you money. Because it's just like any relationship that we get in. If the first meeting itself, we talk about how much fund you will give to me for the project of mine, that individual on the other side will not be very, very interested in what you are asking. If you share with him the kind of changes that you have brought in, or the kind of dream that you are having, or kind of nightmare that you are going through, or kind of struggle that you are witnessing, and then gradually build up a relationship where that individual is willing to, or that entity is willing to support, then magic will happen. That's one. Second, I do not agree with less than 1%. I've been saying in number of places, it depends on how you are defining R&D. I may be looking at tech for social good as R&D there. I may be looking at improvement in the delivery of my project, maybe maybe one of the R&D. I may be looking at, for example, in education, the STEM work that one is doing, the kind of STEM instrument that I'm bringing in, the STEM experiment that I'm bringing in. I may be looking or treating that as R&D there. You may be looking at R&D from a very classical definition there, where you may put up that as 1% there. Third, and which is the most difficult, the main reason why one gets that 1% or less than 1% number there is because in the reporting structure provided by MCA to all the corporate, which is known as CSR2, CSR2 does not differentiate R&D there. It talks about Schedule 7 activities where I have spent my money in. So in health and education, when you say 60% money has gone in there, if you unpack that health and education, you'll suddenly realize that 20% of that 60% is more is on R&D of health and education there. So there is a huge amount of work that people have done. But the CSR2 framework does not allow us to put that particular expenses under R&D there. Hope this answers or...
I'm convinced about it, don't worry.
No, it's not about, I've said this in all the forums there. Treat CSR with respect there. And this is one particular thing which I share with a room where you may have some professors sitting there. You may be the wisest individual on this earth. But unfortunately, money is there with someone else. You need to become friend with the other individual also who may be sitting with money there. If you start treating the other individual who may be having the money with huge amount of contempt or huge amount of, I'll say, thinking that you don't know anything, I know everything, then money will not flow to you. Money will only flow when you start treating the other individual also at par with you. And at par, and CSR is all about working in collaboration there. Someone may bring in money, someone will bring in expertise, someone will bring in engagement, someone will bring in community, someone will bring in something else. And the moment you add all these things together, then only magic will happen.
So I think I'll add on to what he said. I bring a slightly different perspective, and the perspective is having been on the foundations of many international companies, more so based in the US, and also a very different perspective of having been the CEO of a startup which was incubated at IIT, where I was reaching out to Indian companies for some of this funding. So I did my first 20 years as the person who, among other things, as voluntary function, gave out grants. And on the other side, I wanted to learn about the Indian ecosystem, especially some of the more prominent Indian ecosystems. And then I tried the CEO role, and I found a completely different perspective in that. So my response to your question is that the truth lies somewhere in between. And I'll tell you why. money may be going, I don't think the 1% is accurate. But at the, I mean, and one very easy conversation with the individuals on this panel led me to believe that that number actually comes to about 300 crores, and they already know that the funding going into R&D is far, far greater than that. Now, one exercise for one of the students at some point of time who are here might be to find out what that number actually is. Because right now, based on what we know, that number is 1%. So that's one exercise, but that's a
less than 1%.
Less than 1%. And basically, so that what that means is there's no official study that's been done to corroborate the point of two very senior individuals who feel that the number is far, far greater than that. So that's one thing.
He explained, it looks like that it is more than 10%, but then the data which I have.
Exactly. So more studies need to be done on that. But at the same time, bringing my perspective of someone who was looking for funding into a deep tech R&D, the company I was heading was going to solve the air quality problems of Chennai to start off with. We had beautiful equipment which we could put in the center of the traffic, and basically it would suck out the air pollution from that. And I cannot tell you how much I struggled in reaching out to different CEOs and CSOs in that role, trying to get funding. Now, granted, they've given me a perspective which I didn't engage in, because I was new to the ecosystem in India. So what they've told me is the way you approached it was probably incorrect. You focused more on your technology rather than the problem that it was solving. And I think that's a deep learning to have, and that's my perspective. So now I don't no longer play that role. I went back to my original role. But for 1 year I was doing that. It was for any of you trying to do that, I think that's a big lesson to learn from these industry pioneers.
Yeah, Aditi, your thoughts?
So I'm rather a small cog in the wheel to say whether it's 1%, 3% or more. I also come from a very traditional CSR space. Very recently, I've been introduced to the social impact innovation piece. I can tell you two things that kind of struck with me, which a large chunk of CSR comes from big corporations, but there is also some that comes from fairly newly mandated corporates, or those who are, for the lack of a better word, clueless as to how to go about the spaces that they want to work in. And for them, a low-hanging fruit is go to an NGO, or whichever NGO reaches out to you. They have a stack of projects, which they will tell you how the monitoring and evaluation will happen, what are we going to do, and they will usually go in for something like that. So that is one thing. The second one would be R&D, and the innovation space has a lot of complexities when it comes to the social and legal aspects of CSR. So we need to find some kind of a translator, like an incubator, who can help us bridge that gap. So these are the two thoughts that I had about why CSR is not really getting it.
Thank you all. Thanks for this opportunity. And to start with, Sir shared about some of the facts about CSR, right? CSR came into existence in 2014, and when this law came into existence, for all companies that are registered in India under Indian Companies Act, a new section 135 and schedule 7 was introduced. And all of a sudden, 2% of 3 years average profit you'll have to give back to the community was the rule Ministry of Corporate Affairs gave it to all the corporates. There were no role that was existing in a company. There was nobody who was trained to do corporate social responsibility in an organization. People who were in the HR department were given as an additional role. People who were in the company secretary were given additional role. Some places the CFOs took up the additional role. Some places anybody in the role who wanted to take up that role, they adopted it. So nobody knew what exactly we were supposed to do. And we all learned that, okay, there is some money that is out. We can do good to the community. we looked into the, and that point of time when it was launched, that 5-kilometer recommendation was also there. If you want to do corporate social responsibility, a recommendation from Ministry of Corporate Affairs said, you do something good to the community around 5 kilometers of your organization. So you use your air, water, land, people around that 5-kilometer radius, do good to the 5-kilometer radius. And people started looking into the 5-kilometer radius, they went to the school, there was no toilet or toilet was not clean, they went and built that. They rejuvenated the lake. They helped the primary healthcare center upgrade it. So first few years, like Aditi was telling, clueless. It was a statutory mandate and everybody had to spend that money and everybody found out ways to spend the money. After 5 years down the lane into it is when corporates learned that, hey, there are implementation partners. You can do CSR in 2 ways. Not just directly do it, you can do also through implementation partners. Then there are veterans who are in the industry, in the field, NGOs who have been doing amazing work. There are 3.3 million NGOs registered in India. And out of which around 1.8 lakh NGOs are active under NGO Darpan Niti Aayog registered and active in India. We don't have doctors for 400 citizens, we have an NGO for every 400 citizens. So that's how NGOs are there in India. And so many are there and so many are doing great work. That's when corporates started exploring, okay, let me collaborate with them. They are the subject matter experts. Let me collaborate with them and then give the funds to them. So we moved on to that implementation partner phase. Until 2020, things were like slowly evolving. And after 2021, there was an amendment that came into the law saying that, boss, you have been spending money in crores. But if you are spending a project value more than 1 crore with like a 3 years average of 10 crores of CSR fund, do a third-party impact assessment. You tell me, how did you spend the money and what impact you made? It was an evolution from clueless to doing impact assessment. All of a sudden, impact assessment for a CSR person. He has to go and learn what is log framework analysis, what is OECD DAC framework. So, 13 years into this role, all of us have evolved from clueless to certification. So now, as I speak today, I am an SEBI certified social impact auditor. So now I can go and ask my NGO that, what is the KPI? What is the metric that you are using to measure a project? So that evolution has happened. Now, 2025 onwards, after all this impact assessment has come, now we have started looking into root causes. Was enough of cliched CSR, enough of constructing toilets, enough of doing same plumbing, same waiting area. Let us understand why IMR and why MMR is high in a particular region. Understand the root cause. And let us invest in that root cause and then let us solve the problem to bring that number. Infant mortality rate and maternal mortality rate. That's what IMR and MMR for people who do not know. So why the death rate is high and low? So we have started focusing on root causes now. So this evolution of 13 years, now from 2025 onwards, we have started looking into the root causes, and that solution that we are bringing, co-creating with NGO partners, is what to us is defined as R&D. And that might not typically come into the R&D part of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs solution. So that's where this evolution has happened, and this evolution will continue to happen, and more investment towards research and development, identifying the root cause and producing solutions for that will happen. So that's where people like IIT Delhi and all incubation centers have to play the vital role of telling the corporates that educate us. Your role is to educate us. There are so many problems out there. There are root causes that can be solved. Come together. Let us solve the problem. That's where we look upon you. And going forward, this less than 1% will sure shot increase, sir. That's what I look at.
Anurag sir, some point.
No, I'm not agreeing to there. It was never in the law which said 5 kilometer. It was never there. 5 kilometer mandate. It was never there. Not even recommendation was there. They use the word your immediate periphery that you should be spending your money in. They never defined it 5 kilometer. That one. Second is that CSR, when it started with some of the corporate praying every day, saying that it should go away after 2 years, 3 years. It didn't go away after 3-4 years or so. It continued there. After 4th year or 5th year, it became more stringent there. Earlier, it was just to, if you're not spending, you report it. Then it came in saying that if you're not spending, if you're not reporting it, then there will be a criminal offense against you. Then that got mellowed down a bit there. But then it said that if you're not spending, and if you reported it also, but if you're not made commitment, then you need to give it back to the government there. So that's where after 2017-18, the jump in CSR allocation increased manifold there. So if you do a research there, 2014 we started with around 15,000 crore, and then gradually every year it started climbing up. After 2017, it climbed to 28,000 crore, and then it's around 35 to 40,000 crore that's hovering around. There was initial, I'll say, inertia which was there within the corporate to respond to this particular thing, but I'll say after 4 or 5 years of that law becoming, I'll say, a strong instrument for social change there, people have started creating their own ways of utilizing it, creating change and creating impact there. But it's still a baby there. It's just 13-year-old. It requires huge amount of support impetus there, and which a number of companies are doing it. But the act never restricted people to talk about a 5 kilometer there, because when I framed policy in 2014, it said very clearly that I'll use minimum of 80% of my CSR fund in the immediate periphery. Immediate periphery for me was 50 kilometer, 50. Because it was not defined in the act. It just said immediate periphery of yours. And 20% maximum I'll use it for national causes, which will be pan-India, anywhere I can do it at. And many of the companies use that particular thing to do it. So it was not restricted to 5 kilometer anywhere there.
So, good evening to everybody. Thank you, Bala, for setting the context about the NGOs and the plethora of NGOs that we have in the country today. I have a slightly different perspective on R&D, in the sense that I believe, so in Wilgrow, we are about 40% of our funding source is CSR and 60% is FCRA, which is obviously likely to change given all the geopolitical changes. I think funding that goes towards incubators and NGOs that are clearly social impact focused are in a sense R&D in themselves. For example, what Mr. Anurag was talking about earlier, where he's worked with enterprises that have used robotics to solve the problem of human intervention when it comes to cleaning drainages, right? We are using robotics to understand non-revenue generating water and other challenges around waste and water management. All of that comes with a lot of investment in looking at solutions that can actually be embedded in today's real life scenarios like ULBs or municipalities that are already struggling with huge challenges. Agricultural waste is a huge challenge. You ask anybody in Delhi and you talk about air pollution, it's huge. But we are all sitting in cities and we don't see what happens with agricultural waste. We need innovation there. There are innovations there. And what incubators do is to bring these innovations up front, evaluate them, and then co-create solutions with impact numbers along with philanthropic money or CSR funding. Good incubation is about co-creating these goals and these impact targets along with the CSR provider, having them a part of the jury to evaluate what these solutions can actually mean. But at the end of the day, these are all R&D projects to me. They may be at different TRL levels, but they are all pilots that are embedded into real life situations, and you see whether the pilot does well. And what the CSR funding does is to de-risk that solution. And therefore, their contribution is really critical in having those solutions actually researched and then tested and then developed, because there's a T in between the R&D. They need to be tested for efficacy, for impact, for scale, and for commercial viability. That's my perspective.
So are you in agreement that it's not 1%, it's greater than 5%?
It's definitely not 1%. It's definitely a lot more.
Anurag, sir?
I know it is not 1%, sir. Any given day,
Yeah, it's definitely not 1%. It's a lot more.
Okay, so I think I'll start with Radhika with the next question. So what does CSR continue to focus, why does CSR continue to focus still on safe and predictable areas? I mean, you guys are actually associated with CSR. Why is it that even today they are actually looking for things which are high impact, requires less intervention, and they still focus? Why is it that R&D piece is not actually coming out of it? I mean, why is it that they are actually still focusing on safe and predictable areas? Today, let's say CSR heads or CSR managers.
Yeah, but that's true with even a pure R&D setup, right? You want to focus on and build on something that's actually going to get you the impact. So it makes a lot of logical sense for CSR funding to actually come in and support those, and the impact could be anything. It could be agricultural waste, it could be soil health in the agri space, it could be waste or waste segregation. We've had enterprises setting up biogas plants where organic waste is used to generate electricity, the residue is used as fertilizer. We've had the luxury of working, or the good fortune of working with a big bank that has supported and de-risked this new solution and innovation and taken it to different locations. Now, that's the role that CSR plays, of de-risking something that is innovative, but that's R&D in its own sense.
I'm going back to the same thing, that today when you're talking in terms of CSR, I agree from your point that, even when you're talking in terms of education, healthcare, somewhere the R&D is involved, so it's not 1%, it is greater than 5% and 10%. I'm still actually asking that why is it's still put in a conventional way and doing same things over and over,
I disagree with
you don't agree.
I don't agree that it's considered. In fact, if anything,
You think there is an innovation which is happening?
There is a lot of innovation and a lot of risk taking, especially at the CSR funding level that I've seen, at least in the last 2 years, where I see CSR's heads getting more involved in the actual process of incubating startups, in the kind of impact that they want to achieve, and bringing sense to it. Obviously, from the corporate side of it, you bring in the measurement and the management of the impact that you want to create, and it's great to see the involvement and the fact that you want to get certified and want to be a part of that entire process to see that impact happening in the ecosystem.
So I think there's a comfort in the known. So maybe there are a few organizations that may look at it as high risk to put into something like social impact innovation. There's also a cultural bit to it. So for example, at EPAM, I see a lot of culture of innovation and education throughout all the processes we do. So that is also one of the reasons why we've sort of actively gone out and are working in the social impact innovation piece.
So if I can add on, typical question is why CSR still cliched, still looking into education, healthcare, environmental projects, right?
Sorry, I'm saying something else. I'm saying...
Keep the mic to you, please.
Am I audible? Yeah. So I'm saying, and I'm not debating to what any of you are actually saying. I'm only saying, are we putting innovation to it, is what my question is. Or to whatever I know of it, that it is typically more conventional, that, this is my CSR fund, I'm going to use it in a particular way, and I've been using it for quite some time, and I will continue to use it. Now, you guys are actually from let's say, IT or, from that background. I respect that, right? But I'm saying typical organizations, my sense is that they still go through a conventional way. That I want to create toilets, I want to, do some education, and, my 2% obligation is over and I am out of it. I understand. You come from an IT technology background where innovation is the core, right? But this is a general question I'm asking. I mean, are people putting innovation of how to utilize the CSR fund, or is it still that low risk, high impact, it gives us visibility and the job is over?
Yeah. So, to your question, we cannot generalize things in this sector. There are companies who are doing CSR as a checklist activity. That is statutory now, March 31st, I will have to complete it, I will do it, I will send the money to PM Cares, close
Correct.
it, put up it. There are companies who are doing it for their branding purposes. I will go construct toilet, I will go paint the walls, I will put my logo comes front. Certain companies do it for branding. Certain companies are doing it for purpose. It is even beyond CSR. For example, Cognizant, right? Our Cognizant Foundation was formed 22 years back. We did not even knew that something like Indian Section 135 is going to come. So it was culturally driven. And philanthropy is in all our bloods, all our the Indian founders, all of them have been there. Like Tata Trust is there for decades now. So some companies, purpose-driven organizations are moving towards innovation, moving towards solving problems and all of that. If you talk about the 27,000 companies who are currently qualified and then spending CSR money, the 35,000 crores that was spent last year, right? Majority of them would be still in the evolution phase. In that phase, their seniors, their forefathers are people who were looked upon. They would tell that, boss, in CSR, always have an exit criteria. Do you have an exit criteria for the project? What will happen if I stop funding next year? Will that project go away or die? Will it sustain? So that exit criteria plays a role in deciding a project. And after end of 1 year, if I'm into some healthcare project or education project, 1 year I can see something tangible. But in a research project, in an R&D project, I can't see something tangible at the end of it. So that is one notion, probably that a lot of the CSR ecosystem needs a lot of education, that there is some tangible impact that can be witnessed. Unless you invest in R&D, will not be able to see a scaled impact is something that the ecosystem needs to be educated as well. So I'm telling, right, we are evolving, 13 years old baby, we are all trying to parent that baby. So we all also needs to be educated, and that's where your role comes into.
Can I make it more provocative there? Why CSR should do R&D? Why the colleges are doing R&D today? Because in the NAC rating and NIRF rating, the scores of weightage of R&D is huge there, hence they need to do this particular thing. Why CSR should do R&D there? CSR ambit is to ensure that the base of pyramid communities should get the basic services there. The aim and intent is that I'll ensure that health, education, skilling, things which make the life of people at the base of pyramid become useful there. If the research institutions are looking for a debt-free, equity-free, no burden finances in their hand, then they should reach out to the CSR in a more engaging fashion rather than demanding that you should fund R&D there. Why should I fund R&D there? I'll fund R&D when that R&D is linked to changing the lives of people in a very impactful manner. Who is going to decide that it's going to change the lives of people in a very impactful manner? So the R&D problem statement or R&D or areas where R&D will happen is the institutions are sitting with CSR to define that particular thing. Are you sitting with NGOs to define in which are the areas where R&D is needed there? If you yourself is going to decide that, hey, I'll do R&D on this and CSR should fund it, CSR will never fund it. Because that is your baby, you need to find the milk for that particular baby. If the baby is jointly owned, then the CSR will come in there to do that particular work together. Problem, sir, is that everyone is sitting at the high horses level, high pedestal, and asking CSR to fund everything that they are doing. And this particular phenomena that I see at the district collector office, at the department secretary office, at the Nayab Tahsildar's office, at the block Pramukh office, at the Sarpanch office, and now at the Chancellor office there, everyone is saying that you will give a CSR fund to us there. Why? And that is where I always tell people is, define the priorities there. Define it collectively. If one is saying, if I have worked in, for example, I was, when you were talking about 1%, and my take was, if you are doing a research in the desert of Rajasthan to look at how the heat is impacting the life of people, your numbers will say something else. If I am sitting at Kulu and doing this particular research about heat, the research will say something else, the numbers will say something else. So we need to also make our sample size or the research areas or the information from where I am collecting becomes very, very explicit, become very, very open to everyone there. And last, my request to all of you is that whenever you are reaching for any funding from any source, any funding, whether it's money lender, whether it's your own parents, whether your own partner, whether your own family members, you reach out to them not in a very, I'll say, in a manner which says that, hey, you need to give it to me. You reach out where you say that, can we now collectively sit together and identify where the funding should be allocated to? I do not see that happening there. The universities or the IITs who have done this particular thing, they are flush with money. The number of them, if you reach out to them, the annual CSR offtake of that particular institution is plus 200 crores there. And if I add 3-4 IITs there, so your 1% will go to dumps there. If you add their numbers itself, don't add the chota innovation center, incubation center that Niti Aayog has come out with. And all of them are doing it in a more collective manner. All those IITs who are not getting money are those IITs who thought that based on their brand, the CSR heads will queue up outside their offices with the check in their hand. That will never happen.
So it doesn't happen, ask me.
That's where I said that the IITs or any research or any university who are looking for CSR fund, they need to become more humble. They need to become more engaging. They need to, I'll say, bring everyone together and for that particular point when we are really seeking fund, you need to also understand the nuances of why someone is funding some activity and not funding this particular activity. The moment you understand that, this particular thing will become easier there. And corporate will fund activities where I'll have to show it to the world that I'm doing something good. Universities are also coming out every year with a news full-page advert saying that so many people topped. This is my rating. So why then you put corporate in that particular ambit to say that, hey, corporates are doing this. So Bala, I don't agree when you say that, hey, corporate, they are corporate like this, they are corporate like this. You need to also start by saying that there are universities like this, there are media houses like this, there are training centers like this, there are research institutions like this there. Then I'll take it CSR like this. But you can't brand CSR as someone where you'll only ask for fund, and if you don't get the fund, then you say that, hey, CSR is not responsive there. That's not the correct definition. I'll say interpretation of the hard work that people like us who have done. It's 13 years now. I travel at least 100 days. So there's huge amount of work that there are, and I'm not the only one. There are a number of CSRs who are doing this particular work.
So, I think it shows the passion that all these individuals have. I think...
I have 10 questions. I don't know whether I can cover another one more or not.
You can jump in. This is last session. You can go. There's nothing else after this. Anyway,
there is one session after this of mine as well. Yeah.
So, okay, so I'll just make this particular comment. I actually agree with a lot of your points. I know the doyens probably don't of the technology industry, but if you kind of go away from the IT sector and go into some of the other sectors, and I think people here will agree that about 60%, the number was thrown, that about 60% of the CSR heads really don't know what they're doing. And I think that number is probably even more, to be very honest. They've just been put in a spot. And this number was actually raised in one of our earlier panels, as you're aware of. So how do you approach those people? It's not their fault that they're in the spot that they're at, right? So you have a huge opportunity there. And I think I just have 2 or 3 points that I want to say. It's like if you were to approach your dad for money, you want to ask for 2 or 3 things, right? You've got to show what your problem statement is. And that is something that everyone here agrees with, is that the problem statement has to be clear. It should not be that I'm developing this technology, but this is the problem that I'm addressing. And in the pre-panel session, there were some examples given that were wonderful. And the other thing is, if it's not your dad, make sure you network. And that's another thing that Bala sir raised earlier too, is, if you don't network, and you also raised it very succinctly, why should you give money to someone, queuing up at their door, no matter what the reputation is? So I think with that, I conclude my points.
Okay, so I have actually 10 questions, but I will stop it here. But let's assume for us to change this mindset, I think all of us are actually speaking, as an ecosystem, what we should do. And maybe, one thought, maybe from each one of you, but very short, because I think we have a very less time. But I think something which each one of us can take away, that if we, let's say, want to change this thought, what do we do, right? I mean,
You started
yeah.
because you didn't
Yeah.
speak in the
Yeah.
second half. No, he started.
So here I'd like to, sorry? Quick one, very quick one. Here I'd like to try and understand where they're coming. So for the startups, I mean incubator cells that you have all across IITs and IIMs, go to them. Second is try and understand where the CSR person is coming from. So for example, if you're working in healthcare and education, like most people are, it's always a great idea to see what the hook is out there. If the hook is brand recognition, is it volunteering, is it visibility? So you try and figure out what works, what ticks for the CSR person, get your leg into the door like we were discussing, and then take it forward. So I think find your hook is what I'd like to end it with.
And I can add like 2 points. One is demonstrate success stories. Demonstrate, like you said, like still going back to your like less than 1%, right? What has happened with that less than 1%? That has not been made visible to the ecosystem. So demonstrate the success stories that has made a change into the community through investment of CSR in R&D. That has to be big time blown up everywhere. And involve us in more such conversations, more people to come on board, talk, and provoke them to start thinking. That's another thing.
So from an incubator's perspective, I think co-creation is the most important part. That's when you get buy-in from CSR, you establish your value addition to the entire process, and like he says, you will be able to clearly establish what you have been able to achieve in terms of impact with the help of CSR, but co-create it all.
Sanjay sir.
So I have 2 takeaways as well. CSR should be patient capital in my mind. So, in my perspective, the first decade, like everyone said, or even the first 5 or 6 years in India, CSR has gotten to a point where the low-hanging fruit has slowly gotten over, and now you're moving more into R&D. So CSR now needs to fund those projects which make the most impact to at least starting from our nation. And whether I think someone brought up air pollution, I mean, there's so many impact areas that we have. And I think investing in R&D makes the most sense for that. And that's really my vision. I am with you. If that number is 1%, 2%, even 10%, I don't care. I want that to be at 20%, 25%, 30% at the very least.
At Capgemini, this is upward of 40%. So that I know on the innovation, on R&D, on incubation support, this is more than 40% or so. It will only happen when you start weaving it with the problems that India is facing today. It cannot be standalone. It cannot be that I'll be doing, suddenly a professor gets a dream that I'll do research on this and CSR should fund it. It will never happen. The moment this is weaved it with the problem that people are facing, you will have a number of people who will be funding it. Second is network it hard. For example, I have not met professors from many IITs till now. And they may be crying that the R&D money is not coming to them because there are, within the CSR space also, there are people who are influencers. So influencers do not exist only at the Instagram level. There are influencers also within the system itself. And if you're not meeting those people, which means that you're not really reaching out to the people who can influence the discourse of capital reaching out to you there. At the moment that start happening there, then you'll find many people who will be interested to fund some of these activities there, because deep down, every CSR head are looking for solutions which have the potential to impact more number of people there.
I agree.
So that's the important part that we all need to understand there. And third is make it as inclusive as possible. Don't make it one individual's baby or two individuals' baby there. Because I'll give you one example there and I'll rest my case. During COVID time, we funded one of the research institutions with around 4 CR funding for COVID vaccine work there. And there was one celebrity who funded that institution with 10 lakh ka check. That celebrity picture came on the cover page of the newsletter of that particular institution. Our mention was in 2 lines there. So if you treat that particular money with 2 lines there and 10 lakh with the full page there, people will never reach out to that particular institution with any new funding there. And that has happened with that particular institution as far as ours is concerned. So we need to somewhere find a balance also. Start Shark Tank, 5 lakh gets a huge visibility there. 50 lakh, no equity gets no visibility there. So we'll have to somewhere find a balance. If we don't find a balance there, we'll be crying over this particular thing कि R&D में पैसा नहीं आता, R&D पैसा आएगा ही नहीं sir उसके ऊपर.
Thank you so much. I think I learned a lot from today's conversation. As I said, I had 10 questions. I only asked 2 of them. That also, the second one was not complete. But now we had 10 minutes for audience to actually ask questions. So audience, I'm requesting, if you have any questions, please ask.
Good evening. First of all, I thank Hindu and SRM for organizing such a wonderful event. And the panel is also wonderful. All of you contributed very well for the topic we have selected here. My point is, see, already it is mandatory that each corporate, that is the corporate which is coming under that particular condition, that turnover and profit, they have to do CSR funding. It is a compulsory. When that is there, what I suggest, corporates like Capgemini and Cognizant, they can even plan like what is the CSR plan for that year. So what is the activity they are going to consider, whether in terms of R&D or in terms of activity, so that an NGO or R&D whoever is involved in this particular activity, they can contact these corporates. This is my one suggestion. So I want maybe some of your input on that. And second point is ESG. So ESG also has become mandatory. That is also to be reported by almost all these corporates. Whoever is involved in CSR funding, they have to also report on mandatory ESG. Is there any link between the CSR funding and ESG followed by the corporates?
Sir, I'll take your question, sir. Thank you for asking that question.
Thank you.
So, like you said, it is mandated. And after 2021 Ministry of Corporate Affairs amendment, every corporate is supposed to establish something called annual action plan. So that annual action plan clearly talks about what is our anticipated spend for this year and what is our quarterly spend. And typically, by guidelines, the annual action plan should be finished and it should be published in the website also. A lot of corporates publish it on the website that this is how my spend is going to be for the rest of the year.
It is mandatory.
It is.
Everyone need to do it.
Everyone need to do, but still that evolution is happening. Not every website is there, but a lot of corporates are still putting annual action plan for rest of the year is there, sir. So your recommendation, I think the Ministry of Corporate Affairs heard it long back and then 2021 they mandated it. A lot of corporates, you go to their website, they'll have it. And to your second question about ESG and CSR, the correlation, right? So ESG is environmental, social, governance. Under social, you taking care of your employees and all of that, employee health, wellness and whom you hire, diversity and all of those comes into place. One of the component under S of ESG is taking care of the community or giving back to community. So CSR is not something standalone, ESG is not something standalone. ESG is a framework where CSR is one small component under ESG. So when we report our ESG report, what we did to the community is also accounted in the ESG report. So that's how it should be looked at, sir. I hope I answered your question. Thank you. Ma'am, you had a question.
As part of Women Empowerment Organization, I have had the privilege to work with Anurag Pratap and Rajashri Natarajan of Cognizant also. And amazing work. CSR has been extremely supportive of our innovative programs. Now that I've moved into a startup arena, I have this question in CSR for NGOs. NGOs have these credibility certificates, Credibility Alliance, GuideStar India, different neutral bodies that can certify the NGOs being transparent and doing impactful work. This is just a question in my mind, some kind of certification body of that sort for incubators and startups. Will that help corporate CSR to be more confident about funding an organization of that sort? Thank you.
I'll give you a different analogy there. It's like during marriages, people buy Manish Malhotra lehengas there or Tarun Talani lehengas there. And there are people who will go there and buy from any market there, and marriages happen there. Same is with CSR also. I am not hugely in favor of adding any additional cost to the implementation there, because all these credibility bodies who come in there, they have a fees and they have a revenue attached to that particular thing. I do not want my money to go in some of these processes there. We have our own people there who will go, who will see, because whether you wear Manish Malhotra or anyone's ensemble there, marriages, whether it's going to last or not, is going to be dependent on how you relate with the other partner there. Same with CSR. Whether Credibility Alliance or GuideStar or CAF or someone else has done the credibility analysis of yours or not, it all depends on how you handle my money, which I'll be giving it to you. It all depends on how we are relating with the fund which is reaching out to me, and how I'm doing that in a manner which gives huge amount of satisfaction, not just to community, but also to the NGO and also to the funder who is funding that particular activity there. So all these three, if they are happy, everything is happy there. If you bring in other brands there, if you have money, you can always do all those stuff there. But what Cognizant did, what Capgemini did, or many other corporates have done, that particular thing is, it all depends on what kind of NGOs we are identifying, what kind of causes that we are investing in, and what kind of, I'll say, patience that I'm having to see those changes to happen. Because social development is not like making 2-minute noodle. You should have the patience of, I always give this example, that you can have noodles and you can have biryanis also. But which will give you more satisfaction, end of the day? Biryani takes huge amount of time there. Same is with the change and impact. You need to be invested in that particular area for longer period of time. You can't look at impact within 6 months, 8 months, 1 year, and 1.5 years there. If you are not invested there, you should not talk about impact there. The problem with the new act, the new change or amendment which talks about looking at impact after 1 year investment there, which I find it very, very shady there. But it has given business to a new breed which has come in there, and they are known as consultancy groups there, who are doing a large-scale impact assessment within 3 lakh rupees. Because the funding which is available to you is only 50 lakh. And for example, at Capgemini side, I have this year around 18 projects going in for impact studies. 50 lakh is the budget there. How will I do justice to that particular thing? So we are just going to, I'll say, create reports which will be good for external world, but it's not going to give you the kind of result that you are really seeking. That 50 lakh could have changed number of girl child life and fortune there if I've invested that particular money in someone's education there. That's the kind of priority that I always look at whenever I'm looking at some of these frills which comes in the implementation there.
If I may add, is there a body? Can there be a body? Yes, eventually somebody will definitely evolve, and it will become a business model. No, for startups, sir.
Startups also, there are few who give you certificates.
Certificates. Yeah. So from a CSR point of view, ma'am, there is still clarity is missing, right? So you're a startup, and why should I become a seed funding to you? Eventually, 2 years down the lane, 3 years down the lane, you may become for profit. You will make profit. So why should I become a seed investment for a business that is going to evolve, right? So are you a Section 8 company? Are you a registered trust? So in what form you come to CSR is really matters. So that is very, very, still it is very dicey at this moment. If you ask me like, will you fund, as an individual, not as a cognizant. As an individual, if you ask me, will you fund, if I have a CSR fund and if I will go and fund a startup, I might think twice, because 2 years down the line he's going to make, obviously that business might pick up, they might make profit, and why would I invest a seed funding from a CSR fund while people are still crying for food and healthcare is not accessible for everybody? Why would I become a seed investor for a startup? So that is still very, very dicey. So it will evolve, obviously, I was telling.
If there is a startup that rolls out product that will reach a common man, the delivery down the line, will that interest?
No, it will definitely interest. It will definitely interest if it is, like sir was telling, the maximum fund that I'm going to invest through CSR has to reach to the community. So that's what sir was telling, like the admin fee, the debate around how much is admin fee. If other cost overheads are reduced and if it is going to reach the community at large, we'll be happy to invest. That's the ground rule. Maximum money should go to the community.
Guys, any questions? I think, are you guys awake or what is it?
No,
yes,
claps.
Thank you, thank you.
There were claps to end the session, I think.
Guys, I'm telling it to you, you will never find an opportunity to talk to this panelist. They are the most experienced one. Ask them questions. I think clarify if there is anything in your mind. Yeah, I think somebody raised.
No questions.
Are there no further questions?
No questions. No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for being part of this panel. I would personally like to thank each one of you. I learned a lot of new things, sir, from all of you today, right? And I assure it to you, I will keep calling you up to learn more, right? Thank you so much. Right.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists and our moderator as well. Can we have another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. We now move into a very exciting segment of the day, which is our masterclass. University Tech is transforming the way innovation moves from academia to industry, making technology transfer faster, smarter, and far more accessible. They are reimagining how intellectual property is discovered, matched, and commercialized, ensuring that powerful ideas don't just stay in research papers, but actually create impact. At the heart of this is Cosmos, an AI-powered co-pilot that connects industry leaders and investors with the right technologies based on real-world problems. And with platforms like this now featuring innovations from institutions like SRM University, we are seeing Indian research gain stronger global visibility and momentum. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Parag Agarwal, CEO, universitytech.io. Let's give him a round of applause as we welcome him to stage.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. My name is Parag Agarwal. I'm the co-founder and CEO of universitytech.io. Thank you to the organizers, SRM, IST, and the Hindu, for the opportunity to speak to you. I know it's been a long day, and I thank all of you also for your patience. Can I have the slides up, please? Thank you. Right, so I'll be talking for about 7-8 minutes about, a lot of what's been discussed today, but specifically around the IP commercialization gap, what exactly it is, and also lead with some data, talk about, some of the trends we have observed by operating in this space. So a little bit about me. I've been closely involved in the development of, the global technology transfer space. I started my career about 20 years ago in Scotland. I worked with my university's tech transfer office. And last 20 years, I've also been involved in healthcare, working, in startups across different domains, from medical device to healthcare information systems. Also a lot in community building. So just to give you an overview, right, like India's national intellectual property ecosystem, there are many factors that impact, how we go about developing this ecosystem. But today I'm going to specifically talk about the commercialization gap and, how certain factors within this affect our ecosystem. So initially, just to start with, I want to talk about, the breakup of IP that is available by sector. Just yesterday, we have partnered with SRM IST. We have onboarded their IP. All 413 patents of theirs are on our platform. And if you can see that, healthcare and life sciences forms the largest category. Sorry, I'll just pause for a second. Thank you. So I'll start by talking about SRM IST. Like we've looked at their 413 patents. Healthcare and life sciences is the largest category, followed by ICT, AI, and computing. And if you look at 29 universities globally that are on our platform, similarly, healthcare is the largest category, followed by advanced materials and manufacturing. So research in universities, IP that's available for commercialization, most of it is in the healthcare sector. And now coming specifically to the structural bottlenecks, right? So when we say what is the commercialization gap, there are two factors here. There's low value capture and there are structural bottlenecks. I'm going to focus more on the structural bottlenecks, starting with invisible academic IP. So just a show of hands here, how many of you are from the industry side or from the academia side? I'll start with industry. How many from industry? We've got a few hands. Academia? Right, so about an equal split, right? So just some trivia question, right? What do you think is the estimated number of IP available for licensing globally and from universities, right? So just something to think about, and we'll come in, to this question back in a few slides. So this is where, we start with some data, right? So in the US, in 2020, and they do these surveys in a really comprehensive and a professional way. Like 200 research institutions reported about 27,000 disclosures. And in India, if you look at, and you must have read in the news as well, there's been a lot of buzz around higher education and patents being filed. About 58% of all granted patents in India come from the higher education institutes. And obviously, it comes with this disclaimer that while India's total patent filings have reached a record, and also this year, we've broken that record again, there is a severe commercialization gap, right? This is what we're alluding to. So one factor is obviously the invisible side of academic IP. There's a lot of buzz and, media exposure for startups and deep tech in particular, but like what exactly are the universities doing? How do we know what technologies are they actually working on? So again, coming back to that question, like what is the estimated number of IP available? Our estimate at universitytech.io is that there are at least 200,000 technologies, right? And this is at a global level. The second point, okay, like, what leads to this commercialization gap, the structural factor, we are looking at weak invention disclosures, and we've identified that as one of the points. So again, the question is, what role does invention disclosure processes play in commercialization success rates? And here I think those who are not familiar with this term, invention disclosure is defined as the formal starting point. When an academic researcher or a student in your university has an idea, wants to take it forward, they have to first go to their tech transfer office, who can formally help them with deciding whether they have to file IP or not. So again, leading with some data, if you look at the US in 2020, the research funding grew by about 7.5% over 2019. And if you track in parallel, invention disclosures also increased by 6.8. So obviously, you don't know whether it's causation or correlation, but definitely there's a lot of strong correlation between if the research funding grows, the invention disclosures also grow. But more importantly, licensing also has grown, right? So like for every 2.7 disclosures, you have one technology that gets licensed. So that's a fantastic commercialization rate. Unfortunately, on the right side, like India, there's no reliable data on this, right? Both on the invention disclosure side and downstream licensing outcomes. I mean, there's a lot of news in the media around how many patents we filed, how many patents have been granted. But, structural issues like, okay, how are the tech transfer offices actually performing, right? How are they doing invention disclosure today? Do they even have an invention disclosure process? And then downstream, like what are they doing with the technologies that they've patented, right? How are they reaching to industry? Are they actually getting commercialized or not? There's very little data on this. But nevertheless, if you look at US and other developed markets, we have found that yes, invention disclosure, if you have a process and if you have a good process, it does play a role in commercialization success rates. So this is something that, at India, while we talk about other policy measures, we have to talk about tech transfer offices being upgraded systematically, and not just look at other metrics like patents and patents granted. So finally, I'll talk a little bit about the opportunity. So this is the issues that we have, but there are also this opportunity on the demand side. If you look at an HSBC survey that was done recently, like 93% of the next generation of family-owned businesses, right? They don't want to inherit the legacy business. They want to create their own identity. They're looking for something new and interesting. These family-owned businesses are sitting on very healthy balance sheets. They have a lot of cash, but the next generation is a perfect opportunity for industry and academia to come together to take all of these technologies that are sitting on the shelf and make something of them, right? So this is something that we do at universitytech.io. We are a global aggregator platform. We have aggregated research available for licensing across leading universities. We standardize the way these technologies are presented. You put in your problem statement, and we'll give you the closest match possible. Currently, we are featuring more than 25,000 technologies from 29 universities, including SRM. We just onboarded SRM yesterday. And we are in the US, UK, Germany, and India. Yep, this is my final slide. Thank you again for your patience. Basically, if you're looking to check out the platform, you can scan this QR code, scan to grow your business with IP. And I don't know if we have time for questions, but happy to take any questions right now. I know this is supposed to be a masterclass, but it was a very quick one. And again, yeah, thank you so much for your time. Yeah, is there any question? Yeah. Can I see? Mac, can you see anybody put up their hand? All right. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. All right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Agarwal. So ladies and gentlemen, next up we have a workshop titled Building an Ecosystem for Innovation and Impact. Now this workshop focuses on building a strong and sustainable innovation ecosystem by fostering collaboration between academia, industry, and government. Led by IHFC, this session will explore how integrated platforms can accelerate research, enable real-world applications, and support startup growth. IHFC plays a key role in bridging these sectors by providing incubation, training, and collaborative opportunities that help transform ideas into impactful solutions. This workshop is designed to strengthen the entrepreneurial mindset and build a deeper understanding of India's evolving startup ecosystem. So please join me in welcoming once again on stage Mr. Rohit Batra, Vice President Head, Commercial Projects, IHFC. Let's give him a round of applause as he takes the stage.
How many of you are how many of you are startups here? Right? I think if you have any of your colleagues who are outside, they should also join, because I have some 5-10 slides. I think it will make sense to you, right? I know it's the end of the session, but I would suggest that it will add value to you. So if you have any of your friends who are actually outside, you should call them up and wait for the last slide, right? That would add a lot of value to you guys. So should I wait or should I start? I think we can start. So IHFC is actually the innovation hub of IIT Delhi, set by Department of Science, Government of India, with a mission to support 4 things. The first one is research and development, second one is startup, and third one is, guys, please join. I think it will add value to you. I'm still repeating. So the first one is R&D, second one is startup, third one is education and research, and fourth one is international collaboration. As we move along, I will actually touch upon all these things. We focus on 4 application areas. The first one is medical, agriculture, industry, and defense. I think these are the 4 core areas in which, as a country, we need to improve upon. Medical, almost 95% of the equipments that come in India are actually imported. We are an agriculture country. We have to invest heavily on industry and on defense. Obviously, you can see with the recent geopolitical things, I think that's one piece which everybody would be investing on. So under research and development, we currently have around 50 projects, which we have actually put it in 9 grand projects. These are actually 9 core areas in which these projects are actually put, which includes healthcare, rehabilitation, industry, assertive robotics, nanorobotics, agrobotics, intelligent sensing, automation mobile, and drone application. We currently have around 50 plus projects which are there. These are actually in more than 17 states. And there are around 28 institutes and more than 100 plus faculty members associated with as R&D projects. So that's one core area where we focus on startup ecosystem. So at IHFC, we currently have around 50 plus startups which are actually incubated with us. And these areas are robotics and AI on which we focus on. And we provide funding to startups. The funding ranges between 25 lakhs to around 5 crores. And there is a process in which we follow. We keep launching call for proposals, and basis on the incubation process, we incubate it. So this is briefly our incubation process. We keep launching call for proposals throughout the year. Typically, we launch 1 call for proposal every 2 months, and typically 6 to 7 call for proposals which we launch. And the important factors which we look at is the project of yours related to AI and robotics. The second thing is it in TRL 4 and above? These are 2-3 parameters which we look at, and then we actually follow an evaluation process wherein we call an expert, and basis the expert evaluation, we take your project to the board of directors and we fund the startup. Our funding which we give it to the startup is an equity-based funding. As a startup ecosystem, we support followings. We support a startup in actually providing them the space. We provide them opportunities to showcase the products. We provide them networking opportunities. We provide them access to IIT Delhi entire ecosystem. We provide them business services. We give them market access. These are all the benefits which we give it to the startup. It is just not about funding. Our idea out over here is any startup that comes to us, our thought is to make it successful. That's the core bottom line on which we actually work on. These are few of the startups which are incubated with us. The next slide which we have is related to education and upskilling. We currently have actually trained more than 150,000 students. Our education initiative actually starts from class 9th to class 12th, and then undergrads and even the working professionals. This slide talks about our international collaboration, which is that we are connected with National Science Foundation US, we have a connect at ITU Switzerland, we are connected with Odense, we are connected with like-minded organizations across the globe. We are connected with Odense Robotics Denmark, we are connected with Nido Japan, and we are actually connected with the Vietnam startup ecosystem. This slide again would be relevant to people who are actually in the space of drones. So we have actually developed an entire ecosystem for drones at our IIT Sonipat campus. When you come to our IIT Sonipat campus, we give you a complete access to that space. You can actually test your drones. We provide you a space. We provide you whatever it requires for you to make your startup in drone successful. We make it happen. Another initiative which we have is Medical Cobotics Center. These medical cobotics centers are actually, we have currently 4 of them. Here, people from medical fraternity and technology fraternity put together and solve the real life problems which are currently faced by medical industry. Third is co-innovation centers. These are actually mini IHFCs which we have created across the country, which are currently 10 of them. SRM is one of this initiative, and because of which I am standing in front of you today. We also support startups at an early stage. So we also support startups which are student-led startups. Students which are actually in their final year of their engineering and are pursuing startups, we support them in their journey. We give them 6 months support, we give them internship, and we help them actually building a prototype. And once the product is ready, we then actually support them in their journey of funding. This talks about our presence. I will not touch too much on CSR. If you guys were actually there, you understand, that under CSR, 2% of your net profit needs to be spent on CSR. We as an organization, our research-led organization, we are actually equipped to handle that kind of problem statements which comes from industry, and we can actually solve the problem through our R&D and startup ecosystem. I just don't want to touch upon, I think these are the few success stories which we have. Again, I think the last slide, which I guess all of you must be waiting for, is this call for proposal. I think this would be relevant to all the startups which are actually out over here. We currently have a call for proposal where we are supporting startups with a funding of 5 crores. And few important parameters which we actually look into it. The startup has to be in TRL 4 and above. It has to be working in a space of medtech, right? And we would actually support them. Again, as I said, it has to be in TRL 4 and above. You guys have any question, I'm happy to answer. I know I finished the entire thing in 10 minutes, whereas I was given half an hour, right? Because you guys made it happen. Yes. So we request you to apply. We will figure it out in case there are people who are actually still applying. We currently have almost 300 applications which we have received. And I guess this is one slide which I felt was relevant to all the startups sitting in this room. I would earnestly request if you have any friends, colleagues, people which are in the similar field who want to apply, please apply. The funding is good amount of money, which is at stake. Any questions, I'm happy to answer. Sir, one of the startup which we supported, I'm happy today he is in this room. And he's doing phenomenally well. That also makes me very happy. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Rohit. I just wanted to know, like, how many startups you are planning to support through this?
Okay, there is no upper limit to it, right? There is no upper limit in terms of the number of startups. We currently have supported 55 plus startups in our ecosystem, and there is no upper limit. I mean, we can have 10, we can have 20, we can have 30. The more the startups are, the better it is, and the happier we would be to support them in their journey.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions. I think everybody is too lazy to ask any question. Guys, thank you so much. Have a great evening. Yeah, you have any questions? Yeah. Yeah, you can speak. I can hear you, ma'am. Okay, so you go to our website at ihfc.co.in. There is a link to it. It will ask you some set of questions at what stage your startup is. There is a presentation format to it, and you can apply. It's a very simple format, right? It's not a complicated one. It will not take too much of time. There is a set format to our presentation which talks about at least your product has to be TRL 4 and above, and that's the only basic criteria, and it has to be related to medtech. You can apply, and we would be happy to support you in your journey, ma'am. No, it is more to do with technology. We are a technology innovation hub, so our core will always remain technology only, ma'am. Yeah, yes, sir. Sir, you can speak, I can hear you. Don't worry, sir. It's a government funding. We are actually supported by Department of Science, Government of India. This proposal which we are actually sharing it with you is a joint proposal with one of the VC firms called India Accelerator, in which both of us are actually doing joint funding. And in case your startup is actually shortlisted, both of us would evaluate together.
So the funding will come from government or the India Accelerator,
No,
or both?
So there will be two independent evaluation. If we are actually supporting your startup, the funding will come from Government of India, Department of Science, Government of India. If India Accelerator is actually supporting you, then they would actually support you through their own funding means. That's how it works.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. Here.
Yeah. Please, sir. I'm only standing for your question, sir. Otherwise, I have no value out over here, sir.
There
Yes,
is
sir.
so much of talk of startups in the last few years.
Yes, sir.
Have you analyzed the failure rate of startups?
Sir, I had actually made a slide which my team told me not to present it, right? But since you have asked such a sensitive question, I'll answer. There are 97% of the startups that fail. But that doesn't actually stop anyone to apply, right? Maybe you are of that 3% which is going to be successful, right? The ratio is that in the first year itself, 10% of the startups don't move to the next year. And in 70% of the startups actually die between 2 to 3 years. As I said, I didn't want to speak it, but that's the reality. But still, you have incubators like us supporting startups. The advantage with all of you is that when we are actually supporting you, our objective is not to make money out of this transaction. Unlike a VC, whose only objective is that he puts money in this and he actually sees return of 10x and 100x. Our idea would always be to support you in your journey, right? And therefore, there are some things which we give it to you. We give you an access to the entire IIT ecosystem, which means that you have an access to our academia. We give you funding support. We give you a place. You can actually use labs of ours. right? We have currently 10 co-innovation centers. SRM is one of our co-innovation centers. You could actually take their help as well. So we have a complete, we provide, in case you want to file a patent, we'll support you, right? If you need legal supports, we will actually provide you. We will provide you networking opportunities. We will connect you with government bodies. We will connect you with army if your product is related to that. We will go all out to make sure that your startup is successful, right? This current call which you are actually looking is a call with India Accelerator. They are one of the VC firms. So we have recently tied up with them, and this call is not meant for the new startup. It is also meant for our existing startups to apply in this call. Maybe any of the startups get funded by India Accelerator right now. Yeah, any questions? Yes, I'm happy that people have started asking questions. And I can see value in that. Sir, I want you also to ask me questions because repeatedly you said that you didn't get a support when you needed for your startup. So you should ask that question because we as incubators are only here to support startups like yours, sir. Yeah, yeah, ma'am.
Is there a difference between an LLP and a private limited for a startup?
It has to be a private limited company for us to support it, ma'am. It has to be DPIT registered for us.
Okay, sir. So it should be a private limited,
yeah,
not an LLP.
Yeah.
Yep, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Sir, can we apply if we have a patent and grant?
Yes, you should apply.
We need not have the startup?
No, ma'am. For us to fund you, you should have a startup.
Okay.
But there is no harm in applying right now. Let's assume that your proposal actually gets through.
Okay.
You can actually apply for DPIT later as well, ma'am. There is nothing. But again, I'm telling it to you, when you are actually asking for funding, you should have a business case in place.
Okay.
There has to be customer which is there. There has to be, product market fit, right?
Okay.
All those factors you should actually look at before applying. And this, I'm not saying that while you are applying for this call, you should actually think through.
Okay.
For any call for funding, whosoever is investing in your startup needs to see that your product reaches the end customer. And there is a customer who is ready to buy your product, right?
Okay.
So you first think that you are giving 100 rupees to someone and you are expecting a return, right? You would obviously see now that there is a return of, let's say you're putting money in bank. You will actually ask, am I going to get 6%, 10%, right? So we are not bank, right?
Okay.
We are a government entity which is created to support startups like you, right? So my request to you is, you may have product, you may have patent, but make sure that there is a customer also who is ready to buy your product. That's the only request I have.
Okay.
And please apply, right? There's no harm in applying. Tomorrow, if your proposal gets accepted, you can then apply for startup.
Startup,
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Any questions? Yes, sir. No. So
incubate in SRM gets automatically incubated?
No, sir. So there are 10 institutes wherein we have actually created a co-innovation centers. So effectively, they are actually mini IHFCs which we have created, right? These are across the country. So if you look at, we are actually at Thapar Institutes in Patiala, or we are DTU, IIT Gandhinagar. These are institutes which currently don't fall under the umbrella of those 25 hubs which are across the country. So we are supporting them, and through them we are actually supporting other initiatives which otherwise IHFC supports. So if this call for proposal is active, this call for proposal is active for all the SRM startups. They can actually apply. Right. I don't know if I've answered your question.
What is the setup you are holding?
Sorry?
What is the setup you are having here?
So we have our setup in the form of SRM out over here, right? So in case, let's say, you are actually looking for a space, we will actually support it. If you are actually looking for a lab, once you are shortlisted, obviously, once you are shortlisted, then we will actually give you whatever ecosystem we spoke, sir. That will, whatever we are giving to an startup which is based at IIT Delhi, similar kind of support we will give it to you in Chennai through SRM.
I have one more question.
Yes.
So how long has IHFC been around?
This has been there from 2020, sir. This is an initiative, yes.
And have you
We are
gotten...
a Section 8 company. We are a non-profit organization, sir. Sorry, yeah.
And have you gotten any, probably it's still just 6-7 years, so you have probably haven't gotten like any exit from your startup?
We haven't proactively exited from any startup, but let's say there is a startup who's got external funding and the mandate from the, and maybe it's a majority which and he's wanting, you know, that the existing investors should exit. Otherwise, proactively, we're not doing it. As I said, our objective here is not to make money out of this transaction. Our objective is to support startups. Right. So that's how it's working. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I have two questions. The first is you mentioned that we should have a customer to enable funding or getting selected. So I have a prototype built, but it has to be refined in the sense that the weight has to be reduced, the form factor has to be reduced, and it should be affordable to enable a customer.
Have you met any customer?
So that's where I'm coming. So I have a prototype which I am able to use at home, but I cannot get a customer because that particular prototype is very heavy. I'm sure no customer will buy that. To become a market ready or a sellable product, I need technology mentoring.
So, ma'am, if I would have been at your position.
How to bridge that gap?
Let me answer that. So I'm saying if I would have been at your position, what I would.
It's not.
Sorry. So I'm saying if I would have been at your position, I would actually go to at least 40-50 customers, right? Show them the product, right? Ask them if it's making sense. Obviously, they will give you input. It's bulky. They will ask you what the price is, whether it will work or not, right? Maybe 50, 100 customers which are actually there. And that's one thing which I was actually wanting to discuss, that the startups which are actually successful, the only reason why they are actually successful is that they have gone and met the customer, their potential customer, not the customer. The potential customer who is actually willing to buy their product is what they have met, taken inputs, made changes, and then launched their products. See, typical issue today which startups have it, they have already developed a product, right? Now, they will say, we will figure out the market. You know, as and when I will find customer, I will sell it. And then it becomes difficult. Forget about us. We are still a government agency. For a startup to actually pick up a funding from VC becomes difficult. Because at the end of the day, a VC will only look at how are you going to make money of every 100 rupees which I am giving it to you. And that only way he can actually see money through you is that there is a set of customer who is willing to buy the product. And
So
if there is no customer...
It's becoming a egg and the chicken case.
Yeah, but ma'am, at the end of the day, if there is a product which you have created and there is no customers to it, as I said, I'm not asking that he will buy your product right now. There has to be a potential customer who would eventually say, yes, if you will launch your product in 3 months, 6 months down the line, I am willing to buy this product at so and so price, right? Okay. That itself is a validation that your product is sellable. Your product has to be sellable, ma'am. Otherwise, it will not make sense.
Get the point, sir.
Yeah,
Just one more question on the application process.
Yeah.
So most of the times when we apply, we get a doubt if the product will fit into whether a deep tech or whether it will fit into the preventive public health
Okay,
care.
so-
How to get that
So, ma'am,
overlapping domain?
I have a very simple question to it, right? I'm saying you should apply. What's stopping you to apply? What maximum can happen? What maximum can happen that IHFC will reject it, right? But let's assume it doesn't happen and you get some funding, right? So there's no harm in applying. And this is not, I'm saying that I am representing IHFC. I'm saying, otherwise also I would have requested you to apply. What maximum can happen, right? I don't want to give you statistics that how we evaluate. At the end of the day, there are times when I've actually submitted a proposal to our BOD, which I was 100% convinced will get through. It didn't get through. And there is a proposal which I actually proposed, which I was 100% sure it will, you know, it should not get through, but it gets through. So I would earnestly request you to apply.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. No questions? I'm happy that I was able to at least have that much questions. Yes, sir. I was waiting for it, sir.
Yeah, so just to confirm, you know, there's also a knowledge gap to some extent, in my perspective, on what are the different sources of funding. So in my case, when I mentioned why we probably struggled, what had happened was there was an earlier set of CEOs who'd come and taken all the funding that were possibly available at that point of time through, whatever innovation
DST,
hubs.
IHFC, yeah.
Exactly. And the problem was at that point of time, COVID hit. And they made some very bad, humane but bad management decisions, which was like, we are going to keep these people employed using that particular piece of capital, over an extended period of time, to the point where then at the end of it, you run out of funds and you can't apply to the same agencies once again for getting additional funding because these are mostly one-time funds.
Sir, there are around 220,000 startups which are currently registered in India, right? There are 1,000 plus incubators which are actually currently there in India. I'm saying there is enough and more opportunity which is there, right? If let's say one incubator actually says no to you, there are 999 more you should actually apply. Believe you me, I am in this space for last 3.5 to 4 years. I never knew something like this existed in India. I'm seriously telling it to you. I never knew that something like this existed. I wish I had known this around 20 years back. I don't think I would have worked for 20 years, right? There is an ecosystem which is actually developed, which is actually supporting startups. As I said, when we actually look at your startup, we don't look at it from an angle of an VC, right? We look at it from an angle that how can we make, which kind of problems are you solving? Is it really going to be helping India, move forward? These are a few basic things which we actually look at. But again, as I said, I told ma'am also, there has to be customer at the end of it who would be ready to buy your product. It cannot be, I created a product, I will figure it out if one buys or not. Then I think that would be a wrong business decision. Don't ask tough question now.
No, this is actually easy. So let's say there is a problem, like, air pollution is a problem, for instance. The customer in this case is really at the end of the day the government, because the government agencies have to decide, the air quality agencies in India have to decide whether they want this product or not, whether that be a dust collection, removal, the municipalities and all of that. What I have seen in some of these cases is that even though the state or the country may need a product, the customer is just not willing to invest in it, mostly in terms of government, because at the end of the day, whatever funding that they get, which is supposed to clean up air quality, for instance, really goes into making parks or something similar. So in 99% of the cases, I agree with you, you need a customer. But if we are really talking about India going to the next level in terms of cleaning up its air, which is taking away so many years of life from people, the customer isn't always right, even though we...
That's where the CSR thing comes into picture.
Exactly.
Now I am putting my CSR head, in place. So that's another thing which I guess we discussed it earlier. Yeah. Anything else? Thank you so much. I had a great time right now. Right? I'm happy that at least you guys ask questions. Right? Thank you so much. Thanks. I'm through.
Thank you so much, Mr. Batra. Also nice to see such an interactive audience at the end of the day. We have one final workshop, ladies and gentlemen. This Startup India workshop, which focuses on promoting entrepreneurship and strengthening the startup ecosystem in India by providing an overview of key government initiatives, policies, and support mechanisms. Additionally, it covers aspects such as funding opportunities, incubation support, and regulatory frameworks essential for startup growth. Furthermore, the workshop aims to create awareness and equip aspiring entrepreneurs with the necessary knowledge to develop, manage, and scale innovative ventures successfully. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Rishi Dewan, Associate Startup India, Invest India. Can we give him a big hand?
Hi everyone, very good evening. I know it's been a long day, so I'll honestly keep this very short, and of course open to questions at the end of the session. So before I begin, I'd first like to thank the Hindu group and SRM University for putting together this event. So what the idea of this event, of this presentation is going to be to give you an overview of what we're doing at Startup India DPIIT for startups. Two things that I think will be most useful for this room, especially because this is deep tech focus, would be first, the revised definition for deep tech, and second, the Fund of Fund 2.0, Startup India Fund of Fund 2.0. Sure. So Startup India was established in January 2016, on the 16th January 2016, with the very simple idea from the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, which is how do I create more job creators in this country? And like Sir said, we're now looking at about 2.2 lakh startups in the country who have generated about 11 jobs on average. But I think more than that, the number that excites me the most is the fact that 52% of these startups are from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, which basically means that entrepreneurship is no longer a phenomena for the metros. It's a wave that is impacting the Indian economy at large. So as a part of the Startup India Action Plan, we look at three key areas: funding support, simplification, and industry-academia partnerships. So like I said, there has been an update to the definition of what is a startup. Two changes that have come up. First, cooperatives and multi-state cooperatives are allowed to apply or get recognized as a startup. The revenue threshold has increased from 100 crores to 200 crores. But like I said, a more specific thing on deep tech that has come up, which I think is kind of priority for this room to understand. Firstly, revenue threshold is not 200 crores, but 300 crores for deep tech startups only. Second, recognition timeline or recognition period is 20 years instead of 10 years. This is largely to account for the higher R&D costs that are involved, longer gestation periods, and just the fact that the development of a deep tech product takes a lot of time, energy, capital, so on and so forth. So for this, the recognition process can be accessed via the Startup India website. In case you were a DPIIT recognized startup that has elapsed the 10-year period, but you fall in this deep tech criteria, you can always go back on the website and get re-registered or re-recognized as a deep tech startup. Now coming to how are we enabling funding, support, and incentives. There are three key schemes to look at: the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, Credit Guarantee Scheme for Startups, and the Fund of Fund Scheme. The Startup India Seed Fund Scheme is focused on prototype development and early stage startups, allowing access of grant of up to 20 lakhs and debt of up to 50 lakhs. As I speak to you, about 3,300 startups have been benefited from the scheme, with about 590 crores that has been deployed, that has been approved to them. Moving forward to the credit guarantee scheme for startups, before I come back to Fund of Funds. The credit guarantee scheme for startups focuses on enabling access to collateral-free loans for startups. This has 36 member institutions that have been onboarded and can be accessed via the NCGTC portal. In case you want more details, happy to share them. But like all of this is available on the Startup India website. Just wanted to clarify that this corpus is not something that the government has given out to banks to further deploy into startups. That is not the case. This corpus is basically created with the idea that if a bank is supporting a DPIIT recognized startup, that bank can get a guarantee from the government that in case this startup defaults, because this is a collateral-free loan, the government will be backing up that loan. So that is how this scheme is operationalized, just for clarity here. So coming back to the Fund of Fund for Startups, which is equity linked with up to 50 crores of capital that can be infused into a startup. As I speak to you today, about 26,000 crores has been invested into startups. That is a rough estimate. And this has gone to about 1,382 startups. There are 160 AIFs that have already been committed funds by DPIIT or by the government or SIDBI, which is the operating agency for this scheme. And a corpus of 10,000 crores was announced for this. However, building on the impact that Fund of Fund 1.0 has had, the cabinet has recently announced the Startup India Fund of Fund 2.0, which is specifically focused on tech-driven and deep tech innovative startups. This is encouraged. There is a specific encouragement for startups outside the metros, and this is, of course, aligned with the national vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. So moving ahead, we also have tax exemptions that are eligible, that DPIIT recognized startups can avail under Section 80 ISC of the Income Tax Act. This is for 3 consecutive years where 100% deduction of income tax can be availed. As I speak to you, about 4,237 startups have received the certificate of eligibility by the Interministerial Board. And of course, coming to business with the government, which I think was recently being discussed in the room. So there is the GEM Startup Runway that has been brought in. This gives you exposure to about 66,000 government buyers on the government e-marketplace. As I speak, as of 31st January, about 57,428 crores, that is the order value that has been enabled through the government e-marketplace, with 38,000 startups doing business through the government e-marketplace. This is with an order volume of 5,66,825 orders. Moving ahead, there are several marquee programs that we have been continuously running for a long time. The first of which is the State Startup Ranking Framework, which extensively focuses on making sure that states are putting in the effort to develop their individual ecosystems. And the results for the 5th edition of the State Startup Ranking Framework were announced on National Startup Day 2026. This was the 5th edition of the State Startup Ranking Framework. Moving ahead, we've also continuously recognized startups through National Startup Awards. 5 editions have been successfully completed, and in the most recent edition, for which results were announced on 16 January 2026, 20 startups have received a grant from the Government of India. This is to basically recognize the impact, scale, and the fact that they're building something impactful that has linkages to the country. So moving ahead in terms of business development outside of India, there are 21 international bridges and 2 strategic alliances, along with 5 multilateral tie-ups that are in place. These tie-ups have benefited about 900 startups. And lastly, coming to another thing which I think could be interesting for a few startups, especially in the early stages, early to Series A types. So this is the Bharat Startup Grant Challenge, which is providing access to pilot opportunities, grants, etc. But this is coming from corporate partners that we have. Some of these challenges are still live on the Startup India website, and I would encourage everyone to keep a lookout on our social media, website, etc. to just get a sense of the Bharat Startup Grant Challenge. The idea of why I've recommended 3 specific things is because I kind of understand the room and the number of startups that are there. These are things that are great opportunities in my opinion. Would highly encourage everyone to apply and take benefits. With this, I come to the end of the presentation. In case you have any questions about what we have built, what we are doing to help you build, about the ecosystem at large, happy to take them as well. Yeah, sure.
What kind of help we can get from DPIIT?
Sure. So essentially, my request to you would be reach out to us. We have of course spokes in those regions. Happy to facilitate a connect. We also continuously run investor showcases with specific countries. in case that is of interest, call to like keep a lookout on social media, because trust me when I say this, but our social media is very, very active, and a lot of startups are benefiting from the kind of opportunities that we continuously post.
To reach out like on the common number that is available, or to any specific?
No, you can reach out to us via the common number, or or you can reach out to us via email. I think that's the easiest.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, all of it is available on the website. Sure, sir.
So we are beneficiaries of many of these.
Sure.
So thank you for all the things that you're doing. Startup seed fund,
Right.
then also international. We are associated with AIC GUSEC in Ahmedabad,
Okay.
and there was a recent delegates from Japan who came, and now we are invited end of this year, and also
Right.
a lot of good things are happening.
Right.
Few inputs where while you have a phone number and everything, it doesn't work. Okay, that has been a little bit of our complaint that, when we try to call, it doesn't work. So if you have it, either you don't put the number, just put an email or something. So again, that's one. The other part is, you mentioned about the CGTMSC, right?
No, this is different. This
the
is not
CGSS,
Yes.
right? The
yes.
CGSS.
Right.
We have continued, so, equity dilution is one of the things that founders always worry about, because that is
Absolutely.
the most expensive way of diluting your company. But, in times and situations, you have to do it, and it's fine, right? But while this CGSS and the government guarantee schemes are talked about, on ground, banks don't give loans, okay? It's a clear no officially that we have received from multiple banks, right? So again, these are some learnings from, founders that have kind of gone through it. My question to you is, how are you getting these feedbacks on these things, and what are you doing to kind of improve upon
Sure.
that can
So
be done?
I'll answer your question in like two bits. Firstly, on credit guarantee scheme for startups. See, there have been cases where startups have received loans, have gotten those collateral-free loans. Happy to discuss your individual case post the session. As far as how we are taking feedback from startups, I think that is something that has constantly been happening. We've had multiple interactions with deep tech startups in Delhi, Bangalore, some of which were also led by the Honorable Minister, wherein we've had just very clear discussions on what the pain points are and how they can be solved. So that is something that we constantly keep doing. I think the most recent announcement on deep tech as a new category, as well as the Startup India Fund of Fund 2.0, I think that's come after considerable understanding of the ecosystem at the ministry and the department level.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing those information, sir. I have two questions.
Sure.
First one is regarding the e-marketplace.
Sure.
Government of India e-marketplace.
Government e-marketplace,
Government e-marketplace. So what is the criteria? If I have a working model, or I should have a prototype,
If
or
you are a
should have
DP
commercialized?
If you're a DPIT recognized startup,
Yeah, I have.
Then you're eligible for 2 relaxations across EMD and previous turnover, and you can apply via the same login credentials that you use for DPIT recognition.
Okay.
Yeah.
The second one is the seed fund scheme open? Because till last month I wasn't able to apply. Seed fund scheme.
Seed fund scheme is operating as you is operating. Yeah, it's operational.
It's operation, so I will be able to apply, but I am
Yes.
not able to do so. Okay.
I'm
let me
happy
check.
to discuss it
Okay,
individually.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Thank you.
Any other questions? Sure. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dewan, and thank you to our entire audience for being so interactive during the course of today. And I think as we come to the end of day one, it's safe to say that today wasn't just about conversations. It was about partnerships, possibilities, collaborations, and of course the future of deep tech in India. So thank you all, to all of our speakers, to all of our partners, and to all of our audience members as well. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Until then, this is myself, Paloma, signing off. Have a lovely evening. Thank you.
Truck 15 in the MC.